Okay, we are gathered in the Peter Kirk room. We are waiting for a formal quorum to begin the special meeting, and we will go on mute until a quorum is present.
All right, Kenmore City Council is now in session, and I'm going to hand the reins over to our facilitator for today's retreat, Michael Pendleton. Hey, Michael.
Thank you. Well, welcome to your 2025 retreat here in Kirkland. I want to quickly go over the ground rules. Well, these are the ground rules we've operated under for some time. The core ground rules, though, that are helpful is just watching yourself in terms of self-facilitation. There's a couple of thoughts here that's helpful. The one I always remind myself or try to is not to say the same thing twice. Just keep moving on. We've been really good about that. That helps create some efficiencies in the conversations. I want to quickly go over the agenda. I want to remind us that this is a bit of a different format that you agreed upon at the first of the year. This is a day-long retreat, where in the past we've actually had a day and 2/3. So in some respects, this is a bit of a different structure. We use the same process to establish the agenda, interviews, Stephanie joined, and ask the same questions I pretty much ask every year. And that's how you've created this particular agenda. I would say if you look at the agenda, morning really is devoted to financial and fiscal discussions. And the sense of that is these are really important to you because as always, but in this case, the projections are showing that you need to have some serious conversations about your future in this particular area and so on. And subsequent items that you identified for conversation in some respects are related to that. You'll see them down throughout Public Works Operations Center, updates there. As always at the retreat, this is a good time to check in on council process and kind of reflect a little bit on how your processes are working for you. And a few items have been identified on the agenda in that regard that you want to revisit or talk about. Then there's some policy discussions, and this year there weren't as many as there have been in the past, but you'll see in that afternoon session some key, very specific topics that you've identified that are important to you that you want to take up. And finally, we'll finish the retreat by looking at your existing goals and priorities. We'll have what we're calling basically goal setting light. We'll take a look at your existing priorities, things that have been accomplished, things that need to be reworded, and then a prioritization process. And that's the lineup for today. Are there any questions, comments before we get ready to do something we haven't done in the past? So the first session really, I think, is an opportunity to hear from you, Council, and kind of your reflections, particularly given this is a bit of a new approach. Just kind of how you see the retreat, what you'd like to see happen, taking a look at the year going forward. We provided some just guiding questions there. And so the idea would be to turn to each of you and give you a few minutes to give your thoughts relative to those questions, and particularly what opportunities and what's on your mind now. And these retreats are important because you're a board of directors of a municipal corporation. So sharing your thoughts in terms of the organization and going forward is very valuable, very important actually at the retreat. What values and things are guiding you in these discussions, and of course the long-term goals and hopes that you have for your community overall, and just guidelines that have been provided to kind of help you with your conversation. So with that, I guess I would turn to you, Nigel, and maybe ask you to kind of just give a few opening comments, if you would, in this regard.
Yeah, I'm going to keep this relatively short, but I'm looking forward to our discussions today. I always look forward to our council retreats. It gives us opportunities to discuss things in a less formal setting and actually have some conversations around issues. I always look forward to these. And, today we'll be digging into some of the challenges and opportunities that we have coming up as a city. The challenges we're facing, things like financial sustainability and housing in particular, are two big ones that cities across the area are all struggling with right now. But our opportunities that we're facing right now are unique to us, I think. Lake Point is a once-in-a-lifetime investment for Kenmore and for the region, frankly. And I'm really feeling hopeful about our ability to move forward with that project. and deliver our community's vision for Basin Park and do some really important shoreline habitat restoration that won't just affect Lake Washington, but also Sammamish River. Yeah, it is. I just want to thank staff for all their work putting this together and thank our partners in Kirkland for giving us use of their space today. So that's all I got.
I'll go to the end. Deborah, you have some comments.
Sure, I do. First, just really briefly, I had asked for some updates, which we are not doing today because of the shortened schedule, but I just, for the record, wanted to the folks know that we're still looking for them. Status of the dog park feasibility issue at Finn Hill, the options for the park or site naming when we name things after people. Status of the aquatic weed management for this season, especially at Chilhowee, which is already really struggling with that issue. Status of the Sammamish River Restoration Partnership with Forterra and King County. Hoping that we can get the tree ordinance back on the calendar during this year, but it may go to 2026. And any updates on the neighborhood level and citywide emergency management. So those were kind of updates that we tabled to other meetings. So for me, when I think about a retreat, I think back to when I decided to run for council. And I think many of us have goals that we'd like to work on and things that we committed to folks in the community to work on. And I really feel like it's an honor and a privilege and frankly, a responsibility to serve our community and to follow through. It's not, I don't feel like it's sufficient to say, I'm not feeling it this morning, not going to participate. Got a migraine, for example, this morning, but we're here. So, and there's lots of other things we could be doing. So I'm really passionate about, because of that feeling that I have, I'm very passionate about retaining the ability for each of us to present new goals every year at our retreat. Typically a new goal doesn't get into our actionable top 5 during its first presentation. And moving to only, as I said this a few months ago, goal setting every other year means that a council member will realistically only get one shot at having their goal elevated because during the first year, you're experiencing that steep learning curve. And it'd be hard to get a goal ready. It took me a couple of years to get the climate action goal ready to present. So I hope that we can, as a body, that you can, as a body, consider this, having new goals presented every year and having them compete with existing goals. And on the topic of goals, as I think about mine, and even long before 8 years ago, they included connecting folks to our waterfront and to a vibrant downtown. And it's been incredibly exciting to see that goal slowly come into focus and into fruition through the hangar and town square and the waterways and walkways bond measure that transformed Log Boom and Chilhowee parks and the development of the waterfront activity center and the rowing programs. But one very large piece of connection to the water remains, at least in my mind, and that's Lake Point. And with the grants that we've received, I'm hopeful that this transformative project will move forward. And I, for one, will work my hardest to help that happen, as our community's been clamoring for it for longer than we've been a city. And another goal I've had is to bring supported housing to Kenmore. And that didn't happen a couple years ago, but I haven't given up, and I'm hopeful that the STEP committee, the STEP advisory committee, will be helpful in this regard, as will the planned panel of supported and emergency housing developers. Debbie Bent and I had a great conversation with one of them from Compass Housing, for example. And I think we can expand our view of what's possible to include things like scattered site, supported housing, scattered site apartments, and small scale buildings to house folks that need those supports in our community. So I'm looking forward to the next 6 months together with you all. And I'm looking forward to what lies beyond for our city.
Back to the other end, Melanie.
Okay. I might go last. I know that was. Okay, so for today, like top of mind for me right now is looking at what the city of Kenmore looks like, us charting a vision for the next 30 years. What is it going to take for us to convey to our city and future developers what we look like and how we are in the region? We're at the crown of Lake Washington. We have a major multiple, but the major environmental stewardship project, which Deborah mentioned at Lake Point. How are we going to get that done? One of the things I think is most important for this council is actually to take that to completion, at least get an agreement in place that is moving forward on that. We've received a Conservation Futures Grant. We're in queue and hopefully we'll get funding from the King County Parks Levy this August. It is critical that that property start transitioning and do transition into the city's hands so we can create that lakefront access that our community wants. And most importantly to me is the environmental stewardship piece. So I think that alongside the major lakefront project, we have so much underutilized property in the city of Kenmore. It's incredibly important that we create a plan to transform it into what is beautiful, what will bring business and people to our city, that will fund our system, fund our revenue stream, that takes us away from the need to increase taxes, because we're all strapped. We need to have a vision that we are self-sustaining beyond property tax. And that is what we have to do. One of the things I think is incredibly important too is not doing things that we're witnessing around because we think they're working. We actually need to look at our city, engage our community, and find a path to create a unique presence in our region. To me, I've seen some things now. Yes, we do need to look around at what's happening, but I'm not seeing what I want here. And I think that can benefit our council. Looking at beautifully designed communities and seeing how we can bring people-oriented places to Kenmore. Walkable, livable spaces that people desire to be in, that they feel good in. So one of the things on that, one of the ways that we can actually make that happen and come into alignment is to make sure that we as council members are experiencing places that have the look and feel that we want to create. We can think it, we can document it, which part of the documentation is we as a council are ultimately, and I don't know when this is going to be, we do need to actually hire someone that can help us picture out what it looks like. But in order, as we're doing that, we need to go to places so that we know what we want to, how we want to direct those the architects, designers, planners, what we want. So you can see it. Okay, you think it, you see it, have to feel it. You have to have the feeling and inspiration to carry it to the finish line. So I highly recommend that we go to Seabrook next year for our retreat, because that is a feeling. We don't have to look exactly like it, but we can actually walk through what cottage housing looks like in the form that we would like it here. We can look at live work spaces and how they look here. We can look at how we can create density without going 8 stories high and creating the canyon land that we don't, that our community has expressly stated they do not want our city. So that's a major piece of why I'm what's on top of mind. And I realize that we've got the public, this council has brought forward the public workshop, which is a major thing that we're going to take to completion. And we do have the whole project for housing, which is incredibly important. But what I think is we need landmark project for this council that will lead its place on the city. Hopefully Lake Point's gonna take us there, but I actually think this 30-year vision for what this city looks like that opens the door for developers to come here is a major part. The other piece, and just, you know, I've got it on the agenda later, so I'm not gonna talk about that. And then, recognizing that this development that we plan on is actually a form of environmental stewardship and economic development, not only in the form of building and creating, but finding business, creating a stream, you know, be it environment, you know, I always thought of becoming the environmental stewardship center for the region, whatever it is. We do need to find a way to bring business here as well as continue to create a beautiful place that we live in. And Kenmore is a beautiful place. Our neighborhoods are wonderful and we're taking good steps forward. So I will leave it there. I'm thankful to be here and yeah, that's it.
Okay, thank you. Nathan?
Well, thank you so much. Yeah, likewise, very excited to be here. I think there's a lot in front of us. I think some of the biggest things that, keep me up at night are certainly the budget and sustainability. I know looking at the trends over the next 5-10 years, they don't look great. And unfortunately, we can't delay any further in addressing those issues now. That when it comes to addressing financial sustainability issues, we have to do those starting today. That if we wait, the longer we wait, the worse the problem will be. So I think that's really important. And I just want to hammer that home and spend a lot of time and effort on that. Our organization can't function and do the things that we want it to do and provide the services to our community that they expect and desire if we don't have a sustainable, solid, functioning organization. So I think that's really important and something we need to certainly work on and figure out starting today. I think the other thing that also causes me a little bit of concern too is the financial backing and plan that we have for the Public Works Operations Center. We need this center and we're going ahead with it, and I think that's great. I want to keep doing that too, but also understanding that with some of the recent cuts, how that might impact that. And I just want to make sure that we have a plan going forward that gives us the confidence to proceed. I guess my concern around that comes with the fact that we've already issued bonds, and those who don't know a lot about bonds means that we have a clock ticking to get this project done. And so I want to see this to completion and figure out what we can do to make that happen. In terms of what I'm excited for and really looking forward to is definitely Lake Point. As somebody who's born and raised in Kenmore, has lived here all my life, that's something I've always heard. And it was funny a while back looking at some of the old literature back when Kenmore, was being discussed to incorporate, and there were some mock-ups of Lake Point, what that would look like, and so that's always been around. But thinking about myself and those who will come after me, something that will benefit the next generation of Kenmore residents, that will provide spaces for people to live, to shop, to recreate, to access the water, to enjoy and be in nature. I think this is a great once in a lifetime opportunity for our city, and I that's something that I'm super excited to continue to support. I think as we move forward, it's really important to center ourselves in the community and the values of our community, to really focus on promoting dialogue and cooperation, not only amongst ourselves as a council, but also with our community members and those from across our community. I think it's really important to continue to foster a healthy Kenmore culture. With everything that's going on, it's really important that we remember that we all have a love for our city. We're all here looking to do the right thing and to recognize what we have in common over what may set us apart. And then again, I just think as we look at all of our plans, our goals and everything, looking ahead, we have to look at long-term sustainability, both economically and environmentally, but also thinking about development. What does long-term sustainability look like across the board? And so, I think when it comes to considering our goals, talking about future policies and everything, it's important to think about the future and plan for the future. Not just looking ahead to tomorrow, but 10, 15, 20, 30 years into the future. It all starts today. So that's why I'm really excited to be here and to collaborate with you all and see what we can do to shape Kenmore's future.
Great. Thank you. Valerie.
Thank you. I want to begin by saying that I feel continually inspired by the convivial and cooperative nature of this council and of this staff. I feel I've learned quite a bit this year, and I am largely surprised by, in the main, being in agreement with the agenda of my councilmates, which is a satisfying place to be. We can move forward together. I have learned primarily that good things take a long time until they don't. Suddenly there they are. Tearing things down is quick, but building things up is slow. And I do feel the need to speak Rob's legacy. We are an upward trajectory of becoming, and we are relentless. We are participating in relentless incrementalism. So for me, those are guiding principles, and because I tend to be impatient. Things that matter. I am very much looking forward to reviewing the council priorities later today, and reminding ourselves and our public of the principles incorporated in the preamble. I feel that we are prepared and game to tackle our financial responsibility with some vision, and that certainly we can't fulfill the other obligations of the city or the council without first being sure that we're solvent. Feel committed to the potential of our downtown. While I agree that much of Kenmore is beautiful, I feel very hopeful that we will be able to redevelop some of the underutilized spaces in our downtown corridor to accomplish livability and housing and business walkability. I'm committed to the potential that those things bring. And I am very much hoping that we will be able to encourage those private landowners to work as partners with the city and development and design to create a 30-year vision. The council is very much a service position, service to our community, but it is also, I feel, the city's responsibility to provide an environment of care. Care for our residents, care for our environment, care for our future. And I feel strongly that, to the best of our ability, no one lets go of anyone's hand, and that we lift all boats, and that is the most of us, those with the most agency and those with the least agency. We need to be inclusive and thoughtful and proactive. Again, I'm grateful to be here, and I appreciate all of you.
Thank you so much for spending some time, obviously, thinking about this section and getting this rolling. All this, I think, if I lived in Kenmore, would be very inspirational, assuring to me. So thank you for doing that. Now on the agenda, we're going to turn our attention to, if I had to define this retreat in terms of major themes, this would be it. Really the financial and fiscal issues that are facing your city, many cities, but in your case, a particular scenario that we're going to hear about here in a minute. And I think I should say at the outset, I think there is an expectation that the council is going to give direction today relative to some of the key questions around that. So please keep that in mind. Whether you choose to finally do that, of course, it'd be up to you. But I think there's some contemplation that we're gonna need some direction from you in some of these key areas. With that, I'm thinking to turn Melinda to Stephanie, okay? This team.
Yeah, thank you so much, Michael, and I just want to say, I really appreciate the council and your opening remarks because it's really center us on the day and the work we have ahead of us. And as Michael said and others said, it is urgency to this information about our finances. And I just want you all to know it's an honor to serve as interim city manager, and leadership is sometimes doing hard things and bringing hard things forward. And when we ran the projections, which we had talked about doing through 2032, became really clear, really fast that we have a big challenge ahead of us. And I really appreciate what Councilmember Luz has said about, planning for the future starts today. And I think that's absolutely right. That's sort of theme for the day in my mind. And we are responsive to you. And this, what you asked for was, tell us more about what's happening with the federal government and all of these external forces, how those are impacting our finances. We're going to bring you that information. We're also going to remind you about the financial sustainability plan that the council adopted late last year and what was recommended in that plan and the time frame for those recommendations. And then also talk about how might we address the challenges that we're seeing and that shortfall that we're seeing. And it's quite dire when you look out to 2032, and it's our responsibility as staff to bring the facts to you and let you decide how you want to proceed as we go through the conversation today. We're not alone. As we heard literally Monday night when we had our joint meeting with Shoreline and Lake Forest Park, our neighboring cities talked about financial sustainability, financial challenges, how to pay the bills. And when I go to city manager meetings in the region, this is the topic we talk about every time. Who's going on for ballot measures this year? How are we, what councilmanic options are your councils considering? How are we moving forward through these uncertain and challenging times? And so we're not alone. And it's also our job to figure out and to bring to you the information and as a city to figure out what we do moving forward. So it's an honor to bring all this information to you today. I want to acknowledge the leadership team, how hard we worked as a team, but basically and we'll be jointly presenting a lot of this to you today, but it is really our finance administration director, who will start the day off with us and provide you with the memo that you asked for on our financial outlook. I'm going to turn it over to Melinda, and just appreciate you and everything that you're doing. And this is a lot on your shoulders to provide this information and run this session.
So good morning. We are not going to put this memo up on the screen since you all have it right in front of you. So if you just want to follow along in your books, it's tab 2, where we're at. And I just want to also tag on to what Stephanie was saying. And if you recall, last year we had brought forward a ballot measure that we decided not to move forward with. So that kind of put us a little bit behind the 8 ball in gathering revenues to move forward. And then the city manager proposed the 2024 in late 2024, his recommendation for the FSP, which includes more sources of revenue such as a Lynn Lift or NPD. So in thinking about that and then doing the additional projections, it's even becoming more imperative to make these decisions. So I just kind of want to preface with that information as we go into this memo. So given that we closed 2024 and we have a new budget for 2025, all that new information is now wrapped into the projection, as well as projecting out to 2032. So that is kind of the emphasis of the new information. Also, of course, there are a lot of things happening nationally that are impacting our costs. There's tariffs that are on and off and on and off. And so not really knowing how that really is going to impact our numbers. I think it was really important to focus on our tangible goods and figuring out, these costs could go up quite a bit. So that also was included in the creating these new projections. So with these new projections, we're showing to have a significant deficit beginning in 2029. And it looks like it's worsening through 2031 and 32, it drops quite significantly. So it's important for council to, again, take measures sooner than later to help us address this upcoming deficit. So again, in 2024, the city manager presented his recommendations, and if you look on page 2 of the memo, you can see that it didn't get printed, but at the top, it's 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. Those are the columns. So there was an MPD ballot measure suggested for 25, which would take effect in 27. There was also a public safety human services levy proposed for 26 that would start in 27. And then there's some CAVE and some other things happening. Some of these things we're doing, the picnic shelter revenue is in place. We're accessing the banked capacity for the property taxes. And we're doing cameras. So the big items here are either an MPD ballot and or a levy lift. So those are kind of the big items. There's also the transportation sales tax, which needs to be is a councilmanic decision, and then the public safety sales tax, which would go to voters. And then for expenditure strategies from the November recommendations, we're doing all of those things. And then funding the human services navigator and utility tax rebate is included in the budget. Those are costs that are included. You'll see later. If you look on page 3, where we were headed based on those initial assumptions in the bar chart, you can see that as of 2029, we're not meeting our reserve goal. And in order to get to that reserve goal, if you look on the next page, that chart includes a 6% levy lift, the public safety sales tax, transportation sales tax, a 5% MPD, plus the cost that I mentioned a minute ago. So all those included get us to where this projection shows, which shows us in the black through 2030.
Sorry, what did you say about the MPD? You said 5% MPD?
5%.
Okay.
5%. That was just to get it off. That was the original recommendation, just to get it started. And then as we need the money, we can grow it later. We can do up to 75 cents. An MPD. So that's where we were just a short time ago, not that long ago. That was November. So again, I have now updated the information with actuals, with the new budget information and forecasting for 2032. In order to do the forecast in 2032, though, I had to revise my assumptions. So historically, the assumptions have been 5% across the board for expenses, unless there's something specific that we know should be altered, maybe police, maybe insurance, that we have for our tort claims and whatnot. But mostly it's 5%. So we modified the 5% assumption. Also, there's a couple of revenue assumptions that were modified as well. So I'm going to go through those. So in case you guys have any questions, I want to make sure that's very clear in the model. I did, in order to do my expenditure projections, I broke apart labor and non-labor. I wanted to make sure that we are focusing on the tangible items. Non-labor we have more control over. So labor is held at the 5% that we normally do. And then the non-labor items I will speak to starting on page 5. On page 5, actually it starts with revenues. So the revenue assumptions mostly are the same. Property tax is increased 1.9% annually. Sales tax has traditionally been 3% in the model, but I've lowered that to 2%, just assuming that there might be some hesitation for buying goods and services from people if costs go up too high. They might be more reluctant to buy. The utility tax rates, all that is the same. the main thing that has changed is you see that, in the third bullet towards the end, it says cable is reduced 2% annually and telephone 5%. Telephone was being reduced, 2% and I bumped that up to 5 based on actions. So we're actually dropping faster than we thought. And then cable franchise fees in the next bullet are also, I dropped that to a 5% reduction each year from 2% historically. All the rest of the revenues are the same. I do have, what I feel are more conservative, investment interest forecasts. Yes.
Yeah, and I want to underscore what we're doing right now. So on the page 4.
Yep.
That was what we saw in November,
In November.
correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And on page 5,
Sorry, I
Is-
skipped over the graph, didn't I?
well, that's why I'm underscoring that. Is that correct? I mean, that's
Yes, I'm
correct.
sorry, I just.
Oh,
wanted to
no,
talk
that's
about the
fine.
Assumptions that are leading into that.
No, that's
Yeah.
fine.
Yeah.
And then the graph on page 5
Yeah. Yeah.
is altered,
Yes, based
right?
on these-
Well, and specifically, if you, and you are kind of doing this, if you could highlight the things that are changed in terms of assumptions. So some of these,
Yeah.
the property tax levy, for example, that assumption hasn't changed, correct?
In this.
So, oh, I mean,
Yeah,
that's,
no.
I guess that's what I'm
Let me go
asking.
back to that.
Yeah,
Let
yeah,
me go back to that.
yeah. If you
So
could
in
go
this
through
gra- in
each
this
one and
graph-
understand.
This graph at the top of 5, it is the new, so if you look at page 3, that's where the graph was headed, in November, right? So through 2030. In 5, that is the new graph going to 2032 with no strategies included. So this is purely just a projection of where we're headed with our current state. Assuming higher expenses than were assumed before, a little
Okay.
bit lower revenue than we assumed before, but no strategies.
Right, so 3, the graph on page 3 is similar.
Yeah,
Is
it's the same.
it's the graph with no strategies.
Yes,
The graph on page 4 was November, assuming strategies.
yes,
FSP strategies.
yes,
And then so we're almost comparing 3 and 5.
exactly.
Okay,
3 and
and
5.
could you, again, as you go through
Yeah.
this, could you highlight the assumptions that have changed?
Yep.
So property tax, I think, has not changed.
Exactly,
Okay,
exactly.
Yeah.
Yes, so property tax is the same. The main difference in the chart on page 5 for revenues is a 1% lower sales tax increase. And more sizable decreases in cable and telephone charges. That's the main change.
Based on
Thank you.
actuals.
Yes,
Based
based
on
on
better
so
information.
that's the revenue side.
That's the
Okay.
revenue. Those are the
Nice, thank
changes
you.
in revenue. All the
Thank
other
you.
ones are the same for revenue assumptions. So for expenditure assumptions, again, I said that all labor line items are anticipated to 5% increase annually, which is what we do traditionally. For the finance and administration department, I have pulled out those non-labor costs and have projected them to increase 12% in each of 27 and 28. So 12% in 27, 12% in 28, 8% in 29, and then another 8% in 30, and then 5% in both 31 and 32. So the reason for these much higher rates is because I looked back at our costs for our WCIA liability, tort claim, all those types of insurance, not health insurance, but our legal costs related to insurance. It has been averaging an increase of over 24% over 4 years. So each of those 4 years averaged over 24% increase. And the insurance cost makes up 39% of the finance budget. So it's a very large amount of the finance budget. And in fact, we just had a meeting, ironically, yesterday morning, we had the board meeting for the WCIA. And they were showing us a graph over the last 10 years, and that their costs have gone up 700% over the last 10 years. They also are now waiving, normally, if you want to get out of the cost pool, you have to give a 1 year's notice. They are waiving that this year in anticipation of when we get our what's the word, our projected cost for next year, that people may want to leave. And so they're allowing us to get out without giving 1 year's notice, which is really concerning. I don't know what that's gonna look like.
I mean, related to that, actually, are there other insurance options that we could be exploring?
Yeah, AWC and, I forget the name of the other one. There's two, ones that we are looking into as options, especially now knowing that we have kind of a better window to make a change. But yeah, now that I just heard that, I don't even know that my 12% is even gonna be a good.
I'd be just extremely interested in seeing, how it compares against other options, because we need to be exploring everything right now.
Also related. Would our fees increase? Let me see how I can ask this. I'm assuming that a reduction in enrolled cities would increase the load share for the remaining cities. So the more cities
Very likely.
leave, the higher the rates will be.
Yeah.
Yes. Is there any, and secondly, is there any precedent for cities self-insuring?
Not that I'm.
Not of our size,
Yeah,
big cities,
It has to be asked.
yeah.
King County and Seattle, they self-insure, but they have 12,000 plus employees, so very different.
Got hit with a judgment, we could get bankrupt.
Oh, I understand.
Yeah.
Just needed to be asked.
Yeah, the risk here is enormous and the costs are becoming enormous and it's very unsettling, actually.
So the bigger the pool of cities, the better off we would be on
Potentially,
potential.
but also, we're kind of small potatoes and so, how much burden are we taking on because we're being included with people who are having big payouts? I mean, I don't know if I'm a numbers person, but those actuaries,
No, it's great.
I can't follow any of that stuff, when you get reports, it's very, very confusing.
We need the insurance commissioner to make a small city joint underwriting association.
Bad idea. So that's a big hit in the finance department. Public safety, I've split them into two different categories, from items that potentially could be impacted by economic factors, items such as vehicles, uniforms, technology. Those are forecasted to increase 8% each year, 27, 28.
Which page are we on? I'm sorry.
Same page 6,
Okay.
next bullet down after non-labor for finance. 6%, 29, 30, and 5%, 31, 32. And then all other public safety costs are 7, 6, and 5%. And then, non-labor just generally across the board for all, the other departments is at 8%, 6%, and 5% in each of the bienniums. So, let's go back to the chart. So those are all these, yeah.
So again, can you speak to whether the assumption changed? It sounds like it
The
did.
assumptions were all 5% for expenses previously. Everything
Oh, got you.
was
Okay,
5%.
okay, thank you.
So now these are the new rates.
Okay.
So now if you look back at the chart, you can see we are, keeping ahead of our reserve goal, which is on page 5, through 28. And then in 29, we dropped significantly, and you can see that's a $3 million drop from 28 to 29. We have 5.1, in fund balance, and then we dropped to 2 million. And then we dropped to 2.1 million, so that's a $4 million drop. And then we dropped from 2 million to 7, and then from 7 to 13. So you can see how it's adding another million with each year because our expenses rise so much faster than our revenues. So that's just growing and growing, and we really need, this is why a lot of cities do the 6-year levy lid lift, right? Because you can get out about 5 or 6 years, maybe 7, before you need that new revenue source, and then you do another one. So that's why you kind of keep doing that, because you just can't keep pace with the expenditures otherwise.
So again, we're comparing graph 3 and 5, right? 3 to 5.
I'm just focusing on 5 right now, but yeah.
Right, but I mean, so fund balance on 3, page 3, is in the blue bars. Fund
Yeah.
balance on page 5.
Yep.
Is in the green line.
Yep.
So for example, in 2029, our fund balance is 2 million. Am I reading that correctly?
In the new, yes.
Yes, I'm sorry, on
Yep,
page
in the
5.
new chart, yeah.
Yeah. Compared with what it was, which was 3.8 in 2029. I'm just using that year as an example.
Exactly.
Okay, so
Yep.
we're all reading
Yep.
this the same.
Yep, that is
Okay.
exactly right, and that's a function of a little bit lower revenue.
Yeah.
And much higher.
Right.
So this is why it's really imperative, I mean, 2028 is now 3 years away. If we do an MPD, remember that takes a year before we get the money, so if we did went for, an MPD ballot measure in 26, we don't see those dollars until 28. Right, that's really close to this. If we do a levy lid lift in 26, we will see those revenues in 27. So we're running out of, runway to bring in more revenue. Getting really important. Next step, so obviously there's all these factors out of our control. We don't know exactly where we're headed. Doing something now and getting something in place, then obviously gives us more time to evaluate how we will really be impacted, to update our forecast and to know where we're headed. So it's important to give us some room to breathe and to have the revenues that we need to get us out further in our forecast. Yeah, so based on the expenses rising so much faster than our revenues, this is page 7, it's imperative we implement these recommendations that were approved by council and the FFP in November. So one critical item would be a ballot measure in 26 for either a levy lid lift or an MPD. Additionally, the transportation sales tax that was approved twice now should be implemented. That is a councilmanic option. Public safety sales tax, that is in the works now for King County. If King County gets that approved, then we will not be able to go for the 1%, but we will get a portion of those revenues. So I have included monies in the model either way. We should see revenues, whether we do it ourselves or we get money from King County.
With the public safety sales tax, again, I'm not a huge, our sales tax are far too high in the area, but with that and with King County going forward, I believe King County has the ability to go for 0.3%.
Probably, I think. that's
And they're opting, it sounds like, to take a third of that. Would that leave the other 0.2 open to us if we wanted to look at that?
If I remember correctly, once they do it, we cannot. Like I
So
remember.
include the other 2/3 of it?
Yeah, we lose out on that.
Like confirmation on that, but I appreciate
Yeah,
it.
yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what it was, but I will confirm that. Yeah, so that's all I have for the memo. Thank you for your great questions, Deborah, because, and I think it provided great clarity on what I was thinking. So thank you for that.
Pause just a quick second to make sure, do you have any other questions or comments or discussions on the material that was presented, Melanie?
And just a thought that crossed my mind, as we're looking at the projections that was on the sales tax revenue back in our function, from 3 to 2%.
Yeah.
Just for consideration. It's likely that consumer spending will be the same. It's just, we'll be spending more on things. So there may not be as much of a reduction in sales tax revenue with that in mind. Just something that kept going through my mind is more than likely, because we have to spend more, we're going to be probably paying that same amount of sales tax. Just-
Item.
Yeah, I also, I mean, what we're facing here is pretty, requires us to take more action than we normally have on this. And I think it's worth it for us to be willing to look at additional budget reductions also as part of this. I'm not sure what those are. I know that we have the auditors coming in and helping us with some work in the next.
That's the front desk, so that's not
Oh,
a larger,
that's one
that's
more,
just,
okay.
that's a
Fair
small
enough, thank you.
project.
But I do think we need to be taking a fine tooth comb to the budget also. Because this is not just a revenue issue. We need to be looking at both sides of the ledger on that.
And I would just love to, and absolutely thank you, Mayor, for that, and I do think the 13 million, there's no way to cut ourselves out
Yeah.
of that, right? And I think it's an and. We did take cuts in the last budget process, and we can talk about that, and we have talked about this a lot, like how would we approach cuts? And we're absolutely, that is something we can do, but it's a multi-month comprehensive approach. There are a lot of considerations, and it's really important to do that thoughtfully and with concern for people and the programs and all the, our community. There's a lot to that, but yes, we hear that and we've done that and would and continue to think about that.
Nathan?
I mean, I hear what you're saying. We can't cut our way out of this. I don't think any of us have said that. We also can't tax our way out of this. I think our residents are also feeling the brunt of tariffs and the other issues that are impacting them. So I've been, vocal about that in our meetings as, in agreement with the mayor here, that we also need to look very closely at everything. Look if there's redundancies or partnerships, whatever we can to improve, whatever we can. I think we have to, we can't just rely on new revenues entirely. It's just, it won't.
Valerie?
Two things. One, I'm not sure if it's legal for me to ask about the impact of losing our largest employer in the city, what that financial impact would be.
I don't, it's too
It's too soon to
I
know.
don't have
We don't know what that
report now.
timeline would be.
But yeah.
But that is another mark on the negative.
Absolutely.
And then the second thing is really just a reflection. I want to say that I heard Councilmember O'Kane very clearly when she gave her introductory remarks about shifting Kenmore to business revenue and I also want to just articulate that that is a long-term vision. And that won't, given our current infrastructure, that wouldn't even begin to impact us in the positive until after 2032, I think, given that there's building that needs to happen and all those things. I think that is a long-term vision for our city. And that in the short term, we're gonna have to make uncomfortable decisions today. And I also want to thank you for the role that you're playing, because it's not easy to be who you are. You could be in your role today, to be in your hot seat. You're doing a good job, so thank you for it.
Deborah, then Melanie.
Yeah, I want to chime in on a couple points. Yeah, I agree. I mean, that the business piece wouldn't get us out of this hole, but I do feel like I think all of these options are both ands. I do want us, and I've said this before, and I've haven't liked me for it, but I do think we should consider, business participation of BNO. And I do, I know technically this is not a budget year, but I would like to see us do the expenditure exercise that we go through during a budget year of looking at each department collaboratively and seeing if there is a way, what would, looking at those concentric rings of core versus, what is it, core, basic, can't remember the names of them, enhanced, yeah. What's in that enhanced? What's particularly, what would it look like if we started chipping away? I don't want to do that. Some of my favorite things that we've accomplished in the last few years are in that section. But I also feel compelled to do that, given what we're seeing. So that would be my hope, that we go through that exercise. But we also, it's all of it. It's cuts, it's revenue enhancement in a variety of ways.
Yeah, and I do echo, we do have to look at what our core mission is as a city and make sure that we're meeting those bottom line goals. It is a both and. I think it's incredibly important that we not miss the vision, the long-term vision. And not forget that immediately upon having people building and creating in our city, our tax revenue increases. So it's not so short-term when we have the opportunity for people to come here. When we have funds and revenue coming in, whether it be through Conservation Futures Grant to do the work down on Lake Point, we have businesses coming in to do that work and they are served and they ultimately feed our revenue stream. So let's not forget that development actually at the long and the short term and long term for the much bigger picture, that we do need to be focused on what we can get activated sooner than later. The long-term vision, why we have to focus on it today, even though we're in the hole. Everyone's in the hole. We're not alone, but where we can stand out is looking to where we want to go and making sure we get there. We're not special in being in the hole. Everyone is. We are being starved by our economic system. What are we going to do to make it happen here that we can be financially sound city into the future? We're going to have to go through it. Everyone is. But what's going to make us different is our vision and making sure that we feel it, know it, and are going to make it happen. So I just want to really tie us that piece. And I, in my own life, have a very hard time looking 3 years ahead or even tomorrow. But as a council, our duty is that. So let's keep eye on the prize and not understand the value of the focus and vision that we can provide our city, which the people who founded our city had. We must continue that. We must reevaluate and have it. Here we are. Where are we going? It does make a difference. We can't live in fear. Everyone's in fear right now. We must focus on where we're going and have faith in that we can.
Any other comments or questions?
I just wanted to comment and remind council that we did, as part of the exercise for budget last fall, Rob had committed to $100,000 cut for us to cut. And does anyone remember how much I brought forward? Over, close to $400,000. We actually, when I actually did a quick summary of all the areas that we reduced our costs, it was almost $400,000 that we ended up cutting. So we take that very seriously. We didn't just like, oh, 100, we're stopping, you know what I mean? Like, we all looked, we all came up with areas that we reduced our budget. So I just wanted to reiterate that that is something that we are looking at, you know, as we go through our own department budget.
Anything else from the presentation side? Stephanie, the initial.
So the next item, so we are going to present recommendations from the plan sustainability plan, and this was the adopted plan, was adopted last year. The actual FSP document is in your packet, but the slide deck is where we're going next.
Yeah, which is
So
after the second goal.
yeah, and it's just sustainability plan update. End of tab 2. Middle of tab 2. There's 2 different presentations. So this one says financial sustainability plan update.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So um, this is connecting into what, I just presented. So, as I mentioned, we took what was presented in November 2024 and, made the updates based on, you guys find it? So again, just bringing forward what was just presented and, talking about how these changes impact, the work of the FSP. And, reminding you that, the November 2024 recommendations were adopted. And yeah, and so why are we here? We felt it was very important to, do the update, as I mentioned, providing the actual, the new budget, extending it to 2032, and taking into consideration is this, current economic state and how that might impact us fiscally. As I mentioned, normally we have a 5% assumption for expenses, but we needed to revise that, as I mentioned a minute ago. So this is just showing you what was recommended in the 2024 task force, and the gray means it's already been implemented. So those things highlighted gray. Those things in yellow are basically under consideration. On this chart, you will see different levels of levy lifts at 8 cents, maybe 16 cents. And then CAPE are just items that we're not talking about specifically because it doesn't have a direct impact to the general fund. So I'm focusing on general fund activities. The CAPE that has its own fund. So here are some more of those recommendations. Again, yellow are items that are under consideration. And you can see in this slide, again, more levy lift or NPD items, but also those costs that we have included in the model, which is the utility tax rebate program and the human services caseworker program. And just to remind you, because you mentioned this, Deborah, that those are considered enhanced services. And so those are included here. So if I take them out, then that's reducing the burden of expenditures. So just letting you know that that is in the model right now.
Thank you.
So here is what is remaining for basically what is being included in the model that I'm presenting. So a levy lift or an NPD. This just shows at 24 cents, the amount would be 1.68 million. The transportation sales tax and the public safety sales tax increases, the 460,000, and then the costs associated.
Excuse me, Melinda, I think, are you taking questions in the middle of this or Nathan had a quick?
Absolutely.
Okay,
So just really quickly clarifying question about the 24 cents there. Is that for both the levy lift and the NT?
Yeah, it's gonna be the same either way. Whatever cents we decide, it's gonna generate the same amount of money.
Because I know that we've been talking about a 5-cent MPD.
Yeah, that was in November.
It was in November, okay.
So what is this MPD then? What,
We can set any amount we
well,
want.
no, to generate the 1.6, is that still the 5
It's
cents?
24
It's
cents.
a 24-cent MPD.
Oh, got you.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's 24 cents.
This is either or, not both in.
Right.
okay.
Melanie,
So on the levy list, I mean, we do have something or MPD, but we're also talking about a public safety ballot measure too down the line, right? With that kind of in here, is that completely separate?
The public safety levy lift.
Yeah,
So that could be what this is. So
what the
this-
MPD is. So I just wanted to clarify this for the council. Whatever it is that we go to the voters for that
Yeah.
levy lift, it doesn't have to be MPD or it could be
Correct.
both.
Yes.
I didn't hear
Right,
any
right,
of
right.
in that language.
Yeah,
I just
thank
wasn't sure
you.
if it was a 24-cent levy lift versus a 5-cent.
I think it's,
Yeah.
it's kind of the minimum that's gonna get that revenue.
Right.
And again, this
right,
is
right.
November 2024. We are gonna get to options and show you different levels, different amounts.
Yep.
That's coming.
And it could be, you know, we decide to go for a levy lift at 12 cents year X and then 12 cents of an NPD year Y. I mean, we could do any number of things, but this, a 24-cent ballot measure will get us 1.6 million dollars. The transportation sales tax will get us 460, the public safety 460, and then the two costs of 200 and 170.
Valerie,
I just need a reminder for myself and for the public. Can you remind me who is eligible for utility tax rebate? What's that eligibility for like? That's seniors,
It will be low income.
low income,
Qualified
and
senior
seniors, yes.
schools. We'll likely be pairing it with an existing utility rebate program is my goal. So that folks could qualify, for example, the PSC rates, and they get an additional. I think the goal is $200, which is what we believe most folks are paying in these additional taxes that we've added. And so pair that for an efficiency within those programs. We'll be issuing RFP in the next quarter, next few months for an external partner to administer that.
Deborah?
And if the home, what I think it's called the home program, federal home program, the heating assistance program goes away, which is proposed. I mean, that's the same population, right? Yeah,
Yes.
so it's, there would be even more
Yes.
need in that population for this. Yeah, I just want to underscore that. And-
That will impact that.
Right, so then, but my other question was, and I know this isn't an exactly easy thing to answer, Melinda, but what is the amount, in the amount column that we're kind of looking for to fill the gap? And I know that it rolls in different years, so I know that that's not an easy question to answer, but can you just sort of walk us through what we're
Coming.
looking for? Oh, I'm sorry, I'm sorry.
More coming.
Okay.
Promise you.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a great question.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, so again, you saw this before, this was the November forecast of where we were headed without any assumptions. So no assumptions, no strategies, sorry, old assumptions. Where we were, you saw that already.
Right.
So, and then this was with budget strategies, from November. So again, you've seen all that. So here is the May, chart again, the update that shows us really dropping in 2029 and again, going, from 3, 4, 5, 6 million, significant trajectory of decline. These are just some of the assumptions that are on this chart. And the full breakdown I went through from the memo. Any new questions on this chart? So if we did a 24-cent levy lift, if you get 24-cent MPD, okay, but 24 cents, either levy lift or MPD, that would cost taxpayers $240 annually, assuming $1 million valuation of their home. Or $20 a month. This also includes the 1% transportation sales tax, the 1% public safety sales tax, and the continuation of those costs that I mentioned for the utility tax and the human services navigator. So if we did that, you can see that gets us through 2030. It gives us, it's not quite as bad in 2031, but then obviously it still is on that significant trajectory down. Right, because again, the revenue comes in and then it's held at a certain rate. It can only be increased at a lower 1% rate, and the expenses are growing much faster than that. So that's why it starts to tank so quickly. That's for the 24-cent levy lift. Here's a 30-cent levy lift. So this gets us through 2031. It would be $300 annually on $1 million home. It has all the same parameters that I just showed you. So it doesn't quite get us out through 2032. It would give us time to evaluate where we're headed, right? Where I've made a lot of, what I think are kind of aggressive assumptions. So we'll give us time to reevaluate, you know, our true trajectory as time passes.
And we'll show you a 35-cent option later that is the answer to your,
Yeah.
where,
5
what would it
cents.
really take is the answer that,
Yes.
this like teaser 35 cents. You'll see that in the
Yes,
next
that's
presentation.
That's for 1 year.
Other questions on that update?
I was just gonna say, I mean, again, I really want to reemphasize it. Biggest assumption of all with this, that passions. That's
Yes.
always a big concern for me. I mean, I was just reading yesterday how Breyer's public safety levy failed last week. So it's not 100%. I mean, even if you're just putting it for public safety and, you know, something core, it's not guaranteed. That does bring me concern too. So.
Which is another reason you're gonna see pros and cons, but that's another reason to take action sooner than later, because if it doesn't
Yes.
pass, how do we regroup and submit something that will pass?
And just to make sure I understand this, so the phasing in of this, the levy lid lift or MPD type of thing would be on the ballot in 26 in this assumption, which will go into effect 27, except for an MPD takes longer than
Takes
that.
another 8, yeah,
So,
exactly.
but the assumption is the same? That doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
It's, the revenue comes in later. This is showing, these charts are showing it coming in 27.
So if it were an MPD.
These are
it
showing
would
it coming in the
worse.
next year.
So 11 lift is what
Yeah.
these are showing,
Yeah.
so it'll be when you're delayed.
It would just shift that trajectory.
All right.
Did we have
Okay.
a graphic of that timeline that suggests?
Yeah. Because the
Um,
MPD would
MPD.
behave differently.
This
It
is,
would,
this is the levy lid lift, so what would happen is the 8.5.
Okay.
It needs to move.
Sorry. I don't know, we're too stiff.
Yeah.
I think it's break time.
Stand up. Stress.
So it's in essence gonna be the same type of chart. I don't have that here, but basically what's gonna happen is in 27, instead of it going up to 9.6, it's gonna go down. And then
Oh,
it's gonna
but
shift
then it
at a
would go
lower
up.
level and come
Okay.
back down.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
so it's in essence gonna be the same, but it's just gonna
Okay.
start at a lower level.
And just to, okay,
Yes.
so the ballot measure, regardless of what it is, shows up in 26.
Yeah.
The transport, in your model here, the transportation shows up in 27 on the ballot. Okay, that's, I mean, to Councilmember Lucis's point.
It's not a ballot,
This
it's
is
a councilmanic.
Oh, that's true, right,
Yes.
and then the public safety is a ballot measure.
Yeah.
That
So-
shows up in 28 on the ballot.
Yes.
Okay,
And, or
In this
actually, it
month.
would be the revenue coming in, the 27,
No,
28 is when the revenue comes in. So transportation, you would approve it in 26 for the revenue to start in 27, public safety would get approved in 27 for revenue to start in 28. So those
Okay.
dates there are when the revenue starts.
oh, got you, okay. Okay,
Okay. Yeah, I just need to restate from previous meetings that I have real concerns around us bumping up sales tax. And I would like to see that folded into the assumptions on on the rebate program, because sales tax is the most regressive option that we have, I think. And it hits poorer folks more than it hits other folks, because all of their income gets spent on goods and services and housing. So if we are going to go that route, I really think we need to factor that in and possibly increase the rebate program, to some degree, to reflect that. Because otherwise we're really putting the burden on balancing our budget on the folks who need support to help us out with that. And that's something I think makes sense too. Also recognizing the state has very much tied our hands on what revenue sources we can and can't go after, and all of our options, are less than ideal, so.
Deborah?
And just because I asked for it earlier, many months ago, what would a BNO bring in?
Based on some rough estimates that I did leading up to this meeting.
Yeah.
I'm projecting about $200,000 annually, not a lot,
No.
and we would need either people to help with it, because I've read and been told that it is very time consuming to do that work. And or some software, don't know how much it would cost to help process it. So there would be software costs and potentially staffing costs that it doesn't seem like it would really help. We just don't have as big of a base here.
Well, no, I understand that. I'm just, you know, to
Yeah.
the mayor's point, it's like,
Yeah.
I don't really want to do a sales tax if we can at all avoid it. And I do feel like participation of all of the
Yes.
folks and businesses also that, you know, are part of our community. But I mean, that sounds like it's barely going to be above cost neutral. So that's disappointing. Yeah.
Good.
Well, you were talking, Melinda, I was looking through the MSB report, and in there, they said that, you know, was estimated at $400,000.
That's what Rob said, but
Okay,
I did my own calculation.
okay, just wanted to cross check, because I had
Yep.
seen one number.
Yeah, because he gave me that number, but I did my own calculation.
You are the finance person, so.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think he kept saying he was basing his on shoreline. It's like, you can't base ours
No.
on shoreline. Estimate. Like, I ran the numbers, so. And can I also just mention, I don't have a chart for this, sorry, but, enough that this is good or bad, but we are at, Kenmore, 10.2% with our local and state combined, right, 10.2%. Mill Creek is at 10.6. Shoreline is at 10.4. Lake Forest Park is at 10.3. Bothell is the combination because they're both in King County and Snohomish, 10.2 in King County, 10.5 in Snohomish. Linwood is 10.6, Mukilteo is 10.6, and Briar's 10.5. So we're 10.2. Just letting you know, I know it's concern, it's a valid concern, but just letting you know, we're on the low end compared to all of our neighbors.
Deborah, then Melanie.
Another provocative question, which I think we talked about before. If we legalized gambling like we had before with our card room, and of course you restricted based on, you know, camping near schools and, you know, all the things that we had in place before. So you end up with a card room, and I know that they're not that interested in starting it again. Just saying, what would that bring in with a gambling
Oh, I have
tax?
no idea what that'll bring in.
Because
I
it
don't
used
know,
to
but I
bring
would
in
say-
hundreds of thousands,
Yeah, I would say
many
that
hundreds of
a
thousands.
little bit of gambling money from pull tabs and whatnot is sizable to me for the small amount that we have here, and it is growing. So it is something that is on the upward trajectory, so. I agree that it is impossible.
It used to bring in upwards of $1 million. And that was, what, 15, 20 years ago. So, yeah. Just saying.
Okay. We're really close to break time. Is this a logical
Absolutely.
spot? Okay,
Because we have- yep.
all right, let's take 15 minutes and then get up and walk around and please.
Yeah, too.
I know that.
Okay. Back, we'll move now to the next presentation. I think Stucky's gonna do this, covering the financial sustainability plan and some recommendations and other related topics. So,
Absolutely. So now we're on item C, they're setting the stage. And I did want to give a brief Lake Point update before we get into these slides. Mayor Herbig and I did have a meeting this week with the new president of Pioneer Towing and their attorney. And she's new in the role and has a lot of learning curve with Gary Sargent was, the late Gary Sargent was leader in that organization for such a long time, and she's coming in fresh. And so it was a good meeting, a good conversation. We talked about where we're at. We talked about this retreat, that we were having this conversation. We've been having these conversations, showed some renderings that have been, we've all seen, and showed those to her. And it was a good conversation. We agreed to get back together with her this summer. And then also to watch the Parks and Open Space levy and see how that goes. We're all looking for a good outcome on that as we look forward, look ahead. So I think that was the summary of the conversation, and look forward to continuing to work with her and her new role as she gets kind of her sea legs under her. We agreed that we would continue to talk with them. Mayor, do you want to add anything else to the conversation?
Oh, it was just good to meet kind of the new folks that are there and try to build that relationship as we try to move forward with what we had been working on with Mr. Sargent last year. So yeah, I think we have a good start, and we will continue working on that.
and then Valerie.
And we were fairly far along in trying to get a purchase and sale. I mean, it was all but signed. And so I'm wondering what we think about that, with respect to this new owner. I mean, is there any concerns about that? Is the parks levy, are they looking at it being contingent on the parks levy? Can you give us any more flavor? And maybe you can't, and that's okay.
We didn't get deep into those conversations.
Okay.
They're still doing a lot of, it was very much a one-person operation
Right.
for a very long time. And it was a one-person operation with somebody who did the computers. So there's been a lot of, work that's had to be done, I think, on their end to kind of get their affairs in order and figure out where they stand on everything. And yes, I wouldn't say that things are contingent on the levy, but I think having those funds certainly doesn't hurt the continued negotiations. But yeah, I don't think we're starting from scratch, but I also don't think we're starting from where things were in December. So because it's folks who were not involved in the conversation previously having to have a conversation with a lot of other folks who were involved previously.
And is the lawyer also different?
No, it's the same lawyer.
Oh, same lawyer, okay.
It's the
so
same lawyer, but
lawyer,
it turns
okay.
out that he and Rob, turns out that Gary was not sharing like there was a lot of just kind of stuff happening that the lawyer wasn't totally up to speed on, I don't think. So there's a lot of getting up to speed that everybody has to get on that side of things. And it took them longer. It took them a while. So they're still working through it. So.
Valerie?
From the city's perspective, is the letter of intent that we had in the works, is that sort of standing and pending, or do we need to look at changing that?
I mean, I think that would be the next conversation that we need to have with these folks, because that's what we were working towards, was the LOI.
From the city's perspective, are we just holding firm until she comes up to speed for the time being?
Yeah, I don't think we're doing anything with it. I mean, I think we would start with where we
Where we left off.
believe things were left. I mean, the other problem too is we literally in the last few months have had both the principals who were negotiating leave their respective organizations.
Yeah.
So we had Rob leave and then Mr. Sargent passed away. So starting over with new bargaining partners is also a whole thing. So.
Any other questions or comments there?
Okay, so now we'll turn to the next presentation in the packet, the 2026 ballot measure options to address the operational funding needs. And just before we begin, I just want to say we really appreciate the conversation that's happened so far, the thoughtful discussion, the questions, the work that we did in advance was, thinking carefully about what kinds of questions you might ask and trying to be prepared to answer those, and hope that shows. So what this presentation will do is we'll get to the heart of the matter, and we will get into some of the details. We've seen the urgency of the situation, and you'll see that again, and then you'll also see options, both the Metropolitan Park District option and also the levy lid for public safety services. So as we move into that, I just want to reiterate again that we feel that this is our leadership responsibility to bring this information to you as a council and to share with you where options for discussion and deliberation. And it's just important that we acknowledge the reality of the situation, and we have worked hard to try to, as best we can, project and address the future with a lot of uncertainty and a lot of movement and changing things out of our control. It's a constant, and it's also, we feel sound in our assumptions and that we've worked hard on that. So what we'll do is just center back on the FSP recommendations, and then we can also talk about contingency plans. And we have been thinking about this. I mean, this is, the idea, we've expenditure pods and cuts. We've talked about this in one-on-ones. We've been talking about this as a leadership team. And it's an and we know that. And also without moving into new revenues, the $13 million number is very sobering when you look at 2032. I think we're all leaning into that and see the importance of knowing this now, so there's time to act and rectify that situation. And so here we are, just pointing out again, when you look at the year over year, it's a $3 million shortfall, then it's a $4 million shortfall, and then it's a $5 million shortfall, and then it's a $6 million shortfall. We felt strongly it was important to show you through 2032, given that it's already 2025. 7 years goes fast, and it's a big problem to solve, a big puzzle to solve, and so it's important to bring this information to you now. We talked about this before, and you might remember this slide from a year ago. We presented to council, but this is also the way we're thinking about this. That it's a puzzle. There are many moving parts. There are cuts. There are councilmanic options. There are ballot measure options. All of those are part of the budget puzzle, and all of it does, even those small things, make a difference and contribute small revenue increases or cuts. All of those make a difference in this direction that we're heading, and hoping that it helps to slowly solve the problem. There's no silver bullet. If there was, and there was an easy one, we would have already done it. And if there was one big thing we could do, we would be doing it. And so that's the challenge, is that it's complicated and there are multiple moving parts and pieces here. And it really is all about financial sustainability in the long term for the city, and knowing that it really is a big challenge ahead of us, and we are ready and equipped to deliberate and find a way to address it. I'll turn it over to Melinda to just review again the FSP task force recommendation.
So again, this is what was presented to you in November. So as of November 2024, it was recommended to have a formation of NMED with a two-phase approach, starting out small at 5 cents, and then later adding more to the NCD as we move to our proposal. Also, for 2027, to take effect in 28 would be either public safety or public safety human services levy lid lift that would need to be approved by voters, and then a 1.0 public safety sales tax increase approved by voters in 27.
Deborah.
And I probably should have asked this earlier. So it's struck us, I think, when we met with Shoreline and LFP, that, they are, well, particularly Lake Forest Park is interested in what happens at Lake Point. It's very close to them. And if you look, if you do a bullseye around Lake Point, Kenmore is not the only community that will benefit, right? It's regional, and that's why King County is, put in their parks measure funds for Lake Point, for example. But it takes more than that to make it happen. And we are looking at this Metropolitan Parks District. Well, my question is, can an MPD be more than just one city? And yeah, because we know kind of, like NPRSA, North Shore Park and Recreation Service Areas, traces the boundaries of multiple cities. We already have an existing, apparently dormant, a similar structure with Lake Forest Park, which frankly, I didn't even know about, and we've never talked about in the years I've been on council.
No, that, excuse me, Councilor Sherby, so
so-
what we found out at that meeting, and that
Yeah.
was news to me too, was that Shoreline and Lake Forest Park have a dormant MPD.
Oh, Shoreline and LF.
Not-
Oh, gotcha.
I had
Okay.
never heard that before until that meeting. I thought
Yeah.
that was fascinating. and
Okay,
they
I thought we
talked
were part
about
of that.
what they
Okay.
don't know.
But still, the point is, sounds like it, this type of mechanism can be more than one city. So that's question one. I think the answer is yes. And then question corollary is, does it have to, scribe exactly to some other existing boundaries, like city boundaries? Can it be an artificially created, circle, basically?
It can't be for a specific project. It can be project based, so. if
Yeah,
it's just
okay.
Like, but then that would be just like.
Oh, and you have to actually tie it to that
I mean,
project. Okay, which makes
unless you
sense.
wanted all the other cities to have some kind of say in Kenmore.
Operations,
Parks.
right? Yeah, right. Got you. Well, but I mean, but the big chunk of that is because we would be thinking about Lake Point. So at least that's my understanding of why we were leaning into the MPD mechanism. But
Well, if you recall, we had presented before that, the two big expenses that we have are are obviously police, but also parks costs. And so an MPD can help us cover parks expenses, in the general fund, and then, the public safety obviously can help cover the police costs. So that was part of the.
so the 24 cents would really be it wouldn't be. I guess I'm a little confused. It
Yes.
would be
It would
just
be-
our operations
Yes.
in those areas.
Exactly.
So if we wanted to support something around Lake
Right.
Point that needs more funds,
Right.
we would have
Can't
to
go up to
go.
75 cents. So
Okay.
if we wanted to.
Yeah,
get more
beyond the 24 cents. So the 24 cents is,
operational.
okay, all right.
And I think you just answered it, I'm just out there. So if the $15 million, if the parks levy passes and we get that $15 million from King County for Lake Point, would that defer our need to implement a higher rate than 5 cents towards Lake Point? Would that go somewhere else? So like, say if we were to pass an NPD at 5 cents or up to 25 cents, which is I think what we had one model here. That maybe we put in 40 cents or 75 cents, whatever amount that we want to have our cap be, whatever our cap is, we have to go to people to say what the cap is, and then who raise it, we have to go to them again. So let's just say we put let's just say 25 percent. Beautiful. So what you're saying is MPD. I just really want to be clear on this, because if we got that extra 15 million, that would defer our need to increase from 5 cents to higher.
So I think it's important to make sure we're talking about the same thing. So what we are bringing forward today is an NPD to help with operations, right? So we're not talking about an NPD for Lake Point. Okay, because Lake Point is kind of in this space now. So could additional grants and funding help lower the need for going to voters related specifically to Lake Point? Yes, it could. But right now, the focus is really on how do we make sure we keep our operations where they're at and not have to make significant cuts, $3 million cost operations.
Yeah, and for clarity, I think I brought it up earlier. As we go down the line, as we're looking at this, I think I'm kind of a more than one ballot measure look at this. And I'll probably talk about the emphasis on where I feel MPD and public safety go, or how we go to the people.
Yeah.
Later, so I won't hold on to this, but it's a both and. So when I talk, I just wanted to have that framework, that that's where I'm coming from.
Valerie?
Per usual, 2 questions. One is, could you give an idea about what which ballot cycle are we talking about? Would this go on the ballot in the?
Yeah, well,
No, but not the year, but the
Yes,
actual.
Yeah.
That's coming up.
Coming
Okay,
up.
that's coming up. All right. And then my second question is, are we talking exclusively about a single ballot measure? Or are we talking about a cycled 6-year levy lift?
That's coming up.
Like other states? Okay.
Another challenge.
Okay.
Yeah. Very good.
I guess I do have one more thing I want to say, and this is completely random and offside, and it's mostly for the public, which is that we have residents who are pretty convinced that city council members make a really good salary. And I just want to be clear with the public that we are stipend, that we have a stipend, that we're not, this isn't a living wage that your city council makes. Us cutting that would make very little difference. I felt the need to say that.
Okay.
Thank you. And so,
Just one more.
okay.
I just,
Oh,
oh,
Deborah.
just a quick question, clarification. I think what is it, about 10,000 or 11,000, something like that a year? Oh, is it up to 13? Okay, so it is a little, but very little. But my question was, because we mentioned that King County might be going for the public safety. Do we know what cycle they're looking at to be on the ballot?
I don't know.
I don't know. That's a good question.
Yeah.
They've considered it, they're in the budget cycle right now and looking at all sorts of options. No.
No.
That has to go to
It's
voters.
the-
And so
it's
that's
the
part of it,
six.
is that they have the open space parks, but they have other things.
I
They
know,
have the
I know.
AHA,
Well, that's why I'm
different
asking
systems
that
already
question.
this year.
Yeah.
So I think that's part of, there's a larger question about timing on all of this.
Yeah, and I did just look that up, so Nigel, to your question, if the King County can go up to 3%. If.
0.3%.
Sorry, 0.3%. If they go to 0.3%, then we can't do anything. If they go to 0.1 or 0.2, we can still go for 0.1%.
We get, I think, 40% of whatever they collect.
Yes,
That's right. It's
Yeah.
40%.
it is. I just looked that up. Yeah,
Of the,
they keep 60 and then they distribute 40
to all,
to the
Based on-
cities based
Per
on.
capita.
Yes,
yeah,
exactly, it's
okay.
a
Yes.
formula based on population.
Yeah.
So it's still
Yeah.
sort of one or the other. It's still based on Kenmore's population.
So yes, we would be able to still go if they did not capitalize on 0.3%.
And I wanted to follow up on Councilman Shrubnik's question about whether or not, how the area can be defined, it can be,
Oh.
and whether multiple jurisdictions can be governed by that. And the answer is yes, you can have multi-jurisdictional MPDs. Typically, if the area is touching, if the voters in the area approve of the formation, and then specifically if each jurisdiction passes a resolution or is included in the process. The underlying additional consideration, though, is the governing structure of the MPD. Because if you have multiple jurisdictions, it's clearer and more confined with a single jurisdiction, because you can have an ex officio governing body or council to govern that. Otherwise, it would have to be elected positions, and you're not guaranteed a spot. So that's
Right, I mean, NPRSA, I think, is like that. Yeah, okay.
We'll head into some more details about these different options that we're presenting, but just reiterating that this is a call to action. We are facing a more challenging financial picture than we had anticipated when the initial FSP task force convened and created these recommendations. And so to move toward financial sustainability through 2020 or 2032, we do recommend that we take the steps that were outlined by the financial sustainability plan and pursue one or of two ballot measures, either the Metropolitan Park District or a public safety and human services funding measure, which we'll go into more detail next. And of course, we'll continue to explore the reduction of expenses and other.
So there is no perfect time to go for a ballot measure. I think the conclusion, based on the picture, is that we need to go to the ballot sooner rather than later. There are obviously pros and cons with doing so, and those are outlined on why. The recommendation is to go for a measure in November of 26 due to the likelihood of higher voter turnout for that election. We feel that the community engagement that occurred in 2024 showed a level of support for either a public safety or a park measure. That was those surveys done as part of Love Where You Live. It's a recommendation of the financial sustainability plan. And also, I think this has been mentioned earlier, that if there is a no in 2026, there then does leave time to sort of pivot and figure out other options, potentially for a future ballot measure, to still put that on the ballot and hopefully get that passed before those lines cross, as you've seen. It's also been pointed out that for an NPD, that the funds, there is a delay on getting funds of a year, and that's not the same case with a levy lift. There are cons, again, this was brought up in the presentation of financial sustainability. It is a very uncertain vote climate, and there's no guarantees that a bond measure will pass. I mentioned that the delayed funding related to an NPD, there is a cost for a ballot measure. You're probably looking between $40,000 and $50,000 just to put a measure on the ballot. Could there be ballot fatigue? I've mentioned that neighbors are going out for ballot measures, or other agencies are going out for ballot measures. That's a potential con. And I think the most con thing is that if you don't go out for a ballot measure, this will mean drastic cuts. And I think we've kind of come to the conclusion that you can't cut your way out of this, and it needs to be all the things that were in that previous slide. It's a puzzle. You need the revenue, you need cuts, you need the council manning.
We're gonna talk about the Metropolitan Park District ballot measure. The NPD ballot measure would create a dedicated funding source that can be used for both park operation and park development. NPD funding would work similarly to how the surface water fund operates, dedicated to both surface water maintenance and capital. So I guess, I know sounds like there's a little bit of confusion, but I think the overarching message that we are trying to convey today is that going out for NPD ballot measure would help the general fund and provide more flexibility for us. So it's freeing up dollars to spend elsewhere, essentially. It could cover ongoing and increasing costs to maintenance in parks and facilities. It could cover capital improvements and additional ongoing maintenance costs of those improvements. It could support habitat restoration efforts in our parks. And it could also provide a potential funding mechanism for park expansion and improvements that could include the development and maintenance of a park at Lake Point.
Ever.
And just to be clear, there's a lot of coulds, right? But these coulds, we're talking about the general fund. These are coulds that we're already projecting to need, right? I mean, these are not, yeah, okay. So these are things we plan to do already that would come out of the general fund that could, if passed, be shifted to this other fund. It's all taxpayer. I mean, just to be clear, it's all taxpayer money. So we're relieving our general fund by creating this other fund, but these are all things that we plan to do. So, okay, just want to underscore that. So similarly, you know, we have other funds that we're not talking about here. For example, SWIMS, that is helping to support public works operation, right? So, and there's, you know, at the moment, we have a Lake Point fund. I mean, we have several other funds that we're not talking about here, but any of which we could maybe think about are there ways to further relieve our general fund? I don't know, by, through those mechanisms, but I don't know.
Hello?
I think I'm gonna pause on, I think we talked about this at the last retreat, I'll go ahead and come forward with it. It's kind of tagging into what you're saying. If we set up the MPD, not at the full balance of the work, that it would cover, I would say a lower amount, would we bring some operating funds into the MPD that cover parks as well? So, and we have our current budget, that's in our operating budget for our parks. The things that fit within that. My understanding last year when we looked at it was we're creating an MPD to hold that work, and there might be, you know, some of that budget transferred in. Is that correct? I mean, we have at least that option. It's not necessarily a full savings if we don't fully fund the Parks District at 25 cents. But there is work that will need to be done regardless of the Parks District. So I just kind of wanted to kind of make sure that we were thinking in like the level of options that we can look at as we're looking at ballot measures. Because I personally see an importance to having a Metropolitan Parks District. I also find meeting the funding gap to be very important. And I also want to be successful when we go to the voters. So I'm saying this early. I have said this 2 times already, probably maybe 2. I'm seeing 2 measures likely. And for us to really start giving consideration to what the framework is for the highest potential of success to get the funds from our community to keep us afloat. So that's kind of where I'm going. So the real question is, create an MPD. There are operations in our operating budget. I know we want to save money by doing this, but is it 100% of those operations that you're expecting to move into the MP? I mean, stay in operations budget, fully put up here, or is there potential of maybe moving some over and having a little bit lower savings on the operations budget side?
Sure, but I think what is, I would like to clarify is, it's not like we're transferring money from one to the other. So it's just creating a fund that has several possibilities. And right now, we're not, you know, the options are still available. It's not like we're saying, oh, do this for maintenance or do this for Lake Point. It's like, you could do any number of those things at any level that you choose. It's just that those funds can only be spent on parks. And so that's what's kind of unique about the MPD compared to the other levy. And then you could create this long-term, funding source for parks, maintenance, operation, and capital. That could be, it's not like, it's a little different than the levy. So, I guess that's a big thing. And when I say freeing up money in the general fund, yes, depending on the level of that you're going out for MPD would determine whether or not that could sustain existing operations versus, oh, it's sustaining only a portion, which would still, you would still be funding that out of the general fund. So it's kind of like,
I like how you frame that. I think it does meet what I was trying to find in my brain. So thank you. So we could do a small amount and dedicate that to like creating parking lots and parks. I'm making that up. Okay, pulling weeds in parks. We'll do that. Invasive species. And then the operating budget might have just like a little, okay, I got it,
Nathan, then Deborah.
It's just some more sort of technical questions just about an MPD, so I can sort of conceptualize what it is, what it does. So it talks about park acquisition and development. So then would the MPD serve as sort of like an intermediary in receiving grant funding? Say we get a conservation futures grant for park acquisition, would that then have to go to MPD and then be transferred to the city, or would everything operate out of the MPD?
I think that would be determined based on how we set the MPD up.
Okay,
Yeah, there's a governing board, which in the scenario
The
we're
city
talking about would
council.
be this
Yeah.
council, and those would be the kinds of decisions that you would make.
but we had also talked about how the meetings would be kind of like we'd have to say, okay, now we're starting the MPD
It would
meeting,
have to be
Yes.
like,
that sort of thing. So it's still its own entity.
correct.
And so that's why I wasn't sure if, is there like does this add an administrative step to doing some of these things that we would normally do as a city, or when it comes to paying maintenance workers for parks, is now the MPD the one paying these workers?
It could be. So if you think
Okay.
about it this way, transportation benefit district, it would kind of operate the same as that. So you all are this board for the TDD and you make those decisions, but it's like just another separate like budget, per se. So you could use some from the MPD versus some from the general fund. It doesn't have to be all or one. It's not black and white. It could be a mixture of combination.
Okay, and then I did have a follow-up, if you
Yeah,
had something
no,
else to add to that before I ask my other question.
Go ahead and ask your question.
The other question is, does the MPD have its own then bonding authority to issue bonds as a separate new entity?
I don't think it's necessarily bonds. You
It's a
have the
special
ability,
district,
I don't
right?
think so.
you have the ability
Tax.
to
It's a taxing
change the
district.
rate.
Yeah, it's a tax.
It's a taxing district, so you should be able to.
Yes, but I believe
Issue
once
bonds.
it is, I think once the MPD is formed, and don't quote me on this, but you have the ability to, as the board, to make like a board like decision on adding tax.
Yes, but that's what I'm saying is if this board can issue taxes, then it also probably issue bonds, right, as a taxing district. And
Like a project type of.
from a project, type,
Yes.
if there's a capital project
Yeah.
that needs to be done in a park or something, they could, and that would be separate from the city's bonding authority, is that
I
correct?
think we need to look into.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah, I
not really
know,
sure,
yeah.
I'm not really sure that.
Yeah, we need to verify
Because
that.
part of what comes with bonds and like the
Yes.
rate that you get is based on your bond rating.
Yeah,
as a
right,
municipal
exactly.
government, so I just don't, that's the part that we'd have
Yeah.
to research, to
Yeah.
figure out, because we
Okay.
want to get the best deal for the,
Absolutely. I mean,
Taxpayers,
yes,
right? So-
I totally understand.
Yeah.
We have a great, bond rating and everything. I was just curious if this frees up additional capacity or something like that. I think I've heard of other city governments, not here in Washington State, but I think I heard of a case in Illinois. We were talking about this anyway.
Before we go on, so as a to-do, we'll get the answer to that question.
Okay.
Yeah, perfect.
Okay, all right.
All right, anything else? Okay.
No, I was just gonna say, I think I've heard of it happening like that, where you can create a special interest district and then issue additional bonds through that entity.
Deborah and then Nigel.
And I actually think NPRSA has looked into this as well, so they may already have the answer to that, because of course they're looking at the community center pool. So which would be a bond. At least that's my understanding. And I think I asked for this before when we went over this, maybe it's just me, when I think about going out to the voters for anything, I want to be crystal clear about what it's for. And so when I see things like, we could do this, we could do that, yes, there are a lot of options, but I don't know, it's hard for me to wrap my head around. What would an MPD fund, and is that, without getting more concrete? And it's hard to decide between the two kinds of measures without having those specifics. So for example, with the MPD, what is on our 5 to 10 year, I can't remember off the top of my head, CIP. you know, and our operations that would be part of this. You know, is there a list of bullet points? Maybe, well, it's too late now. I guess I should have asked for that earlier, but, you know, and similarly with the, you know, the one that we're gonna talk about, the human services and police, you know, what specifically would we envision going under this? That we are already planning to do, right? These are already known things. So that's what I'm just trying to get a flavor for. What are the known things that we're looking at? Yeah.
So I think that that would be determined by you all, like, it's not, I say it could because that's still yet to be determined. And it would be determined by you defining what that is, you know, what that's going to fund.
The last slide of this presentation will be about that, about the kind of next steps, you know, as we move into kind of whatever direction there is from today, then there's a whole bunch of work that we would be doing on our end to then bring back to you. So we're just, that this is the conversation. I love that.
Nigel?
Two things. One, I think we're overcomplicating. I think, you know, with the transportation benefit district, we literally just once a year, I think, shift funds from that directly into the requisite funds over the city. And that's kind of as far as that work goes. And then it gets dealt with the way the rest of our city is part of our budget. So I don't think we need to overcomplicate, you know, how that works with the MPPs. I think it likely be somewhat the same. And then I was gonna hold this till later, but we're already talking about it. I'm with Councilor Sherman. I think, you know, we really need to be able to show people what they're gonna get for these various things. And that leads me to only really wanting to do an MPD. And if we have something concrete, we can show people like Lake Point, like if things are moving along with Lake Point, if we have a letter of intent signed, then that's the final sign off from the public on, do you want to move forward with all of this? And I think that question needs to be answered before, at least for me, before I decide whether I want to support MPD, which would include Lake Point, or look at other options. I'm still not a huge fan of establishing an MPD just to establish an MPD. I think levy a little bit easier. Would be an easier sell probably to folks than establishing an MPD just to do that. And I think we have a compelling vision with Lake Point and things we're looking for. I also think we have a new opportunity that's popping up right now with everything that's happening with the unfortunate stuff that's happening with Bastyr possibly selling off their property. I think we could, as part of an MPD, make purchasing ball fields they have part of an MPD ballot measure. Because I know that we've been leasing those for years. They're important assets to our to a lot of our families, Little League and other things. And I would hate to lose that resource in the city if possible. And MPD might be able to give us the resources that we need to ensure that we keep that resource for our residents. So I just thought I'd put that out there for because I think we have an opportunity there. But again, I think that an MPD needs to have something tied to it.
Actually, I do feel, we don't have Dawn Layton here, our turn. The Bastyr conversation makes me a little nervous just because I don't.
Talking about their master plan, but I understand.
No, but I agree. I just want to make sure if any comments that follow, just that we're mindful of that.
First, I would say Mayor made some very interesting points, particularly last month.
Just thinking out loud.
Yeah, I like, and I think that's public information that it's for sale, so
Yeah.
I don't think that that's a concern. The piece that I just want to just remind us is the timeline. So if we choose to proceed with exploration of an MPD today, that doesn't necessarily mean we're going to take it to the people, but I do think at this point, it's really, really important that we consider it. There's a very high likelihood of Lake Point going through, and waiting till August or September or whenever it is that we have the purchase sale agreement in hand may make it too late for us to go to the voters. And here I'm leaning towards a conservative approach to the ballot for an MPD ballot measure, but it's about the timing, and we have identified a need and an importance for it over the past couple of retreats. I just wanted to call attention to that. whether it goes to the finish line next November, not this one, but next. We'll have to determine based on where we're at, but I think preparation for it is incredibly important.
Valerie, then Debbie.
I agree that the delay, waiting for the new owner is problematic. I also just want to ask staff, I think of Kenmore staff as being incredibly successful in applying for grant monies. Is there any advantage on the grant front to having an NPD?
That we can anticipate and answer that question.
I have maybe it's a related response, actually going back to Mayor Herbeck's comments about being successful grants, but also, selling the idea, right? And wanting to tie that to something like Lake Point that they can see, but I would remind you that, we've just recently completed some amazing projects. I take folks to Clockwood East and their jaws drop. That the operational cost, sure, we built it already, but the operational ongoing cost of that is astronomical compared to what was there before. The Log Boom Park improvements, the public loves those parks, the rhododendron improvements. So I think you're selling yourself short saying that you don't already have some great visuals and beloved parks in the community that you could tie to this NDP. So I just would suggest keeping that in mind as well.
Well said.
Debbie, then Jennifer.
Appreciate Richard saying that, because I think that's true. So I don't, maintenance may not sound as sexy as a new project, but if you want to keep the parks that you have, the great parks that you have at the level of service that you have, you will need money to do so. But I really wanted to respond in terms of the Lake Point question. We were talking with the property owner for over a year to try and get a letter of intent, did not get one. We now have a new property owner who is going to take significant time to get up to speed. We don't know if they will be, what their timing is. And I think when we looked at this, even if we had a letter of intent signed today, we still then need to do all the site due diligence and feasibility. And we estimated that would take at least 9 months to a year or more. We need to do that to assure ourselves that we still want to buy the property, do the necessary testing, and also develop the conceptual plans, the restoration plan, the park plan, to be able to have that ready well in advance of going out to the voters. We will not be ready for November 2026. I just want to put that out there as reality.
Jennifer.
I guess what I also wanted to say was that I have a hard time having Lake Point kind of cloud the conversation, because what we're talking about right now is the need to sustain current operations. And so that's why I'm talking about the coulds, because really what this comes down to is our funding problem for regular ongoing, operations citywide. So I think that if you're just saying, oh, MPD is just kind of like connected to, having a Lake Point project, it's really about, we are trying to solve this funding gap that we have. And I think Lake Point could be a part of this MPD altogether, but we're really talking about fixing our current issue.
Right, and determining what the voter appetite is, right? Is there a voter appetite for an NPD that potentially could help fund Lake Point, or is there more of an appetite for police and housing and human services together? We want to bring options, right? And you'll see there's more information about looking at our statistically valid surveys that were done and what people said back then. But that's why we're bringing you these options, because we need to determine which way is the best way to head, thinking about what will eventually get approved.
I'm wondering if we could move forward in the presentations, and we might be able to get to some of your questions and thoughts. So, and then it'll continue the iterative question and answer piece for sure. But
Yep, so here is 20 cents MP or ballot measure that gets us through 2030. And then does start to drop and goes into the negative in 2032. That's at the 20 cent, with all those other parameters that I mentioned before. This is at 25 cents. So this gets us closer to meeting the target in 2031. And a little bit better shape in 2032, not in the negative. I think those two, any questions on the two graphs there? That was at 20 and 25 cents.
So as Melinda mentioned, there was a statistically valid survey about a year ago. And it asked voters, so this is to gauge support for the MPP. And it asked if this measure would authorize the creation of an MPP, which would be contiguous with Kenmore city boundaries. This district would have authority to increase property taxes to pay for a new park and shoreline habitat restoration at Lake Point, as well as for other recreation and park maintenance in the city, therefore offsetting the city's existing parks and recreation costs. The park district would be governed by the city of, or by Kenmore City Council, serving as the board of the MPD, and would have the authority to levy up to 75 cents per 1,000 of assessed value. Of that 75 cents, the city would levy 46 cents, which would cost the owner of an average home in Kenmore about $38 per month or $456 a year. Would you support or oppose this measure to create an MPD? And you can see from the results, just slightly over half support, with 31% being somewhat support and 22% being strongly support. And then in opposition is 45%, with somewhat opposing at 19% and then strongly opposing at 26%. So that gives us an idea last year.
It gives us an idea, but the word Lake Point is in there pretty quick. And I think we need to be cognizant of how people would have interpreted that.
And there's this, the next one also talks specifically about Lake Point.
Right.
Yeah.
But
so
if
when
we're
the-
not I guess,
Yeah.
to your point, if it's initially focused just on operations and not Lake Point, I think we risk not, we risk that support. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's,
Nigel, you have a quick question?
No, I was just gonna say, from my experience in political circles, looking at how ballot measures have succeeded or not, most of them you want to be starting at over 60% support because it's going to slowly erode over time, once campaigns get going. And so starting under 60% is a tenuous place.
Alex?
Just quickly, also, the language in here cites 46 cents. And we're,
right.
we're not talking about higher 6 cents. And I wonder if that were halved and we were talking about, $225 a year for your average resident, how that would shift this, and we can't know.
So that raises a structural question. That is, would you go out and do something like this again prior to making your decision or?
Well, not necessarily, I mean, we're here because of the situation that we're in, but part of what we'll talk about in terms of next steps is a consultant who would need to bring on board with expertise. And I think part of that consultant's work would probably be working with us on some within what we can ask as a municipal government in a ballot measure type of environment. So there's narrow boundaries, and we would obviously be very mindful of those. But going back out with a statistically valid survey, very specifically focused on whatever the direction is from council today to better understand some of this as we would move into. That work would need to be happening this year, so we could be prepared to come and work and get what's in the timeline coming up, but that's the idea.
Okay.
Yeah.
Kenton and Jennifer, and then Melanie, are you?
I didn't have anything.
Oh, Jennifer?
Oh, I just wanted to mention that we added this information because we hadn't, we did it last summer during the Love Where You Live campaign. And I don't think that we're, saying this is what we're suggesting or anything. I think this was just like more of an informational type of thing. And obviously the climate has changed from last summer to now. So I just wanted to.
Melanie?
Yeah, and I just for council. If we are looking at one ballot measure, we do need to consider where the hearts of our community are and what the timing is today. So if it is one or the other, I'll be speaking on that level later as we're making decisions. But the idea that it would be, this will fill that gap in the operating budget fully, you know what I mean? And I'm understanding why it's being presented that way, so I'm saying that to staff. But I just, you know, I was trying to thread a needle. I think we follow that concept right now, but everyone knows like from the being reminded of these. I'm glad you put this in because there's a lot of partner community behind this, and we're in a critical juncture for that long-term project. Thank you.
I had a question when it came to ballot measures. So if we're talking about this as a potential mechanism to fund parks maintenance and acquisition, and maybe in the future Lake Point, we'd have to lay that all out first when we go out and put the ballot. No, we wouldn't have to say what the funds are being used for.
Yeah, but I mean, you don't have to say, we're gonna start here and then we're gonna go up to this amount and then this to fund things in the future. Like you just say what you're using it for with the monies that you bring in.
Yes, but this would be a structure to fund Lake Point if it went.
Sure, like you would wanna
Well-
include that, but we're not gonna be very precise on how that would happen. Like it would be more of
Of
a,
course.
this is gonna be created, kind of like what that question asked, right? This would be created in
Yes,
order to, you know, take
Yes.
care of existing parks with the future of expansion of Lake Point.
yes, that's what I was, okay.
Yeah.
Yes, I think we're on the same page there, that you'd say, yes,
Yes.
for general parks operations, maintenance and potential land acquisition. And then, you know, also and additionally could be used for Lake Point.
Yes, absolutely.
My question, I guess, is when you go to voters with that, if one of those things doesn't formulate or come to fruition, is that somehow, does that put us up for liability? Like if we say we intend to use this for Lake Point and Lake Point never happens, does that just, I mean, like, do we get in trouble? Or is
No,
this something
that's-
like, okay, we can just continue to use this for the other thing we've already put?
Yes, yeah, you can continue to use it and use it, you know, for maybe, it's not Lake Point, but we do a different development somewhere else. Right,
Okay.
so it's open to be used. That's why Jennifer said could. We
Yeah.
could use it for CIP work. We could use it for other development opportunities. So we say that, but for now, we say, we're gonna come forward with 25 cents that's gonna be used for this. And we use it for that. As long as we're using it legally how we say we are,
Yes.
then it doesn't matter what we say we might do in the future.
Okay, yeah, I guess my question here is, you know, there's a lot of moving pieces that are sort of coalescing around Lake Point from the county, from other folks and partners in the community at all different levels. And if we say right now, this could be a, you know, come to that and say in the future, this could be a funding mechanism for Lake Point, just in anticipation with the, you know, the intent, the desire there and things as they stand today, looking like that could be a possibility for the future, present that, you know, to our residents, to voters. And then if it doesn't work out, then, you know, it didn't work out, but we still have this mechanism to continue to fund operations in addition to that. Okay.
Yes, yeah, an MPD could be used for that. So
Yeah.
it's not, yeah, so as long as we're using it in line with what we can regarding an MPD and we're using it like we say we do in the ballot, then.
Okay.
All right, one more thing. And that's why I think it's important to be clear about it upfront, like, and keeping your, you know, not highlighting that this is for Lake Point. It's about saying, here's like capital improvements that could be included, and Lake Point could be one of those things. But, you know, just like walkways and waterways, you know, we go through an aggressive, you know, community
Yeah.
outreach and talking about what does this actually mean? What are we going to be spending this money on?
Of course, I guess my point is, if this were to go to voters and we don't put Lake Point on there, then that kind of puts us into a little bit of a corner, since this is a very useful and planned funding mechanism for that in the future. But if we don't also want to just sell it on Lake Point itself, because if that doesn't work out, then that puts us in a bind. So just, I mean, I guess going to voters saying, this is what we're intending to do, this is where things are lining up. But if it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out.
Deborah?
Yeah, and that made me want to make sure I understood, because I can't remember. So for the MPD, we go to the voters to create the MPD, and you have an initial amount that you're asking for, and we know that legally the cap is 75, we can create a lower cap. But once you create it, and you've articulated your cap, you can ask it in the form of a question. Can you go up to that cap without going to the voters again? So each time, so if, for example, we said 20 cents now, our articulated cap is 40. If we wanted to go to that 40, we would have to go to the voters again. Okay, so every time, because I thought we had talked about it being kind of a blank check. So it absolutely is not.
I think what had been talked about before was the decision could be to go for 40 cents and then say, well, we're not going to levy all of that. That's right. Remember that conversation?
Yeah, that's what I just said.
No, you said that.
But you'd have to go for the higher amount first. So otherwise you do have to go back to, but if you did say that if you want 40, but you go only for 20 and voters approve 20, then to get that other 20, you have to go back to voters to get, or you can say, the conversation I remember happened in Leavenworth last year was going for a 40 or whatever it was, 46 perhaps, but levying just a smaller amount. And then
So
I
like
guess
it's
I'm
right
now I'm
here.
confused.
So say it has the authority to levy 75, but we're only gonna go up to 10, 20, 25, whatever it is.
My very clear understanding of this, so I really would like this validated at a future point. My very clear, along with Deborah, Councilmember Schrebex, was that the voters and why this was complicated, and this is part why we didn't even proceed last year. We were confused, we were concerned about upsetting the voters if we did a council manic decision to raise to 40 cents. Right. So we were saying, we're not gonna go to the full 75 cents available. We're gonna start at 5 cents or whatever to open it. Then, but we do have a cap of say 40 cents. We can actually raise that as a council because that was set at the limit. So I very, very, very clearly, and I think you heard that
That's
too.
what, that was
And
my
so
recollection as
that's why we-
well.
and so we wouldn't have to go to the voters. And the advantage of doing this, I have to say it loudly because I remember it so clearly, and I'm a little disappointed at the misdirection at the last retreat if that was wrong. Because it would have made a difference in our potential decision-making then. It was that we didn't want to upset the voters by making a council manic decision to increase it to 40 cents if we get late point. So that I very clearly remember. Why cap it at 40 cents? Why not just leave it at 75
Right,
if you have to go back to the
exactly.
voters every time?
Right.
The reason that we were putting the cap at something lower than 75 was to give our community a sense of
What's the
comfort knowing
maximum?
we're not gonna
Right.
go overboard and start
Yeah.
surprising them with a shocking increase without going to the voters. So I have a lot of heart in this because I feel like this is a different story that we just were told. And I want to know what is actually true.
Yeah.
Valerie?
Well, I'm confused by your confusion.
Oh, okay.
So now I'm gonna try to articulate what I remember and what I believe to be true, which is that the suggestion would be that knowing that the cap is 75, that we go on the ballot measure for 40. And if the voters approve 40, we do not, as a MPP, have to immediately start withdrawing at 40. We can start withdrawing at 5. And then the MPD can increase that up to the voter approved 40 without going back to the voters. Now, if we
That's
start
what I
at
was talking
40
about.
and we
Yeah.
find that we need 75,
Yeah,
then
we're on
we
the
have to
same
go back
page.
to the voter.
That's
Yeah.
what we all heard.
Yeah, okay,
So-
so we're on the same page.
That's what we
Okay,
all heard.
yeah.
Right.
So essentially, it is a blank check up to what they said the cap could be,
Yeah.
even if we yeah, it's very confusing to the voters, which is why we didn't proceed. So,
Okay. So are we in understanding of what common agreement was or thought? You go for 40, you get 40, but you don't have to levy 40, you could levy 5, but you don't have to go back to the voters if you want to then levy 20 in 5 years or up to 40. That's what I heard at the last retreat.
you're asking the community for the authority to go up
To
to whatever you say on the ballot.
Right.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And what some communities do is they'll do that if they get it. And then they use a process, if they take something, it's for operations and maybe buying a park or something, whatever. But then they know that they still have this capacity, but the council doesn't just sit down and go, we're gonna raise it. A lot of times they use a community process. So they'll bring
Sure.
the parks forward in or whatever, and there's a community process that's behind the raise from where you first started to the year back, so. Yeah.
And with that, although I think it would be appealing if we were able to say we're just levying at 20 cents up to 40 cents. But saying we're going to start at 20 cents doesn't mean we have to go to the ballot again at 40,
No.
which is what I had heard earlier and why I was my understanding was we only have to go to the voters once for the amount that we're requesting.
Valerie.
I just want to give a quick recap to a couple of things that I've heard from council and staff, which is that were we to go to the ballot with an NPD ballot measure this fall, we would not be prepared with data to support Lake Point as a promise. And we also, I think, would be but on the negative, that's on the, maybe we should pause. And on the positive is it would give the council an opportunity to show up demonstrating participation in the potential for ball fields. You know, that we would show up building capacity for that, which is a known desire for our community. So
One
I just wanted to
clarification.
say that.
Debbie, I don't think it was this fall. I think you were saying,
No, Debbie's saying she's not prepared.
For
no, but I don't think
2026.
anybody's saying that.
2026.
2026.
But even 2026.
Right. We wouldn't be ready.
Tight.
The late point.
Yes.
Yeah.
Would I, unless there's some miracle, which I'm not aware of, I don't think that's when it's.
For sure, but that's with the data, that's with all the testing, but we could, but if we went for the fall 2026, we would go with Lake Point implied with what we know at the time.
Assuming that we had some commitment from the property owner.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And I just want to reiterate where we're at with Lake Point and where we potentially are in 26 are different places. And regardless of where we're at with testing and what those results are, we have to start working with our community now for a successful Lake Point. This bond measure would be that. And starting at, we have to meet our operations needs, which I really get, and I want to remind everyone on it. Environmental stewardship and maintenance, those are incredibly important things. Environmental stewardship points to our, climate action, environmental stewardship. The need to engage our community in a successful effort for this project has to begin now. And I see this as a great opportunity for that, even though we don't know the outcome. We know in 10 years it could happen. And the funding won't be in place until 2028. If we're not engaging our community on this incredibly important project now, I'm concerned, for our long-term success. That's something that we know our community really wants. So I'll bring that up.
Okay, so in terms of the presentation, probably should move into the next slide.
Sure.
Oh, sorry. We
Well,
there, yeah.
And I can just, I think, the transition of this one now is becoming a little awkward, but, this just reiterates, I think, what many, council members have commented already, that as part of that same survey that Samantha, started on the last slide, We did ask, we provided some background on Lake Point to the community and basically asked them, would they support a public park and restoration project along the shoreline, along with mixed use urban development on this property, and you can tell, overwhelmingly, the respondents supported that. Over half strongly supporting it, and another quarter somewhat supporting that. Like,
I do.
Yeah, but I think this goes back and further emphasizes what Councilor Shrubnik and I were talking about earlier, in that support for MTD is starting off at like 56%, with Lake Point as part of its appeal, with Lake Point being at 80% approval. I firmly think you take Lake Point out of there.
Yeah.
It brings us closer to 50% or possibly under on the MTD side. So that's a concern I have.
And to that point, I mean, I don't know whether we're all on the same page on this, but I don't know that we need to have all the testing locked in, but I would feel uncomfortable with an MPD measure that did not at least have the, I think somebody just said, agreement on the property. We didn't have that commitment. So that to me would be kind of the floor, the minimum necessary to go with that mechanism. So that's just me.
Any other questions before we move to the next conversation, public safety measure? Ready to go? Okay.
So there wasn't a second option, provided by the task force, and then they adopted FSP, which is a public safety and human services ballot measure. So this is really kind of option 2A and 2B. There's two ways to think about it. We know that the increasing costs of police, the court, the jail are increasing at a factor much higher than many of our other costs. And also is just a significant portion of our budget, which is how that land on this as a potential levy. So it could be only public safety at whatever rate you all decided, or it could also include some of the other elements of how we support our community, including regional crisis response, RACER, the community court alternative response programs, kind of our holistic approach to this area of service. And then also could include the Human Services Resource Navigator and Utility Assistance Programs, which are currently funded in this biennium with one-time dollars as a pilot that will expire at the end of 2026, and there is no funding mechanism for them moving forward. Or there is a strategic plan coming your way this year that will identify other opportunities for investments in the health and well-being of our community. And so that could also be included in this.
So you previously saw 25 cents. Now I'm showing you 30. So this is at 30 cents. And this gets us through 2031 and closer to achieving our reserve goal in 2032. And then here is that perfect answer to get us to 2032 is 35 cents, which is exactly where we are anticipating to be in 2032. Again, these are estimates going out that far, but it shows you what it would take to meet that point.
Questions?
This does include all those things that I mentioned before. So it not only is it the 35 cents, but it also has the transportation, like 1%, public safety 0.1%, and then the two costs for housing and human services and the utility rebate. Okay.
Valerie.
Have any projection from the King County Sheriff's Office about their increased insurance costs moving forward, because that seems to be.
You know what, I had a phone conversation with them last week, I think, and I asked them, you know, what are they planning out, you know, given the tariffs and whatnot, and like, they're literally only looking out 1 year.
And so must we, I guess.
So, yeah, they were like, that's a great question.
Yeah, that's an arrow that goes up.
Okay, good. Yeah, yeah.
All right,
They were
so
very
that,
much
so
helpful.
we can't
No.
we can't know that. But we can have an idea about this.
You can look at the past, yeah.
Nathan,
Could you remind me, so out of these programs and what's covered, how much of the police and human services budget is covered? Is this like half of it, a quarter of it?
The police, oh my gosh, why am I drawing a blank?
I feel like it's about a third
Yeah,
of the budget is police contract.
I know that the police budget's a third. That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking
much
how
is
much of
this?
this does this cover of the
Oh.
police budget?
Well, I mean, it covers all of it because again, that's where we're not in the red. I mean, it
No, no,
matches.
no.
No,
that's
no,
not-
that's not. That's not what I'm asking. It says on the slide prior that these are the things that are covered by this ballot measure. And so how much of the police budget do these programs make up, police and human services budget?
I see what you're saying.
I know.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't know the number.
Or rough guesses are okay.
It's kind of the same question we asked about the MPD. It's basically the same question.
what is annual? Yeah, I know, I wanna say the right.
I heard 30% on the police alone.
That's a different question.
Different question.
So the public safety budget for 1 year is, 5.3 and 25 and 5.6 and 6. So 11 million for the biennium. So that's the total public safety cost. This is,
So this isn't even covering it.
No, this doesn't.
oh, no,
Right.
this is
Wow.
helping cover the increase.
Yeah,
That we are seeing, right? Because right now.
No,
we're
I understand,
sustainable.
but
Yeah.
I mean, that's
No,
interesting.
So it's
it's
only
not.
nine.
Because you can, yeah,
Wow.
bringing in like 1 million. 4, right? If we go from 8.5 to 9.9, that's 1,000,004, and then we're raising our fund balance, so, yeah, it's,
Right.
yeah.
So to
Wow.
be clear, Mary, the two conversations you just had, you actually could be in a position to go out to the voters and ask for a public safety levy lift and have King County come back and give you numbers that
Yeah.
beat that up.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
I mean, that's part of what we factored in when we looked out to 2032 was not assuming 5% because that doesn't make sense to do, given that we've had 14% and then 8% increases in our biennial budget with the sheriff's office, right? Just that alone, that cost alone, not to mention courts, other
Well,
pieces.
And importantly, communicating to the voters that this is essentially covering our cost increases. I mean, that's
Yeah, and
full stop. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I want to go with the MPD, but I mean, this is, this is a very, well, I mean, I'm not trying to be cynical, but it's a very straightforward case to make. Yeah, so.
Yeah, this may be a premature comment, but I feel strongly that about it being a public safety and human services, because the human services piece reflect the justice aspects of, I mean, we know that we have a wonderful, police chief and our staff is extra trained and all those things, but Racer and the community court, these things are about promoting justice in our system, and I would strongly lean towards public safety and human service. I just want to be transparent about that.
Really?
I think when I think about the potential King County tax increase, I think we're in a similar situation, right? With Lake Point, like something we don't know yet.
So points, right?
And I think we really need to be mindful of that. So I'm leaning towards us looking at 2 ballot measures at home, whatever it is. I'm just saying that, I mean, I know we're gonna talk more, but, and then filter at a later place to the one that comes through as we have more information, but.
Yeah.
I recognize the value of it. And I think we're in a similar situation. We may need some time to determine if we're only doing one measure, which one. Or if we do one at a, you know. I just really think, let's not ignore that we have something happening that may fill the gap already.
I'll let it.
So I just want to remind everybody that, that it's gonna be really important to get a consultant that helps us, navigate what will appeal to the voters. And, human services funding is enhanced. So the minute you put it on this, then we're forced to spend it on that. And you can't, and it's an enhanced service that we could then not cut. So I just want to remind you that if you're putting enhanced items on a ballot measure, then we are able to that, spending the dollars that way. And so it's not, I'm not saying not to do that, but just know that then that forces you to look at other enhanced programs, right?
Well, you put, yeah, I mean, you can articulate what you mean by human services and the amount, the proportion of the whole
Sure.
that's, yeah.
Yeah, so I just want to remind you that that's how that will work.
Okay, Miller? Yeah,
Yeah, I think that what Melinda's bringing up is really important. If we're looking at that, we may, you know, if these fail, we may have cuts to look at too. So, and even if they don't fail, we may have cuts to look at.
Yeah.
We likely won't have student by. So we do have to have consideration for with these measures. Part of the beginning, let's look at it phase. I mean, I think today, for clarity, may I ask, well, again, do we want to proceed with ballot measures?
Yeah, that was my question. It's like, what are you asking for? Cause
Oh, it's
I
coming.
want to explore.
We're still,
they haven't asked yet, and it's coming, it's coming.
Okay.
They're just getting all the information
Yeah,
on the
we're-
table, they're setting the table for that conversation, so
setting the stage.
let's.
One of us likes to cut to the end.
Yeah.
I know there, but
Okay, so.
Reference to the format.
sure.
Right, so the next slide. So we want to, again, we did remember 2 statistically valid surveys as part of the Love Where You Live project. We thought this would be helpful to remind you all. The question was, I'm going to read you a list of items the city of Kenmore could focus on in the next few years. After each one, please rate how high a priority you feel it should be for the city using a scale of 1 to 7, where 1 means you feel the item should be very low and 7 means items should be a very high priority. So that was asked in that survey. And the results, you can see them here. 87% said maintaining public safety and combating crime, with 52% saying was a very high priority and 34% saying was a high priority. And then next, maintaining the city's existing roads, parks, and other public infrastructure was 86%. 35% saying very high priority, 51% saying high priority, and then attracting new businesses and jobs, 77%. And then if you go to the next page, you'll see some other relevant topics. 68% protecting the natural environment and restoring wildlife habitat. 69% bringing more restaurants to Kenmore, and then 55% providing more human services to help those with drug addictions, mental illness, or who struggle to make ends. We wanted to show you this as you think about where the voters are at. Again, this was part of the Love Where You Live project, and a little bit, but it was.
What year was it? You know?
This was done in December 2023. It was the first of 2 surveys that we
And
conducted.
the last data was fall of 24, correct?
We did the second survey was in the spring of last year, so
Okay.
a little over a year ago.
Okay.
Yeah,
Small question.
yeah.
Racer, is a public safety program. Just saying. Okay. All right, moving on.
Yeah, I mean, the last slide kind of, for me, with public safety, preventing crime, you know, it's the only one that has over 50% on very high priority.
Yep.
And it leads everything else when you add in, the people who ranked it, gave it a 5 or 6. I mean, I think that at this point, at least this is telling me that that's what our voters are interested in funding. And I think we need to be thinking about that as we're debating what sort of ballot measure we're looking for. Assuming that we are, which I think we're all assuming, given, the financial straits that we're in, so.
Other? Nathan?
Just a couple of thoughts going through. I think on the last one, last, yeah. I mean, between very high priority and total priority, there's only a 1 point difference between maintaining public safety and maintaining the city's existing roads and parks, which you can make a case for, and then all the other things listed. There's a lot more I was looking through too, just about recreational opportunities, wildlife habitat, other things that could be grouped in tree canopy that a case could be made for. And I mean, like, I see the 52% very high priority, but looking at everything else too and combining all those high priorities together, they're pretty competitive. And again, I mean, like I said earlier, it's not always a guarantee that one will win over the other. Just thinking about, I don't know how people feel in Breyer, but they just voted down 1.2, the public safety measure, and I mean, they're not too much further away from us. So I don't know, it's a guess.
So one of the important points was made about the consultant. If you bring somebody on board pretty soon, and they'll start looking at these configurations and grouping them, and they can go out to your public and get kind of data that's pretty finely tuned. And even into what ifs and a number of things. I can't overstate the importance of that. And it's actually been, as a science, pretty darn reflective. It doesn't inoculate you from the special event that happens 2 days before your election or something like that, but it is a way to get a sense of the kind of thing you're talking about, Nathan, where how groupings change, how people see it, and how words change that, and they're real good at that stuff, so, yeah. Deborah, then Valerie.
And again, timing, cognizance of all other things going on. I mean, we will need to figure out the King County public safety piece when they're going for that. And then, you know, the King County Parks Levy is this summer. PRSA is this fall, so they will have just seen 2 park-related ballot measures, they being our community. Just want to add that to the ammunition.
This summer? You say they're
This
going,
summer and fall, there are 2 different,
Okay.
you know, 2 different government
Sure,
levels
okay.
that are going out for park-related ballot measures.
got it?
Well, I think I'm reiterating what Councilmember Lutz has just said, which is, I feel like our, the surveys really are validating that we're barking up the right trees. You know, I mean, these priorities fall into the 2 buckets of the different ballot measures that we're talking about. The ballot measure or the let it live. So I feel like at least we're having a data supported conversation. And I am curious if there's any thought or possibility of accelerating the timeline on the public safety human services. Would that be on a 2025 ballot, or is 2026 the soonest possible?
I think that what you'll find is cities, and we do have a list, we can show it to you of all the, we did the research of all the cities that have done ballot measures in King County in the last few years. We did include Breyer, it's another Snohomish County, just because it's neighboring and it's recent. But I think what you'll find is it's really 18 months. The consultant helps you, and the organic community engagement and support that comes from more time to talk about what it is, whatever it is, and the benefits of it. And that's really, it's a narrow, municipal governments and employees of municipal governments are very narrow. Well, we can advocate, we can inform and talk about facts, but it really is community. I mean, all of you as elected officials can do all of that, and our community members can do all of that, but it takes time to build that kind of support. And it was more like 18 months or longer for the Walkways and Waterways project. So I think we learned from that experience in our community as well. But for example, Lake Forest Park has had a consultant last summer on what they're considering for this year. So it takes time.
Sure.
And none of us are experts in this.
Well, again, it takes
so-
time to build equity, and it takes no time at all to fall off the financial chart. You know, it takes no time at all for interest rates to wreck your curve. And so, you know, the sooner the better. Again, for transparency, I feel unwilling to choose between these 2. I would like us personally to move ahead on some reasonable timeline with both of these things. That's my thinking. Which comes first? If I were to say, I would think the public safety need to come first, but I would not wait more than at least than a ballot cycle to introduce the second. I think we, this chart of this falling off goes, is very convincing, and I don't know how to get that information effectively out there into the voters' minds where they, don't spin it as, oh, they're taxing. Like, this situation is not unique to our city. It is not our fault. And we have to come up with solutions. And, ideally, what we'd be able to do is have a stopgap. We're gonna do these measures for the next 6 to 7 years. And by that time, the gorgeous vision for our city, where we are building tax revenue with our exciting new businesses, is up and running. But right now, so I want to say that. And then the other piece, I'm very opposed to the regressive tax that we talked about earlier. Sorry, I may be skipping to the ahead because the services offered in Kenmore are mostly essential. They are gas, they are groceries, they are restaurants, they are car services. We don't have a lot of luxury, but for the lodge, we don't have a lot of luxury tax base. And so I do believe that we would be, if we move in that direction, we are disproportionately punishing those who shouldn't be. So that's my little speech on that.
More data present.
There's
This council, I'm getting really wanting to talk about what they
Yeah.
want to do. Like,
We have more slides.
okay, let's do that. And then we hear you. I hear you.
Continuing on that second survey from a year ago, Kenmore residents were asked, well, what do you think is the best way to address the structural deficit? 51% favored a combination of cuts and taxes. 27% favored just cuts, and 16% favored maintaining current levels of service by allowing taxes to keep up with inflation.
Questions, comments?
And so we're getting towards the end here. We're all in agreement on this, that we're at a crossroads. Staff are looking for some direction from council about measure, councilmatic options, or about measure, councilmatic options and cuts. If we do none of these things, there are significant cuts. I think we've all heard we cannot cut our way out of this, even if we were taking all of the enhanced programs. The curve is just, the increases are too high on our essential services. And that's just not a sustainable solution. So it's, I think it's really important we have united majority council supports in time to thoughtfully construct this ballot measure and bring our community along with us. So making the decision now, so that in a year and a half, we're having the community decide, will be really critical.
I do feel we should reference the $400,000 cuts that we already heard about. Yeah, and that was for the biennium savings.
Yeah. So recommended action. So we are recommending one of two ballot measures for 2026. So either a Metropolitan Park District ballot measure or the public safety, 1A public safety or 1B public safety and human services, levy lid lift. We are proposing the 6-year renewable levy lid lift. So that we keep that amount in place for the 6 years. And then we can renew it if we wanted to. And we are recommending a range between 20 cents to 35 cents, which would cost between 200 and 350, again, assuming $1 million home value. Just to be clear, with a 20 cent, based on the new projections, 20 cents would get us through 2030, but it would, which is only 4 years, so it's not gonna get us through 6 years of a levy lid lift. So it only gets us through 4 years, and then we do fall in the negative in 2032. And as you saw before, the 35 cents is the sweet spot based on the new projections. It keeps us ahead of our 20% reserve target. So just some things to think about with that range, but I felt like the 20 cents is the minimum to get us through 4 years and kind of see how those 4 years play out, and then be able to take further actions as we have new projection.
Nathan?
So with the MPD, that's not a levy lift, that's a new entity that now levies a new tax, correct? So that's not a 6-year renewal, that's a set that,
That
And
is
then
a set,
that's
and then you
done.
have to look, yes.
and then the only, yeah, set it, forget it until we need to either
Yeah.
raise or lower, okay?
Yep, absolutely.
And maybe this is your next slide, but, remind me if the county two things. When do we think the county, well, I guess you said you don't know, but I mean, I'm just trying to envision this, if we go in the direction of this public safety, where I'm also with Councilmember Sassen on, at least initially, because of where we're at with the other projects. I mean, can the county beat us to it? I mean, we could be wasting our time researching it if the county's gonna get there before 18 months. I'm a little confused on that. And then how, if the county does go for theirs, how much does that generate relative to what we're needing?
Are you talking about the county's public,
Public
safety sales tax?
Yeah,
piece?
right.
So the sales tax piece is, very different than this.
I know. How much
Unlevied
would it
levy.
generate though?
Sorry, and I mean, I don't know how much it will give to us. I think somebody, maybe Nigel said, you know, the county, if the county levies whatever between 0.1 to 0.3, they retain 60.
Right.
And we get, and 40 gets those, is disseminated to all the
Correct.
other cities.
Correct.
So I don't know what that number is.
Well, that would be kind of relevant. I mean, we wouldn't want to, I guess I don't think we'd want, well, and we can't, we're not allowed to have, if they get there before us, we can't do this. We can't
They
do
do the
the,
0.3. If they do 0.3, we can't do it. If they do 0.1 or 0.2, we can still do it.
I guess that's true. Still, it would be two measures, both focused on public safety. Seems a little odd to me to go to the voters that way. I don't know.
I'm trying to actually run some quick math really quickly because I'm looking at what we projected we would get for 1%, for 0.1% on the sales tax, which is $460,000. So let's just assume you get 40% of that. That would bring us $180,000 from the county.
Oh, so next to nothing.
Right.
Oh. So we want to get out in front of that. Well, if we wanted to do the sales tax, which,
That's only if
yeah,
you wanted to max it out though.
yeah.
If they're taking the
Right.
0.1 and then we want to take.
So we
do
could do
another
this levy lift and then we could, yeah. And I know they're two different things. I understand. I'm trying to be in the voter seat, right? Two ballot measures look the same. One's a sales tax, although is that councilman? It's not council. You have to go to the voters. Yeah, so that's a sales tax. I get it. It's different than a levy, but content wise, message wise, they're the same. So that's all I'm saying. And I would be concerned with timing. I'm concerned with timing for either of these, frankly.
All of it.
Yeah.
So we're talking of anything. that's
Yeah,
to the
no, I
voters.
know. It's just, we're hitting. Yeah, okay.
And
enough.
that's where your consultant will help you. Great.
Okay.
Yeah, so this is our last slide. Welcome, Joe. Okay, so this is our last slide. So this is just a summary and a sense of timeline and next steps. So you recall that we were talking about this last May, and now here today, we've gone through a lot of information today. Where we are is this conversation, the discussion and deliberation. If there's a decision direction today, then what we would do is come back at a future city council meeting with a full timeline cost. We also know that we've talked about this already, but we would need to hire a consultant, and our recommendation is we would do that this summer and get that consultant help on board sooner so we can help. So we get that assistance that we need with the strategy and planning this out, community engagement, how to generate that organic community support and discussion around this. And then there is a timeline around a ballot measure in November 2026. We need to come before you as a body in June of that year with a resolution for placing a ballot measure on the November general election ballot. And then there's a timeline in the summer for the exact wording that would have to be agreed to and it would have to be submitted in time for a ballot measure. November.
Is there any opportunity to get it before November 26th? I know you said 18 months, but I'm just thinking, I feel like the two different options are quite different in terms of the community education aspect. One seems clear, the other seems like, yeah, you gotta do a lot of education. So for the one that doesn't, as much education, could it come in February or August in
That's up to the
26?
body. Tell us what you'd like to see us do.
Yeah, again, I think.
Do you want to delineate which is which?
Oh, I thought maybe it was clear, but,
It is,
but
but I think we should say it.
I think the public safety measure, public safety with or without human services is clearer to the public. So, and that's why I think it could move more quickly. Yeah, but that's my opinion. So, yeah.
That, I was trying to get at that same. point
Yeah.
earlier, So obviously I concur, trying to that timeline up. You did, on the summary timeline, there was reference to what the cost of putting a resolution on the ballot was earlier, but I haven't seen any reference to the cost of hiring a consultant. 40 to 50,000 is what it costs to get on the ballot.
40 to 50,000, there is a cost
Yes.
to put a measure on the ballot. That's between 40 and 50,000.
Right.
The consultant is totally separate and it probably is, yeah.
Another
least-
twice, half again.
I mean, it depends on how much we want them to do, but 20,000 at least.
At least, I would say,
At least,
probably another 40 to 50.
depending on how long and what we have them do. There'd be a scope of work. We need to work that out.
Okay. Nigel?
Yeah, just, I am with Councilmember Sass and I'm in favor of it for going to go, well, A, two things. One, with the levy lift, getting funds into the system faster than it. I think it makes more sense, given the simplicity of the messaging around it, which Councilmember Shepard mentioned also. I think it makes sense. And then going back to what Councilmember Sassen said earlier, I'm with her. I would like to couple public safety and human services. I see the two things to make it kind of starting to connect it. We service both, and message both. So that's where I'm leading. Whether it's August, November of next year, I think we would have to have a conversation with a consultant about viability in both places too. Because I wouldn't want to put it forward in August if it's gonna lose in August versus November. I don't know.
So is there anything else you wanted to present for?
No, we present that.
Okay, so I'm wondering if we could have a call for the kind of question type conversation about, I'm in this conversation, I'm gonna try something. I'm hearing you want to go out. I'm not hearing anybody say no to a ballot measure.
I'm not sure if wants the word, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, one is
All
definitely
choices.
not. the
I
word.
stand corrected.
Yeah.
I do. Am I hearing that conversation? No.
Yeah, I think I didn't get to bring the comments in here on timing. I prefer February, August for public safety if we can, just because it's straightforward. I know I guess probably, right, I just wanted to say that. And what I'm hearing, and I think we're all, we're seeing both need to be explored. And you have to take both measures.
So what I'm hearing is that you, and then this is your time to go. No, you didn't hear that right, Michael. But I think I'm hearing that you want at this juncture, you're prepared to say yes, and you're prepared to say yes to both of these things. You're also prepared to say yes to hiring a consultant, my guess sooner than later, if you're gonna do two, who would then do the kind of work necessary to begin answering some of the other questions that you have. When, how to word it, do we need to go out to the community for data, all of the stuff that goes into that. That's what I think I'm hearing as a consensus.
Seriously?
Really? Okay, I just,
To be clear, I'm not in favor of going forward with a PD without Lake Point.
Exactly, yeah.
So I'm not sure I'm with your consensus there, Michael. I might be in the minority, but I'm much more comfortable moving forward with public safety.
okay.
Could we express that as keeping the door open pending? I mean, I would
Oh.
personally prefer to keep that door open pending information.
Well, no, I mean, I think an MPD is probably is. a little lot.
So can I ask a quick question for clarification? Is your concern, or not concern, but your point more about the potential success of the MPD relative to having Lake Point in or out, or is it for another reason? In other words, is it a strategic point or is it a
both.
content point? Okay.
It's both. I think the data shows, or at least I think the data alludes to the fact that we're more likely to win an MPD if Lake Point's part of it. And I think two, the MPD takes a year to stand up, and so funds are coming in 2 years later. Our needs are kind of more immediate than that, and so I think it makes more sense to go with the thing that would get us funds starting in 2027 instead of 2028. So that's my thinking.
I think that the mayor's point about time, or the point about timing of when we get the funds means we do need to start setting up MPD. I feel very strongly that we missed an important window at the last election of not moving forward with a baseline MPD. And we need, regardless of what happens with Lake Point, having a plan and gearing up for a ballot measure for MPD is incredibly important from my perspective. Because at some point in the future, we're going to have a need for it. And it's sooner than later. And we actually see where things are going. We know the public safety piece, so that one's pretty cut and dry. That's why I stand with both. We do the research, excuse me, I didn't mean my voice to go there, but we do the research now. If we determine that Lake Point shouldn't go to the ballot, we have 18 months before it would go to the ballot and a year before we file for it. So I think it's irresponsible not to pursue looking at the MPD in conjunction.
Whether Lake Point's in or out.
Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely.
Anyway, Nathan and then Deborah.
Yeah, I guess I would, the mayor's point be on the opposite side. That I think in considering timing, I agree with the deputy mayor that the MPD, that should be something that we're pursuing now rather than putting off because it does take longer. So I'd rather put that on the ballot sooner rather than later so we get those funds started sooner. I also think that I did like the mayor's point about potentially using that as a vehicle for ball fields and not just Lake Point as well, but something where we can come to the community and say, here are some more tangible things that you could see come out of it. Potentially Lake Point, potentially the ball fields, the maintenance of these wonderful parks that we have, facilities that we recently developed, which may, strategically speaking, I don't know, it may be received with a little more enthusiasm than just saying we're trying to keep up with inflation, and just general operation costs. And I think if we can use that, and that's part of the reason why I asked my question earlier, is if we put Lake Point on there in good faith now with what we know, because things, are kind of moving in that direction and it doesn't work out, are we penalized? And I think, if we put that on there now, just saying this is the intention, we have the intention of using this for such, and it doesn't work out, then we can still use it for the other things that we've mentioned on there. And if it does work out, then it's already set up and we can kick it into gear. I guess that's kind of why I feel a little more strongly with that. And maybe if that helps us negotiating too, to say that we're serious about this. I mean, the mayor said earlier, we don't know what will happen with the parks levy, but if we get that, that might help our case a little bit. And so if we have this and can stand this up too, maybe that helps our case even more. That's just my thinking strategically, and I'd pursue this first.
Yeah, and I mean, if we're hiring a consultant, I would like them to look at both of these. And I think we have a few months before we have to make the call. I mean, there's clearly an openness on the council for a ballot measure in 2026. I mean, I don't think there's any, I mean, I think that's obvious. But I think at least some of us, including me, have concerns about the MPD in the absence of having at least the threshold of concurrence with the property owner. Don't have to have all the testing done, but that would be my threshold for that. And I wish we were there because I'd much rather go for that, frankly. But so that would be, it depends on where we are, when we gotta make the decision. That would be how I'm thinking about it, but I'd like to have the information.
So I
before
think what
making
I'm
that
hearing for
decision.
you today in this discussion from the council is that you definitely are endorsing going out. And I'm hearing at this point, you're not really prepared to make the decision one or the other, or which should go first. I've actually also heard people say, I'm good with going both, whether they're, how the timing and all that, and the details of that, the in and out of all that, the configuration and the conversation about all that needs to be informed by a consultant through interaction, which is very typical for getting, and why 18 months is really good for you, because you have time to do more stuff. What, two things rather than one? So today, I don't know, unless staff feels otherwise, do you need one or the other today, or could you go forward comfortably knowing that your council's endorsing going out? At this point, they're kind of, I'll hesitate to say equally supportive of both, but they're really wanting to know the details and when and how to talk about it. That's kind of what I'm hearing. Do you need more than that from your council today?
I think that's enough. I think that's enough for us to do some more work and come back to you.
But they've answered the
Yeah.
threshold question. They want to go out for more data with
Not want,
Not
not
want.
want.
We must recognize.
Raise,
Yeah,
raise.
just fair enough.
They-
Not want,
They need
but
to
we
go.
are
out.
in this
Right.
situation.
And just for consideration, I don't want town hall coming up, but I think that ballot measures might be a good topic for town hall. I don't know if they've been fully announced, but if it's not this one, another, I do think that going directly to the people in a town hall format, talking about.
About
Also, just from clarity, my understanding is that you're gonna hire a consultant as soon as possible and get on this process as
Right.
soon as possible.
the two firm decisions I've heard is you want to go out, you need to go out.
We
to the
must,
public.
we acknowledge we must.
You need to go out to the public, and you definitely see the need for getting a professional consultant on board pretty soon, is what I'm hearing, not to help you with the other details of concern that are in some cases perhaps threshold considerations, but you need more data. So that's kind of what I'm hearing. Yeah. Okay, Nathan?
And also add to that a little bit, there's discussion about re-looking at our enhanced services again, that it shouldn't,
Right.
we can't put all our eggs in one basket. If one of these or both of these ballot measures fails, we at least need to be prepared, aware, thinking about that.
And I think the staff, both ongoing, I want to reference, I think what Melinda brought up, which was really important. You did that to the tune of 400 grand long ago. And I felt like that sort of built into your DNA already. But I think your consultant's gonna tell you, you better be ready to talk about that, because if you're just talking about going out and not that, that's not gonna be a winner for you, I don't think. So good point. So. Okay. Good. Lunchtime.
Okay.
Did you have something else, Deborah?
No.
Okay.
Can I just make one
Yeah,
comment?
yeah.
Just in case somebody thinks of this later, so it only requires a simple majority to pass either one of those, and there's no minimum voter turnout requirements. Just so you know.
I'm sorry, I need you to say that again.
Yes, so it only requires a simple majority.
What is it?
51%. Oh,
Either.
to pass either of these,
Okay.
levy limits or an MPD, it requires 51%. And there's no minimum voter turnout required.
These are really good pieces. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. I think it's lunch. Thanks for working. Thank all of the staff presentation was.
Okay.
Epic job, the staff, really.
I really
All right, welcome back to the 1 o'clock session for the council retreat. You look at, there'll be an overview of the work plan from the staff. I think Stephanie, you're gonna take us out on that in the beginning at least. It's under tab
Yeah, this is
3.
tab 3.
Okay.
Yes. Excellent. Well, thank you, Michael. Welcome back from lunch, everyone. Appreciate our retreat so far. And so now so this is a document that is a new approach that we are taking as staff to share with council all of the work, the vast amount of work that is happening under your priorities. And that includes work under the preamble which was added to the priorities document last year. And we think it's really important because it reflects 4 basic important services that cities are often, in many cases required to provide, and that we're providing quality services to our community. And sometimes get overlooked when we're talking about all the other important work that under the priorities. And so this was an important change for us. And as a staff, we are really centered around this. So what we're going to do, and we're going to all participate in this conversation, is take turns walking through, and this is high level, this is not a work plan. So our work plans were presented to you back in January at the mini retreat, and each department head went through in more detail each of the items. That's not what this is. This does not replace that. This is something else. It's the audience for this is council, is giving you a sense to see under each of your priorities what exactly is happening and where are those items going to touch council, meaning some presentation or a study session or an action or discussion that will be had over the next 18 months of the biennium. So I'm going to start kicking it off under the preamble by talking about city governance and also public safety, just to say that there is a lot of work that happens under city governance around leadership, administration of the organization, that is ongoing work. And we're here at this meeting because we have a clerk team that is also required, and they provide support. And we do a lot of important things like public records, which is required. And our police services, obviously, we've talked a lot this morning about public safety and the importance of that work and regional partnerships, including RACER. And you can see on the list where presentations and study sessions are planned for you to engage in the work around these issues and have feedback and thoughts. And of course, we're here to respond to your questions and needs anytime, any place throughout the year. But that's an overview kind of what we're doing here. We hope that this meets your needs. This is an opportunity. So if there's something you're not seeing here in this type of document, I consider it kind of version 1.0, and we'll continue to improve it. But I think it's better to show it like this to you. In previous years, it's been more narrative, and it's been a little bit harder to make the connection between all of the work we're doing and the priorities that you have set for us and that you've directed us to carry out. And so it's our chance to share more about that. So I've talked about city governance and public safety. I'm going to turn it over to other members of the team to talk about infrastructure.
We're doing public safety also. Say that.
Yeah, I did public safety. I just kind of wrapped it together. And please stop us at any time if you have questions about anything, but I'll let Jennifer talk about the instruction.
Yeah, the next one is city infrastructure, and although I'm going to say it quickly, ongoing maintenance and operations of streets, parks, facilities, and surface water infrastructure, that it's, fits in one line really neatly, but components of that are vast. So a lot going on just in that one little line. Ongoing fleet and equipment maintenance operations support, other projects coming up, pavement management program, implementing the facility CIP transition transition CIP projects from construction to maintenance in all areas, parks, facilities, transportation, and surface water.
All right, and then I think Sam.
Yeah, so under state and federal mandates, we have essentially Development Services Department is listed there for development permits, inspections, code compliance, things like land use decisions, building, plumbing, and mechanical systems reviews and inspections for safety, and just complying with our own code. Also, environmental reviews like SEPA are included under that. And then
Now, Sam's role in terms of doing the implementation for the land use regulations, the comprehensive plan is a policy document that sets the community vision, that 20-year vision, and also establishes capital improvements needed to meet growth in the future. And then there's some plans that kind of lead into the next level down from that, things like the shoreline master program, the downtown plan, etc. These are all things that are mandated. Emergency management is something which is mandated, and that will be coming forward to you this year for how to implement emergency management going forward. So then I think Richard has a piece of this too.
Yeah, so NPDES compliance, so we're required through the Clean Water Act to meet a lot of surface and stormwater requirements. And not only basically my entire department spends a lot of time working on this, but every department in the city has different aspects that they work on. Planning, a lot of development related issues, operations, maintenance, education, outreach, communications. So yeah, so it's really ingrained all throughout the city.
Okay, city finances. So, as you know, budget development and monitoring is a huge part of the work we do, payroll processing, need to make sure and auditing, having audits completed and staying in compliance. Those are kind of the main things. One thing that is not on here is HR. So the HR work that we do, meeting like onboarding and meeting with different staff during different time. That impacts not only my department, but all departments here. So it's very decentralized work and everybody is involved in that. So it takes a lot, especially right now in the summertime, when we're hiring a lot of interns and temps. So everybody's very busy with that work. And the other thing that's not really listed on here is accounts payable work. So make sure folks get paid.
Yeah, jump into now your council priorities. And priority one, continue to implement the adopted climate action plan and promote environmental stewardship, including water, air, forest, and habitat restoration and preservation. So we are wrapping up a couple of major planning efforts on the climate action front, and we'll be focusing on developing some projects, both in this biennium and ongoing, around electrification and efficiency, as well as tree canopy expansion. And on the restoration and conservation fronts, we have in this biennium two major retrofit projects that will be completed by the end of 2026, as well as about 10 culvert projects in the current 6-year CIP that are going to be worked on over the next 6 years, and as well as 2 already approved grants for conservation projects. And then we actually have another 6 applications out for additional conservation properties along Sammamish River and on tributary 057 as well. So lots of work focused around this priority, and yeah, a lot of it is just ongoing.
Debbie's going to talk about next.
So priority number 2 is respect to housing and increasing availability of all types of housing at all income levels, including the needs of people experiencing homelessness. So there is a big policy component of this. Is the housing element of the comprehensive plan. That's a state mandated element. Then we have some implementing strategies, the affordable housing strategy plan, which we're hoping to update soon. And then also some of the implementation regulations, middle housing regulations, which are coming back to you for a public hearing and an adoption in June. Step housing regulations, your Step Housing Committee have met once, and they have a few more meetings, and with the intent of bringing forward recommendations for regulations as well as information regarding engagement. And then housing projects on the public side, the Imagine Housing piece that was on the city-owned property, partnering with Imagine Housing, pretty close to having that purchase and sale agreement executed. And then the last 2, I think, Samantha or Cambia speaking to.
There's flexibility in the homelessness encampment, so that's pursuant to an RCW, and that's modifying our code. And then we have the affordable housing project in Kenmore, so there's not just Holt, but there's Laris and other smaller ones in Kenmore also.
Then we'll have Tammy.
Right, so your priority number 3 is to finalize, adopt, and implement the human services strategic plan. So I'll be for council this year with a strategic plan for you to review and adopt. And additionally, we'll be launching the Navigator pilot program, utility assistance pilot programs this year. We have funding to carry that on through 2026. And the ongoing capacity of these programs and any future human services initiatives are TBD for 27 and 28 as we discussed.
So this is promoting economic development strategies specifically to enhance downtown and attract residents, business and visitors. Again, looking at sort of the policy level around that, we will be looking at what the next phase for the downtown plan is. On the bullseye, which is around 181st Street, we had the ULI presentation. So this will be kind of scoping out what that next phase will be in terms of the policy development and or any changes to the downtown regulation. Also looking at a strategy for the remaining downtown city properties and what that will look like going forward. So that's the policy and strategy level, and then I'll let Tammy speak to the remaining items on the list.
Sure. Our economic development staff are working on a few things that we wanted to highlight in this document. One is supporting the initiatives by the Kenmore Business Alliance, things like Oktoberfest, findkenmore.org, hopefully some activities. They are additionally, will be launching a restaurant and retail study. We learned from Love Where You Live that this is an area of a lot of interest in our community to create more vibrancy in our retail and restaurant industry and retain the folks that we already have, the businesses we already have within our city. So we'll be doing some work to look at where there's opportunities and bringing that to council for review as well. And then implementing also grants related to economic development.
Priority number 5, enhance multimodal transportation, including pedestrian and bicycle safety. So for the Kenmore Automated Photo Enforcement Program, or CAPE, we're currently working on getting that third location in front of Inglemoor High functional, and that should happen in September of this year. Our traffic engineer will be coming to council to review new locations in June. I'm not going to steal his thunder here, but he's got some ideas, and he'll Tobin will fill you on that in June. Implementing CIP. We've got the 61st sidewalk replacements that is happening starting after Memorial Day, so that's exciting. For 2026, we've got the 80th Avenue Pet Bike Project and the Arrowhead Sidewalks Project that are slated for 2026. So that's exciting as well. Implementing the local road safety plan and implementing the ADA transition plan. These are internal documents that we're always refining and continuing to update. And we're updating those this year, and we will be developing targeted projects out of these plans to implement in 2026 to address some of those highly ranked ADA compliance issues and traffic calming that comes out of the local road safety plan.
Priority 6 is to continue to seek opportunities to activate the Lake Point property. You heard from the mayor and Stephanie, there was a recent meeting with the new kind of president, thank you, new president of the Pioneer Towing Company. I think the next steps would certainly involve to see if there's still interest in moving forward with a letter of intent purchase agreement. Last year there was significant public outreach of where you live to garner some of that public interest. grant funding applications, there's been a lot of effort on grant funding applications. And I think we have about 8.5 million committed or right now. And there's probably another 25 million out there, including the 50 million for the King County Park levy, which are on the line. So again, what we need to do is try and align those two line items to how best to work together. But I think a part of that strategy is trying to get some form of commitment from the property owner that we can move forward with this project.
And
Great, so priority 7 is broadening community engagement and fostering fun. These are a number of ongoing programs and events that will continue beyond 25 and 26. But we've listed a few of our highlights, including our Hank Aaron mascot program, for the Love of Kenmore event, our Love Notes, our town halls that we coordinate for the community and for you and the council. Year-round special events and the eye to expand low and no cost options. And farmers markets, volunteer programs, our incredible Kenmore podcast. And then that one at the top, the proactively addressing misinformation, is utilizing technology so that we're flagged when things happen online that we should be addressing. And I think you have a timely example of that going on right now. And it's important that we are able to monitor so that we can get accurate information.
and then part B.
Oh, and that's also me. Priority 8, continuing to implement the DEIA strategic plan, including social justice reform. So implementation continues. There will be a presentation and study session with the committee this fall. And then we are continuing to broaden the community events with Juneteenth and Pride events coming in the month of June and more to follow throughout the years.
And then priority 9, have Debbie.
Priority 9 is to explore opportunities to expand parks and recreation. So there is a policy level to that. That's updating the park recreation open space comprehensive plan element, as well as the proposed plan itself. That work is underway now. We'll be bringing that forward for council consideration later this year. We need to update that plan every 6 years to remain eligible for state RCO grant funding. Also, just mentioned the Lake Point Park development. That certainly would fall into this category as well. And then also some things closer down the bottom there, the MPRSA, the feasibility study, which is underway, and what that will mean for Kenmore in terms of a potential ballot measure or how that moves forward. The Bastille ball fields have come up in conversation that we have a lease agreement that expires at the end of this year. So something we'll need to figure out some action for that. And then the parks capital improvement program, that is where any parks capital projects show up on that 6-year CIP, and then that is the implementation of those projects forward. So Jennifer can speak to the rest.
Okay, that finally really continue to support the existing recreation programs offered by our community partners, expanding on those, reaching out to new partners and creating those relationships. Continued on with our park stewardship and habitat restoration. And what else is there? Oh, that's the project for the new facility from Hofstas, so we're kind of like bringing all of it in together. So picnic shelter, facility rentals, including City Hall and the hangar, will all be like a one-stop shop. Launching all of that very soon.
So as you'll see, there's a lot here. And I think it's important for you to hear this and have it packaged in this way. I would love your feedback on this. There is the column, which as we spoke, we alluded to, so much of this is ongoing work. And as it is being done now, is expected to continue in the next biennium, 2027 and 2028, and then oftentimes beyond and forevermore on many of the ongoing things. And so that's important to note, because as we think about future and all the things that we're talking about, that all of this work is happening and we're so excited to do it on your behalf at your direction. And there's a lot of commitment. This team is incredible. You can see it here in this room and everybody else who's not in this room who works for the city. Just a talented, amazing group of people working really hard on your behalf to carry out all of this work. And we just be remiss if we didn't thank all of them and just acknowledge the day-to-day work that happens. And leaders, we're just so grateful for all of our team and everything that they do. So we're happy to answer any questions you have about any of this. It's primarily just to present this to you in this way and show that so much of this is ongoing. And we're here to make sure you know when you can expect to see some of these before council so that you'll have, at any time, you can ask anything you want of us, but especially some of these things will be scheduled to come before you later this year and next year.
Nathan?
Yes, I had a couple of questions. Jennifer, just as a clarifying question about Parks and Rec, do the contracts we have with our community partners, are those multi-year?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't think that they're all the same timeframe, but some of them are 5 years and the others are 2 years. Obviously, the ongoing conversations with the parent group from Inglemore growing program, that's an ongoing kind of thing that's developing, I guess, as we speak, because we're still waiting for updates on that.
Okay, thank you. I was just curious. So some years there were contracts, some years there weren't. So I just wanted to clarify that. And then thank you for this. I think there's a lot of great information. I'm just sort of curious, outside of all this, just generally speaking, are we still on track with the work plan that was presented in January? Or how has that shifted at all?
Yeah, I love that question. And I know we've talked about this some in one-on-ones. I think yes, for the most part, the high level, yes. I would say the city manager's office is the one department where, given the city manager transition, and as I came into the interim role and Tammy backfilled me, there is, and we also have an employee who's out on long-term leave. And so we're leanly staffed, say, in the city manager's office. And so there are some things that are all planning to happen, but have shifted some. And we're happy to come, and that's actually on the list of things. And be prepared for the retreat to come and do a staff report and just share a little bit more about the city manager's office work plan and where we are with some of those things. And we'd be happy to answer your questions then, or happy to any details you want now, but that's coming at a future council. Yeah. Great question. Thank you.
Okay, other questions? Evelyn?
Just have an observation, and it relates to my earlier comments, opening comments. That between last year and this year, we removed financial sustainability from our top goals. I mean, it isn't on there. It's, it's in our preamble, safeguarding cities' finances, but it used to be one of our top goals. And given that we've spent half of our retreat talking about that, once again, I make the pitch for being able to modify our goals. I seem to be alone in that. So, and this is fantastic. If there's a way in future year iterations, I think, even clearer what the deliverable within the biennium
Yes.
would be great.
Yours.
Understanding that many of these things are ongoing. I totally get that.
Absolutely speaking my language.
So,
Councilmember,
okay.
And that's
Yeah.
exactly what, for this purpose of this retreat, we're presenting this to you in a new way.
Yeah.
We want this to be your
Totally.
first chance to discuss it as
Yeah.
a body of the retreat. And I think that's the idea, is the version 2.0, we can take it to the next level, go into, more details or providing more information, refine this based on your feedback. Thank you for that.
Okay. Other questions or comments? Oh,
Just for clarification, and you may have already said it. So with what you presented, what you're saying to us, this looks like success, doing these things that are on this sheet. That's what I understood. Right, you're like, you have suggestions on adding anything more? It's hard, it's also implied with this, or just right here.
Well, I think what we're saying here is that you have approved a budget, and a work plan goes with that budget that's much more detailed than this, that is based on your priorities that you've set. And so this is, what we're presenting to you is, in our view, as staff, working hard on your behalf, this is what success looks like. Each of these priorities, including the preamble, has a lot of work underneath it. every city employee touches something here or multiple things here. And that's important, that we feel it's important as a group of leaders in the city to share that with you and make sure you see this, because it really is, this is the work of the city, and this is the work of the city you've directed us to do in this way. And, you know, each budget cycle that changes because your priorities, you know, to Councilmember Shrevenick's point, you know, in the future, you know, new things come on and things come off. I think the idea of the FSP coming off was that work was done of the
Right,
task force,
exactly.
and the recommendation had come to council and you adopted the plan. But it's a really good point that you make about, okay, so there's a lot of work that we presented on this morning, and that isn't one of your priorities. So it's kind of a good point when we
It
think
is.
about future
Because you
retreats with
evaluate-
Michael.
We evaluate the
There's
city
some, does
manager
it really
against the
come
top
off,
priority.
or is it really just shifting, right?
Well, I think one of the under discussions that's a real discussion, whether it's probably had with this team, but with this morning, one question you may have, I would have if I was sitting in your seat, when that looks like a body of work. You
That's
just
right.
agreed to this morning. So,
That's right.
you know, at some point, I hope there's nimbleness in the organization to say, you know what? We can't move as much on this work plan now. We might have to put something off, because now you're bringing in another body of work that will involve and will touch you. That's the other thing about this that I love. And this shows you where this stuff's gonna touch you. So.
And it probably is, maybe I just misspoke with June for the city manager's office work plan, because it might mean, because I think that is and that's a conversation that we'll have Melinda, you know, to figure out this consultant and how we're resourcing that and how we're moving forward with that. But I presume it's the city manager's office probably leading that and then with finance. And so there's, yeah, as part of that, like what else is, that's an excellent point. I think it's very well taken.
Yeah, that's a body of work.
Yes.
Melanie and then Deborah.
And I think this, forgive me if I'm being redundant like this again. Just asking to confirm my understanding is correct. So, for example, Deborah, we're casual today, right? I can say Deborah, not Councilmember Sherman.
You're efficient. Time management.
Mayor, no matter what. My new rule is Nigel's mayor, only he lost his first name. So, for example, if we add a priority, next year at a retreat, you'll say, this is where we're able to fit this in. Right? Like this is to help staff can know that we have priorities. This is how you're approaching getting the work done, so that we can see what it looks like, so that we're all in sync on what it. We have this work in progress, but if we're adding something, all of this fit in, there will be a reshuffling to make sure it meets. Or if you're, it's like, these are the things that you can expect to see from us. You are saying to us, we can expect to see from you at council meetings and actions throughout the year. Okay, I just wanted to say it out loud, because that was my understanding. And one of the things I think has been challenging, what I've heard from staff and sometimes how I see the world, you know, or maybe other council members, but I can speak from mine. I go like this and I want that. I know it might take time to get there, and you're working on this. This is a way of bridging that gap. Okay, thank you. Okay.
Deborah?
Yeah, I love how you have the touch points. That's awesome. But I, you know, to your point, Michael, that, you know, every year we evaluate the city manager, I think.
Yes.
And the city, under the city manager, in the accomplishment of particularly our top 5 priorities, all of them, but particularly the top 5. And, you know, if a significant new body of work is misaligned and not represented in those priorities, I do struggle with that. And again, I'll just, no more broken record. You know what I'm gonna say. So, all right.
Fair and
Yeah.
very important point. Valerie.
Yeah, I just want to make sure I'm understanding the agenda for today, because in my mind, we are talking somewhat about the council priority.
We will be doing this.
Yeah, and so
Can't have
I
it.
feel like you're putting up a little bit of a red flag, and we're gonna address it today.
Well, I guess maybe that's a question. I think I was told pretty point blank that we can't add new goals.
Well, you as a body can do what you wish. So I,
Oh,
so,
okay.
so let's ground this in how it always starts. And that's when I talk with all of you about what you want to do at your retreat. And this reflects that and so on. And I can speak to this way more directly when we get to that section. So to answer your question, Valerie, there is a block of time set to do what we like calling, goal setting light but it contemplated not adding a new body of work, which you just did this morning.
That's right.
So, well,
Yeah.
and at the end of the day, I think it's really important to understand goals. Goals have expressive value. They also drive work plans.
Yeah.
And so the interface between the administrative team and the resource side and the policy team, and where you're taking the city, has to be synchronized around really the work that's brought to you by your leadership team. When they come to you and say, I don't have enough space to do goal 9 and 10, when you just added a body of work, which may not be a goal. And that's the point in time where I don't want to get hung up on goals. Because at that point in time, you could say, well, that body of work is administrative work that we need to do. I don't want to talk about it. Others would argue the expressive value of goals says you should talk about it. That should be on the plate. You should be doing it. But at the end of the day, you have to then synchronize what resources you have, how much time you have. As you watch this presentation, not just one person talked about this. They handed it off to each other. So now you're looking at the interdisciplinary aspects of your goals and how they have to, sort of come to you across the organization to meet them. Very important to see, subtle, but very important to see. I don't know, and it'd be up to you to answer the question at some point in time. How much capacity do you have for the body of work you guys just agreed to do? And you don't have to answer that now, but it needs to be answered. So,
I mean, and you will see under E, under the preamble, potential ballot measure implementation is listed there. And of course, it's TBD because we didn't know how today would go, what the plan would be. Now we have more direction from you.
Again, I'm asking for
But it's-
agenda clarity. Are we having this conversation now? Because I do have more things that I want to say.
we're not going to
Sure,
talk
I'm not
about
alone.
goals now.
Or can we push it off till it's on the agenda?
We should push it
We're
off.
gonna put a pin in this and we're gonna address it then.
But I thought I was wanting to get that answer now. So yes, okay.
Making sure I'm
There'll
not.
be more on it later. Sure.
But I do think it is important to note that the conversation this morning is in this document.
Yeah, it's under E. If you look under on that first page, it's blue because it's TBD because we didn't want to presume without your direction today where we were going.
Jennifer.
Now, I just want to reiterate what Stephanie said earlier about the kind of transition of this document from what we used to do. It was really kind of hard to like get out of all of that writing, what are we actually working on? Or it was very project specific. So this is hopefully a better visual, show you all the different things that are going toward each priority, what we're doing, as opposed to a book of a bunch of memos and it being lost, really.
Good job. Any other questions on this presentation or comments?
I just feel this is gonna be really helpful for when I say on a one-on-one, when are we gonna talk about X, Y, Z?
Yeah.
Did you consult the chart that you've now painted to your wall?
I count on that. 100%. Yes, I count on that.
Okay, are we ready to move to our next topic? Okay, let's do this. During the interviews, while a topic that came up from more than one council member certain was the Public Works Operations Center that's now on your agenda for a discussion. And I think Stephanie and or Jennifer, someone's going to move that on.
Yeah, so Jennifer and Richard are going
Okay,
to
great.
present, and this, again, multiple council members had asked for this, very timely. So we're going to share with you, you'd asked for the timeline, better understanding about municipal bonds, so that's all I'm doing right now.
Okay, so up next is the update on the Public Operations Center project. And I'm not gonna go into a bunch of background, because we've been over this a little bit. But as you know, we're splitting the project up into two separate projects. One for the initial site development and one for the building improvements. We submitted for our engineering permit just in April, and we are on track to submit for our building permit in June.
We hope to obtain our engineering permit in July, at which point we will advertise and select the contractor for the site improvements. We will be bringing the contract forward to council for approval and have, hope to have construction underway, this upcoming September. We expect to have our building permit approved sometime this fall, followed by other advertising and selection process for the contractor for the building improvements. And we anticipate starting construction for those improvements in late 2025, early 2026, putting us in the building some point in 2027.
So now we're gonna pull up the conceptual design for the fully developed site. And we'll have had an opportunity to see this a couple times in the past, but I'll just briefly go over it one more time here. So kind of looking up, 202nd is at the top of this design. So the middle school's kind of to the lower right, to orient yourself. So in the upper left corner is what we're calling the administration building. So that's a 10,000 square foot building that's gonna house all the operations and environmental service staff that conduct all of the operations and services for the city. And then we've also designed this to be expandable, keeping in mind future growth of the city down the road. So that building will have the ability to grow when needed. And then in the lower left, we have what we're calling the ops building for operations. And so this will provide space for more specific operational type activities that the crews will be utilizing. And then, as Jen mentioned, this is a phased project. So in this first part, it's really only the lower 2/3 of that drawing that was up, that's being developed. So that upper right corner would be, done at a future point. So it's really kind of bottom 2/3 that's we're looking at in this first part. And then going into as you mentioned, for this first part, we're kind of breaking it down into two different permits, kind of bid packages. And the first one focuses just on those site improvements. So getting the whole site ready before we start building the structure. And we hope to get it going later this year, hopefully, if everything works out with the permits. And that will include, what's shown here on this list, the grading, getting the geothermal well drillings, and beginning to install utilities, stormwater infrastructure, securing the site, and various other things. And again, this would all be included in that first round of construction at the beginning later this year.
Beyond the administrative building, it will house most of Public Works operations and the Environmental Services Department, which is made up of about 20 full-time regular employees, and then we have an additional 10+ seasonal interns, typically in the summer. As you're aware, the building and site will incorporate environmental features, including geothermal heating, EV charging infrastructure, solar with the ability for easy expansion, rainwater cisterns, use sustainable methods and materials. And we have also taken great care to design the facility, working with the topography of the site and existing open spaces, leaving a significant number of existing trees on site and creating a large vegetative buffer between our property and the residential neighbors. I do want to bring to council's attention that we originally thought we would be able to design around every exceptional tree on site, but we have faced some, challenges in locating everything on the site. And we will be submitting a variance permit application to remove one of those exceptional trees. But the tree is in decline and has been since before we own the property. It is showing signs of decay in its trunk and that thing. And if you were to look in Google Maps, you can see even dating back that has been in decline since the property was residential property. Shop buildings could include an enclosed wash bay, another for storage of small engine equipment and tools. And then the existing double wide trailer, we're gonna keep that, we're gonna keep that on site and continue to use that for additional storage. Okay, so here is the actual final layout design. So you can see we have the admin building and staff public parking facing northeast 202nd with a driveway along the east end of the property. It's kind of difficult to see here, but the upper parking lot and front of the building will be accessible to the public, while the rest of the site will be completely fenced and secured, only accessible by city staff. And the northeast corner is the shop building, which we hope to include a wash bay and storage bay. And then the rest of it, so I guess that corner that says specifically shops is, the idea there would be two separate like garage bays there. And then the remaining large area would just be covered space. That would be used for just equipment storage in general, snow and ice equipment, plow sanders, temporary traffic control devices, and signage. The covered area would be filled so you can enclose a bay at a time in the future. So the idea is that it would be just covered space to store a bunch of different equipment. And then if we get money in the future to expand, we can enclose like, it will be built so it would be easily enclosed like a garage bay at a time. Then we have the storage material storage bins, de-icer storage tank and waste enclosure to the west. The open space on the west side, as Richard explained, is there for future possible expansion that could include a TCAM facility and additional shop space. In the southwest corner is the manufactured home that will be used for storage. This next slide we're gonna look at shows the elevation drawings. And this gives you an idea of what the admin building will look like from the front, back, and the sides. And as you can see from the building, it looks from the front side, it looks like a one-story building. And that was our intention, to make it fit into the neighborhood and make it look like it's not this big, huge building. But on the back side, you can see that it's actually 2 stories. You can see that from the back and the side views. I'm sorry, that's also related to the elevation change in the property. Yeah, okay.
So we'll start getting into budget now. So we've got an adopted budget in the CIP of 22.5 million for this project. And so that does include site acquisition, which has been completed at this point. We now own the 3 properties and we've finished the work to combine that. And so now it's owned in one single property for the city. And that came, that was about 6.1 million. And then we breaking this down to the design, permitting and et cetera, of about 3.4 million. Construction and contingency there is listed about 11.9 million and a little over $1 million. And this, again, are still estimates. We're, as we work through the building design, we are breaking this package up so that, depending on what kind of bids we actually get when we put this out for contractors to submit on, we're going to have different additives, for instance. So, we have our best guess of what the admin building would cost, and then the operations building, the site work. So, if the administration building, obviously being that core, that's really the must-have, comes in too expensive, we're going to design it in a way that we could then, start removing other elements. Like maybe we don't get a fully enclosed ops building, but just some covered area and pavement, or if it's, that's too expensive, we can start kind of chipping down Even on the administration building, you know, certain elements that are just kind of not super critical, we can even have those as additives so that we can make sure that we at least get an affordable core building in there. Our estimates, we think we can get most of this, so that's what we're showing. But I do just want to point out that we are planning ahead for that because of just so much uncertainty right now with things going on in the economy and you know, as mentioned previously, or how do levies impact certain things or other issues going on regionally. So we are keeping that in mind to make sure that we at least get these core elements constructed within this budget. And then one last thing to point out is that we also continue to pursue grants and other funding opportunities that come up. You know, we've already managed to secure almost $500,000 in addition for this project, and I think we've got $2+ million in assets out there. And so those funds would help us get those other additional items beyond this budget if we can secure those.
Okay, a little bit more on the funding, debt service.
I'm sorry, can I ask a question about the project budget? I'm assuming that the permitting money is back to Kenmore. So we're applying for permits from Kenmore, right? So that some of that money comes back into the city. Do you have any idea of how much that is?
Well, there's permit fees, but then also we're paying folks, experts to work on those permit documents and put those together. So, I mean, it's not just for Samantha to go buy her new boat.
It's
but-
not, it's not, we're not just keeping Sam employed. I just
That was a
wondered if
joke,
it was
by the record,
significant-
that was a joke.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I sort of have this idea, like, we could maybe take it down, take that budget, you know, take a little off that piece of the budget, but I was just curious.
The city permit fees are a very small part of that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so, project funding and debt service, we have now secured all of the proceeds that we need to do the job with this last piece, secured at the end of 2024, the $12.58 million of municipal bond. Some of the money has been spent, as Richard noted, and then there's, the remainder that is to be spent on the construction of the project. So, annual debt service is going to be approximately 1.6 million to start off with, and it'll go down over time from there. But that's what we anticipate. So as you know, we have the Washington State Low Interest Loan, which we also call COPs, they're called certificates of participation, so you'll hear that term. That was obtained 2 years ago, and then the Banner Bank loan, which part of was obtained 2 years back, and then the rest of it was obtained early 24. And then the municipal bonds issued on December 10th, sold as tax exempt limited tax general obligation bonds, or LTGO bonds, you will hear. And the ordinance that we issued does describe the project as the acquisition, design, construction, development, improvement, equipping and furnishing a new public works operation facility. And under federal tax law, obviously, the proceeds need to be used for this project, as we identified in our ordinance. So want to make sure all of that understanding was clear.
Sure, an ignorant question. So going back, the debt service, so that's 1.6 a year, right? And did you already say how that's funded?
That's funded
there.
through the.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, there, you did say. Okay, sorry. So, yeah,
And,
okay.
and we're using, REIT and, swim to pay
Okay.
for it.
Right, so those are among our non-general fund.
Yeah.
Funds that we were talking about earlier.
Yeah, so we've obligated.
Pardon?
We've obligated REIT for this.
Yeah. Okay.
Any other questions?
Got a few. So, so you said that the debt service will decline over time, is that correct?
Yeah, just stay it down.
Yeah.
Kind of go up.
Okay, so we're not using a level debt service type of bond, but are is it like a level principal, do you know, or?
Well, some of the monies were obtained earlier, so that's part of it, so those will
Okay.
fall off, right? Before the 20-year that we just got at the end of 24.
Oh, I see. So that's total. It's not just, it's all, okay, all of the debt service.
All,
I see.
yes.
Thank you. And now I know that we had lost 1.2 million in funding, or it was allocated. Now it's no longer, it's kind of nebulous.
Oh, you're talking about the congressionally directed
Federal,
spending.
yes.
Yeah, we'd originally had a $2.4 million ask that made it all the way almost to the finish line, right? And then that was stripped from that appropriation bill back in the spring.
Yes.
And we did reapply, so Congressman.
Oh, honey.
That's fun.
Stretch break.
So Congresswoman Del Benny's office did reach out to us and we did reapply, but we reapplied at the 2.4 million original amount. Because we thought with our Crystal LVR lobbyists, we agreed that made sense to go back to that original amount. They may cut it, we may not get that funding, we don't know. There's a lot of uncertainty about the congressionally directed spending dollars, but correct, it is still out there and we could get those dollars. And that's what Rich was saying. That would then give us the ability to do those additional environmentally sustainable features that we had outlined in that.
So could you just maybe briefly summarize with the loss of that in originally anticipated funding, what is it that the project loses or is delayed specifically from that?
Well, the design that we put together didn't rely on it,
Okay.
so that
I
would
see.
kind of go beyond, but we got those funds, we would be able to start doing more of those additives that I was mentioning. And then we did emphasize a lot of the environmental features, so we put in like some solar coverage on the roof, but when we get those funds, we'd be able to like complete that part. We'd be able to electrify more of the site. Get ready for the electric fleet sooner and start, just doing more quicker.
Okay.
If we could get those funds. And then as well as looking at those, expansion to the Weston property as well that we're not able to do yet.
Okay.
So lots of things to like, that we can continue to use funds on.
I guess I just wasn't aware, well, it makes sense, never mind. But I wasn't sure exactly how that impacted the funding we had reached and just where that fit in. So if I feel a little bit better knowing that the project was planned without reliance on some amount of grant money, not just federally speaking, but overall. And
Yeah,
everything's lined up.
what you see presented today, but does not rely on us getting
Yeah,
any of those
yeah.
funds.
No, I that's sort of what I was putting together from this, but I just I was curious about what that specifically would impact. And then my last question, just to enlighten us all, I think bonds are fun, but others may not have, played around with them a little bit either. And could you remind us just briefly about some of the requirements around those? I know I have concern when bonds are in play and if funding impacts that, if prices are up higher. Just, I know that because they're tax exempt, we have a certain amount of time to use those funds, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, we do. Yeah, we do. I don't have all the details because I wasn't prepared for that. but-
Sorry. I
Yeah.
didn't put you on the spot. But
Yeah.
it's something like 3 years.
Yeah.
To use, what is 80% or?
Yeah,
something like
something
that.
like that. I, again, don't want to misspeak, so I can get back to you on that and give you the exact numbers. But yes, you do have a limited amount of time to start spending down funds.
Yes, no, of
Yes.
course. I didn't mean for exact thing, but just
Absolutely.
to my colleagues here, we have a few years to spend these funds, so we have to use them. Or we get in trouble, so.
Yes.
That's all, thanks.
No,
Like I've been speaking a lot. Does anybody want to go before me?
Nope. Yeah, we're generally on public works facility, correct?
correct.
Okay, so before I had raised the question of the Vectoring facility. And got some confirmation from you, Jennifer, that we could look into maybe if it's right or if it works or if they agree, whatever. Exploring, talking to NUD about utilizing theirs. It's a situation where you think about financial responsibility and the public says, hey, there's two different districts here. There's one facility, perhaps, and it's in the same city. It's down the road about a half mile. Perhaps they can work together and utilize the same facility. So maybe it doesn't make sense by some reason not, or for us, but I would think there could be tremendous savings there. I just wanted to see if we could pursue that or even just explore it.
Absolutely.
Cool.
We can explore it.
Yeah. Yes. It's the age of exploration for financial responsibility.
Well, I will point out, I mean, we have had that conversation.
Oh, okay.
Maybe not super recently, but, and the answer was no. It was designed very specifically for their capacity.
Ah,
It's a very small facility they have. I think it
Oh.
barely meets the capacity they need it for.
okay.
But that was years ago.
Yeah.
We can certainly, they've got a new manager. We can see
Yeah.
if anything has changed
Yeah.
on their operations.
I mean, I wonder what the capacity is, do they use it, or I don't even know how it works, right? It's a whole specialty, it's a whole mechanized idea of itself, but you think, is it used daily? Is it beyond their capacity just for the volume that puts stress on the machine and wears it down or something? Or what does that mean that they're at capacity? Does the thing just sit there other days and it could be used? I don't know.
It's a small facility and yeah, I mean, they're out cleaning their system daily. And using it, and it's really more just kind of a volume space. I mean, they can only discharge so much because it's got to go through a certain process to
Right.
decant the water.
Right.
But yeah, so we can explore it again. But I just want to point out that, yeah, I mean, we have thought of that. And
Yeah, or if they're at capacity or they're looking for more, perhaps they could partner with us to make it cheaper for everybody to look at it.
Yeah. We'll probably be in a similar boat though, because I mean, there's not much left of the property. So really, we're looking at a corner that would be a very similar kind of small, it would likely meet our needs. But yeah, again, yeah, we can look into it. Sorry.
Yeah, yay or nay, sure. I mean, yeah. Thank you.
Everything's on the table there, yeah.
Thank you. Valerie?
Yeah, I was just, I'm curious about the materials that we're making this building out of, and I'm hopeful that we can prioritize sourcing those materials so that they're not subject to international tariff whenever possible. We're not relying on Canadian timber and, wherever. I just wanna, it's really not up to us,
Well, I
imagine,
think we
but-
can make in the specifications for the project, our best to write them so that we're getting as many local materials as possible. It will just,
I'm kidding.
it will depend on, what's available and how quick you can get it and that kind of thing, so.
Or those conditions might direct the market that way. I mean, maybe
Yeah.
before that, those tariffs were in place, another, a different source local wouldn't have been able to, compete, whereas now they could. So, I mean, we'll have to see.
I feel like it remains to be seen. We don't
Yeah.
know what's gonna
Yeah,
happen.
we just don't know.
I feel the line is don't obey in advance, do your research, right? And then I wonder if, I don't know what the city's, where we source our trees and our plants from. We probably have wholesale buyers somewhere, but I do wonder if, in terms of long-term planning for tree planting, if there was a way we could source a large quantity of smaller trees and maintain them in this space, I wonder if that would save buck.
You mean like, I'm sorry, I'm not. totally
I'm
understanding.
thinking if we could use the space that you're not
Oh,
developing
like a
as
nursery
a
site
temporary
type thing.
nursery. Just,
Potentially.
I don't know if we have staff for that or space or sunshine even in that area. I was just thinking of an alternate use that might serve the city.
I mean, you can definitely, you can easily use space for like, a temporary nursery. I'm gonna take us back to like 2008 when we did a project at Rhododendron Park and we relocated, I think, 150 or so rhododendrons where we actually moved them to a temporary nursery at Rhododendron Park until it was ready for planting. We were redoing the playground and all that, and we replanted all of them. So that's not difficult to set up, and that isn't something we could potentially look at.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, I'd just like to urge any mitigation that can be thought of for construction. Because it's right next door to Kenmore Middle School. I know they've experienced a bunch of big some sort of units right next door with a bunch of construction, I think during the school year, there's definitely something going on, but just to get the idea out there, any consideration for noise and traffic and all that that's gonna be when students are studying.
Other questions or comments on this one? Remember,
I know the answer, but I've been asked to ask. Is there, are we so far, I won't ask it that way. Are there opportunities for reducing the costs of this project? And if magically we could reduce them, let's say 10%, can we, I mean, to Councilmember Lewis's point, do we get in trouble for giving back some of the money that we borrowed? I mean, obviously the money that we use has to be used for this purpose, understood. But if we magically, had a lower amount of money that we had to spend, can we? I know,
Well, I mean, I guess, first of all, I would say in our current climate, I can't imagine reducing the project by 10%. Like, I know it's already bare bones. I know that a lot of work has been done to bring it down to bare bones. The other thing that not knowing a legal answer to your question, my biggest concern with any modification we attempt to make to the bond issuance is potentially could be harmful to our rating that we receive, our AAA bond rating. So I would hate to put a tarnish on us receiving that and harming future bond measures.
Yeah. Okay.
but is your question, what happens if you don't need all the money? What do you do with it? Is that your question, Nora?
Well, yeah, I mean, if we're pretty far down the planning hike at this point, but there are persistent questions about the substantial cost of this project, which is, to be fair, a lot more than what we thought it would be when we first decided to embark on this. I mean, like 3 times as much. So that's where that question comes from. Is, are there any remaining opportunities to break down the cost? And what are the repercussions? That's all.
I think that one of the things that the tough part is what we lost was time. Time cost us money because the budget was, yes, significantly smaller, but because we lost 3 years between the time we first looked at properties to the time we actually purchased property, really cost us a lot of money. And I will say, I used to work at Renton Technical College and I was involved, I oversaw facilities and this was from 2001 through 2017. And we used to have to beg and plead to the state for funding for capital, and hearing the cost of this project seems like nothing, honestly, from all the different projects. And granted, there were a lot of different projects at different higher education sites. Some were complicated and were, medical type, buildings and structures, and some were more simplistic, like custodial or facilities type. And this, I was shocked at actually how low this cost is. So from what I've seen at within higher education. So I know, just because I know the work that's been done, but I also know just because of the costs that are there, that this could not be done at a lower cost in today's environment. To get a quality product that's going to last us for years.
Valerie?
Me again. I do want to say that I really appreciate the capacity that you've built into this project for a modular stepped approach. I think that that's fabulous. And I do think, speaking for myself, I have believed all this time that what we're doing is building with today's money, right? And it doesn't go as far as last year, but with 2025 money, what we're gonna need in 2035 and moving forward. We're building for our future city. And and part of that is going to be a city that has more sidewalks and more, more things that need to be maintained. We're looking at creating more parks. We're looking at, creating more downtown infrastructure, all of it will need to be maintained. So I very much appreciate that the city is designing for our future at today's dollars. That's how I see this project.
Anything else before we move to our next item? Great, thank you. Yeah.
Well, thank you.
We're gonna move into a discussion module that is common at the retreats, and that's a kind of a review of specific council processes. These were identified again by you in our interviews. This is at the 2 p.m. thing. I am gonna want to be strict as possible on our break at 2:30, just to keep this all healthy and moving. So with that, public comment update to council rules and procedures. Nigel, I think you brought this to the table and
I did, and then I looked further in our council procedures, and the thing that had been brought to my attention is actually in our council rules procedures, so we're good.
yeah, okay.
Nope, I was hoping to just take, it had been advised that maybe we should fold in formally in our council rules, the prohibition against talking about candidates or ballot measures during public comment, even though it's against the RCW, and sure enough, it was already in our council rules. So anyway, that's all.
You, do you want to just point to where?
Oh, what was it? I was
It's
sorry, I
on
was looking
page
at it.
5, I would like to, at the very top of, you go to tab 5, and then go to page 5 at the very top of D. See that no person may use a designated public
Yeah.
comment period to support or oppose any candidate for public office or ballot measure in a matter of violating RTW 42-17A.
Sorry about putting this on the agenda, but
That's all right.
just gain time back. Go to
Yeah. All right.
I think it's, yes, it's in here. I do, and I said this before, I do think some sort of FAQ, not in our rules. But just sort of, FAQ somewhere, because we do, under certain circumstances, consistent with the RCW, have designated times and ways of speaking about ballot measures. So, not candidates, but ballot measures. So I would like to see that in writing somewhere, that is not having someone have to go to an RCW to look it up and interpret it. I don't know, I just feel like that could be clearer to our public. So.
It's very much in keeping with our mission, which is countering misinformation with actual education.
And obviously following the law, the rules. Hugely important, so. Okay, next item was generally identified as advisory committees, council interaction, liaison role. Each committee came up, but I think also connectivity to the DEI committee as well, and others perhaps. So kind of a general discussion about representation and connection to the council. Not an uncommon topic for city councils in terms of their relationships with other groups that they put together or that they belong to or connect with. So with that, I'll turn it to you. I think Nathan,
I just want to clarify. So we have 2 advisory, climate action advisory committee and the diversity, equity, inclusion, accessibility advisory committee. So those are the 2 committees that we're talking about. Those are ongoing committees separate from the shorter duration. We have other committees, but we're not talking about those. Like the staff
planning
committee, for
commission.
example.
oh yeah, like,
That's a commission, not a
Yeah.
committee. Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
it's the
But it-
same, I mean, yeah,
sure.
advisory groups.
Right.
Yeah,
I mean, the planning commission, just like those 2 advisory committees, are long-term ongoing. Where I'm not, like the step committee is a short duration, so we're not talking about that here. That's an important body of work, but it's will end. Yeah. Distinguishing between those 2 things.
okay.
yeah. Anyways, this was something that I had brought up too. It's something that I had brought up, I think, at our little study session, whatever it was back in January, was, annual joint study sessions with our committees and commissions to work with them, hear from them, be alongside them in more of an informal work together sort of capacity, kind of updates, kind of like we did with the Shoreline Lake Forest Park joint meeting the other night, something like that with them, where we can hear about what they're seeing and thinking. I think, you know, a lot of times when it comes to our committees and commissions, it's there's a lot of top-down things we put forward, something we want them to do, and then they do that for us. But I think it's also valuable to sit alongside them and say, what are you hearing? What are things we need to be aware of? And do more of that bottom-up sort of approach. So I'm very much in favor of, once annually, maybe having a study session with each of our long-standing committees and commissions. One of the other things, there may have been somebody else who brought this up as well, because I don't think I was the only one, was I? And then you had said, okay.
Valerie.
And so I'll just finish.
Please.
My thought and all. The other thing too is, last year I had talked about how other cities have a youth advisory council or youth advisory commission. At the time, it sounded like that's, a significant body of work and capacity might be a little constrained, but looking through potential ways to have a reserved seat on some of our committees and commissions for youth members and what that might look like, looking at some other example cities and how they're able to do that, how they're able to facilitate the partnership with the group in the community who can help with recruitment. So it's not on the, not purely on the shoulders of staff or the city, but especially those who are more involved. I think there's some different groups out there within the city of Kenmore who could facilitate some of that recruitment to some of those positions. And I'm aware that sometimes it may be difficult to fill a position, and that's why I'm not saying it needs to be purely reserved forever, but maybe for one seat, having a preference for a candidate representing some of our younger residents within the city. And I think, for a lot of different reasons, there's a lot of value there. As somebody who personally benefited from being able to experience and see government work, upfront and personal, it was very formative in my own path. So I would like to encourage more civic engagement among youth in our community, and just wasn't sure your thoughts. I'm happy to keep looking into that and maybe drafting up some potential policy language around what that looks like, some example cities and everything, but keeping in mind some of the feedback that I've received the past couple of times that I brought this up.
Comments, questions?
Sounds good to me.
Thanks, Joe.
Good. Yeah.
Keeping in mind that students can't always commit to more than a year.
Yes.
And
No,
the
yes.
terms of existing are longer. So I mean, as long as we're sensitive to yeah. So, yeah.
I sat on numerous professional associations where there's always a student representative. And, their term, as Councilor Trevnik said, is shorter because, they're whipping through life at a different pace. than we are. My primary issue with this was that I would like to know that when we are discussing really anything that comes up onto our agenda, that it has already had eyes on by the Climate Action Committee and by the DEIA committee, that we can benefit from their input prior to decision making. And so that's really my priority, is that those committees look ahead to our meeting forecast and pick out whatever, whatever they feel like, oh, we would like to weigh in on this or this, and then they do so. That somehow we receive input. I mean, for me personally, as I've said multiple times, I would like every decision we make to be read through the filters of DEIA and climate action. And so, in addition to, fiscal responsibility and all the other ways that the city looks at things, and I don't know what that mechanism is, but I would like to know that we are getting the best benefit out of our community.
I do.
Kind of related to what Councilor Sassen was just talking about. And I've mentioned this to staff before, but I'd like to see something added to our agendas that shows the staff went through the DEIA checklist and put some thought into that before we do something council too. So just like we have a fiscal consideration, we have a DA consideration. So the council knows the staff took the time to go through all of that. So.
And that's in progress. So that was something that we were together, Councilor Stats and Mayor Rick and I with Garrett and the DEI Advisory Committee. And after that meeting, he and I spoke about that and I asked him to work with our clerk team to draft an updated agenda bill. And so that'll be we'll work on later. Yeah, that work.
Okay. Other comments or thoughts on this topic? Okay. 15, like, all right. You've also identified some specific, what we call policy discussions in our interviews for the agenda. We'll start down the discussion road, but I will want to try to break you. I don't presume we'll get finished in 15 minutes. If we do, fine. If we don't, but I really want you to get off your feet in this going. So kind of starting with the first one, Nigel, jail contracting options.
Yeah, so it's come to my attention through some news stories. Is that the jail we contract with has had 11 deaths over the last 2 years. They've had 14 or 15 over their entire existence over 14 years, but 11 over the last 2 years. And I am a little concerned about that. The people that are in our custody are in our custody for misdemeanors. And nobody deserves to die, but nobody deserves to die for misdemeanor. And I would be very uncomfortable if that were, and I feel like I failed if that happened to somebody who's in our custody. That coupled with all of our financial situation we're facing, I think it would behoove the council to have staff take a look at the rest of the environment that's out there to see if there are other options available and make sure that we're getting the best deal for our taxpayer dollars, and ensure that folks are safe in their custody. There may not be other good options out there. I'm not sure. We used to contract with Snohomish County. They kicked us out because they had issues with deaths there. That's been cleared up. Kirkland's opened up a municipal jail. There might be some other options that might be open to partnership. There might not. I don't know, but I think it's behooves us to at least take a look at it. And frankly, I think in this financial situation we're dealing with, it behooves us to take a look at any of our large contracts like that and make sure that we're getting the best deal we can out there. So I just want to bring that up as a potential future topic for council and see if folks are okay with discussing that in a future date.
Discussion?
Yeah, no, I mean, I think we may have had a brief conversation about this last year too, but yeah, it's, I believe Woodinville contracts with Yakima, or at least they used to, which, I mean, it's wild, but I mean, given the rate of folks that they need to send there, it's so infrequent that it's, in terms of costs wise, it made no sense for them to do that. Kirkland recently opened up. I don't know, I'd be interested in taking a look at that, but also at the same time with SCORE, South Correctional Entity, the jail that we currently use, it's so far away from Kenmore that with our very limited police staff and already, minimum of 2 on duty, if there's a person put in custody, that officer is almost out.
Yeah.
Most of their shift or the rest of their shift, because it takes an hour to get down there, an hour to do processing, another hour or whatever, and then an hour to get back, it's just unreasonable that if you have to do that, it's so long and it's so much of a burden. So I'd certainly be interested in exploring this further for a number of reasons: costs, other efficiencies, safety, all of it.
Sure.
Yeah, just as part of my day job, I've visited a number of facilities around. It's definitely worth exploring. Yakima may not be the answer. The biggest complaint I think it's worthwhile at least touching on is that people are removed from their families.
Yeah.
And you got to go over the mountains to visit.
Yeah.
But not, we'll check it out.
Well, and to Councilmember Lewis's point, the cost that I don't even think we're accounting for in terms of lost time for our officers to actually do that and transit down to SCORE. So I think that needs to be built into our understanding what the cost is.
Other comments on this? I've seen thumbs up and nods. That would be a staff thing. Is that something you guys could? Okay, okay. Thank you. Melanie, safe lighting ordinance.
And I put this on, my understanding is we have already given direction to staff to do research and put something together for us to see towards the safe lighting ordinance. So I feel like we are probably in a good space for it. I just want to say, it's my hope, and I'm hope the rest of the council is on board, and hopefully within the next year, we can have something to review. For safe lighting, there are things within our control, and then there are things beyond our control. What can we do within the Kenmore to have safe lighting and darker skies at least at night? With the proliferation of LED, which is a little out of our hand, but the exceptionally bright lights that are being installed in Kenmore. So I feel good with where we're at, but that was really what it was. It was just kind of like, I thought we needed to touch base, especially when we were doing interviews with Michael and I touched base with Stephanie. So I think going given direction, the wheels moving. So I don't think there's need for a big discussion today.
Okay, everyone else good with that? Okay. So we have about 7 minutes left before I want to take a break. Do we have enough time, Melanie, to get into economic neighborhood, or do you want to take a quick break before we do that?
I feel like I have given a bit of a pitch already with just my introduction. So I have a feeling we'll be talking about this when we're looking at priorities. The only piece that I did not draw into the mix when we're looking at economic development, neighborhood development, like future planning for Kenmore, a 30-year plan. Zoning on some of our industrial properties. So maybe grandfathering what's there, but an overlay of zoning for future use for properties such as like plywood supply and others that may appear to the owners as less valuable with the current state of zoning, that maybe we put the overlay and the design towards what we want to see there. So really for us to give consideration to that. So I think we can get into the economic development piece as we're talking about prioritization. That I realize that as we're looking at what we want in Kenmore, making sure that our zoning is future looking. Which I know we're doing our best at, so don't misinterpret that, but there may be some properties that we might want to look at.
Is that a comp plan thing?
Want to comp plan?
What she's telling you.
I think the question is whether you feel that because the zoning regulations implement the vision.
Yeah.
So if council feels that there is a disconnect between the vision and what the zoning allows, then you would have to either amend the vision of the comp plan and then amend the zoning regulations to kind of implement that. So I'm really not sure if there is truly a disconnect or not at this point.
Yeah, and this came from a community member who had insight on a property that may feel that the current zoning for that property limits their ability to sell. So for us to be aware of that and make sure that, say, an industrial zoned property may be set up for, mixed use development, and other things on, for future sale. I don't know if we can even do that. But that's where it came from, just so that you know. I just want to make sure that we are future looking at all of our properties, especially in our downtown core along 522.
I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, Debbie, we don't actually have any industrial zoned areas at this point. We zoned all that out like 10 years ago, and the folks that are there are operating under, I can't remember the name of it is, but.
Which there is no industrial zone land, so there'd be no heavy manufacturing that come to Kenmore.
Yeah, because we did all of that with downtown, something, or something, I can't recall, but also the properties. Lake Point Plywood Supply also have all of these little P suffixes all over the county that.
They do. But again, I think if you look at the vision is for those, either plywood supply or Lake Point, if we're talking about those two properties, and as an example, the vision for those would be sort of for a future mixed use development, sort of higher density mixed with commercial, open space and so on and so forth. So that's what the vision is, and that's what the zoning rules currently do to implement that vision.
Great. I actually had thought that was in place, but it came up to me just within the past few days that it wasn't set up for that. So if we're already set for that, great. I just want to make sure we're talking about it, making sure that, you know, our community members and property owners know that there's potential for that property.
And I guess to the specific person, they can either call me about the vision, or they can call Samantha about specific zoning regulations that are applicable to the property. Thank you.
Valerie? Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I was just gonna mention on Peace Suffix, that is on a variety of properties, and it's very confusing to property owners. It's just another layer of zoning, and it can be challenging to comply with or not applicable anymore, but it's still.
Great. I think it just may have been something to pull off for a one-on-one live conversation. So thank you.
That actually speaks directly to my question, which was I was hoping as a refresher for me, but also for the public, if you could remind us what PSUP zoning is, and is the city in charge of that, or is that county?
It's essentially an overlay of zoning regulation, and they've been with us since incorporation. They were put on there by King County. So, for example, the ones that apply to Lake Point were put on the property, and they specifically related to the master plan that was proposed in 1998. There is some value to those from the city, that sort of because some of and the only ones that are referenced in the comp plan refer to things that we've heard from the community and the council as being important. Things about having public access to the water, transportation, pedestrian and mixed use, those are still in there. So they only apply to a couple of properties, Lake Point, Plywood Supply, two that immediately come to mind. And so once those properties develop, then again, if they are not applicable or they want to vary from those, there is a process to eliminate those.
Mitchell?
And when we redid the zoning along street is, but you know, behind plywood, you know, along that whole area, we did talk with the property owners if they wanted to eliminate the P suffixes, and I was surprised, like Gary Sargent said, no, don't mess with it. I can't remember if plywood supply said the same, but
We did try.
yeah,
We did have conversations, this is going back to, I believe, 2011, what I want to say. It might have been later than that.
it was a little, I mean, I was on council when we finished it, so would have been 14 probably, but yeah.
Could be, the years go by, right? So, I mean, that, you know, there's always an option to eliminate them, but I think the approach currently taken is that because if you eliminate them, you're sort of then having to figure out what should that vision be, and I think from the perspective of the property owner, it was, let's just wait till we have a development, and then we can figure out aligning what should remain or should not remain in place.
Okay, anything else on this one? Take a break, 15 minutes, get up, walk around,
Yeah.
Okay, all right, we're now ready to go into the goal setting portion of the day. And the process, again, I spoke with all of you, is that we intended to do everything but the last step that you're accustomed to, which may get modified because of this morning, so we'll get to that in a minute. Basically, the first step is we're going to go through your existing goals. Pretty soon they'll be up on the screen. You'll see those goals. And the first question I'll ask is, are any of these goals completed? Can we pull them off? If the answer is no, then we won't, obviously. Then we're going to start at the second step. We're going to go right through the goals as they are worded and say, kind of like what we've done. And I kind of harken back to past council person who had an uncanny ability. That was Milton. Milton had an ability to sit through 2 days and listen to the conversations about topics, and then would, I don't know, when he did it, he would start rewording some stuff and say, I think here's these words, and I think it gets to your point. And it caused us to do something I do not do with anyone else, and that is look at your goals and say, given where we are today and what's happened over the last year, do we want to reword the existing goals? If we're not pulling them off, they're still on. Do we want to reword them? And then we'll go through that process. And it's a little, has a bit of a clunky feel to it, a little bit, because we're kind of thises and that's. And if we get stymied, we don't get hung up, we'll move along. But we've been able to get through it. That typically takes the most time. And then over the last few years, you have had an added step that we decided we would not do this time around. And that was, are there any new goals up for consideration? And the rationale for that this time is because of the synchronization of the retreat to smaller, shorter, there's a bit of a time concern, although today we ended up with time, so who knows, right? But the other one, and I think is much more significant, is to the extent that your budgets are set and your work plans are set, the introduction of any new or a number of new goals, potentially using the process, we clearly put a lot of pressure on to go to, are we changing course and so on. And you've not really done that a lot in the past, but you decided, 5 of you said, no, we're not going to do that. I'll let you think about this last little piece. I'm one of the important things to me for you, and that's created success, I think, for you, is you funded your goals. You've actually held resources aside, and that presentation you saw about when you're touching stuff shows you when that's going to happen. So we had a husky discussion this morning, and that discussion, some point, I'm not saying it should necessarily be a goal, but it's going to be a resource suck for somebody. I mean, and maybe your time as well. So I think as we go through this, some thought to, do we want to create space for that? And the final thing I'll say about goals, kind of as the introduction, is don't forget it has expressive value. It tells you and yourselves and your community what you're working on. And it also tells them what you're not working on. So I've seen goals make the list because you want them on that paper that you want, and so on. So with all of that in mind, I think we'll go through the steps, and then we'll ask the question about whether or not this morning causes you to want to do something different or not. It's your retreat, your goals. Okay. All right. So the first thing we'll do is just kind of go through, and actually goals are in your packet. Let's an overall look at that.
Tab 6.
Yep, tab 6. I'm just going to go right down the line with a husky nod at the preamble. Don't forget, in terms of capacity, that you have a lot of stuff going on in the city and services being provided that aren't necessarily reflected in your goal. Thank you to the staff. And you. Let's just go through. Number 1, is this goal completed, and is it now eligible to no longer be on the list? No. Okay. Number 2, preserve and increase availability of all types of housing at all income levels. Is this goal complete? No. Finalize, adopt, implement the human service strategic plan. Okay. Now remember, we'll come back and reword. So there may be words on here that I don't know if you finalized it, but if you have done that, for example, in the past, you'd pull words off like that and so on, but it's still in play. Okay. Sustainable economic development strategies that enhance downtown, attract residents, small business and visitors. This is not, this is still a goal, right? Not done. Is it completed?
Some of these are more concrete than others.
Multimodal transportation, including pedestrian, bicycle and safety. Is that completed? No. Okay. Continue to seek opportunities to activate Lake Point. That's still in play, right? Okay. Broaden community engagement and foster fun. Are you finished with fun? Good. All right. Continue to implement DEIA and strategic plan, including social justice reform. That's not completed, correct? Still in play? Okay. Explore opportunities to expand parks and recreation. Is that completed? Okay, so we're not pulling anything off. All right. Now let's go back and look at number 1. Is there anything about this particular goal that needs to change in terms of wording that would make it more contemporary and reflective of what you're doing? Or are you happy with the way it's expressed? Melanie.
I'm just gonna bring this up and it's gonna be a little out of order, but I'm tying it in. Okay.
Sure.
So we have a council member not present, but I just think that it's important that I wrote this word just related to comments that we've had a lot of meetings, that this is not in our top 5. But I almost want to add the words including Lake Point to the environmental stewardship, habitat restoration and preservation piece. Just so that's visible, but I also personally think when we get to number 6, maybe rephrasing that, I think it's a really important. Lake Point needs to be in our top 5 in some way, shape or form. I'm just saying that. I don't care where it goes, but it is a high priority. And if it's not there, with the level of work that we're going to be putting behind that, I am concerned if it's not in our top 5. So I was like, well, I'd written including Lake Point on my notes, and I could put including Lake Point and economic development strategies, or I could add it to the parks piece. So, but I think no matter where it goes, that's the thing that I wanted to say on number 1. I like number 1 pretty much, but not like.
Okay. Nigel.
I was just gonna suggest adding it to number 4, but then that covered that, so.
Okay. Valerie.
Well, as you two are aware, I feel that Lake Point needs to be specifically called out for the time being because we are actively doing so much about Lake Point. But I also feel that Lake Point is heavily implied and also completely covered under at least 4 other bullet points. And so initially I thought I didn't want to come to this meeting and frankly eliminate the Lake Point bullet because it is completely encased in all the higher priorities. And I thought it was redundant and not necessarily serving us, but I have thought better of it and understand that really we need to continue to call it out because it requires so much work. So either we say in the bullets 1 and 2 and 4 and 7 and 9 and possibly 8 that we say including Lake Point. Because to me, Lake Point is in service to all these things and, not only Lake Point, but potentially other possibilities, but, I don't really have a recommendation on that. I just really felt like I should be transparent with the council because, it's been on my mind.
Okay, other comments? So what's before you is whether or not to add a comment, a reference Lake Point in goal number 1 as a word change. And I think embedded in this is the really 2 things. One that you by consensus could have control over, one by the voting, you can't. And that is, do you have Lake Point standalone? And secondly, will it make the top 5 if we use the protocols that we're contemplating to use? And that's up, both of those, while they're up to you, second one's more about how you vote. So these are your goals. I can say whatever you want. I think if you have Lake Point listed in a number of goals and then as a standalone, you would have to answer the question, would that confuse my community or not? But, so.
I wasn't necessarily, I was riffing off what Melanie was saying. I wasn't necessarily advocating for it. It does make sense for it to stand on its own as a standalone thing, I think, but it does encompass a lot of other stuff.
And then, Deborah.
Have you had a chance to speak on this yet, Deborah? I don't think
No.
you have, right?
I think maybe another way to go about it is keep it as a standalone, but you could actually amend the standalone to say in the service of, goals.
Yeah.
Around environment,
when we get
economic,
to
you
that.
could, exactly, when you, but,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and I really like that, because I personally think it does a really nice approach. It's really so that we're all marching to beating to the same drum, recognize the importance of this work that we are obviously allocating staff time to. And to bring our council together, I don't want to have a weak leg in our priorities to be disruptive any further on how this is presented. So thank you.
So we'll leave number 1 as is. Number 2, preserve and increase availability of all types of housing at all income levels, including the needs of people experiencing homeless. Any word changes there to reflect differences between last year and this year? None? Okay. 3, finalize, adopt, and implement the Human Services Strategic Plan. Whenever I see a plan goal, I always ask the question, have we finalized it? That's one piece. Have we adopted it? That's the third piece. Have we implemented it? So is any of those things changed, Melanie?
I just have a question on this, since the goal is for December of 2025. As we're doing these priorities, what is the moment that we're shifting direction with the top five that we're presenting? Because I know I don't want to remove the importance of this priority, but say if Lake Point moves up, something's gonna move. And so it's a timing issue, and I want to just make sure that we've got this, like we're setting a goal, not minimizing the current work and its ongoing importance.
That's a point of clarification I'd love to have is, are we talking about our current priorities that you see in front of you are for 2025, and then what we're doing today will be for 2026?
Yeah.
Okay.
And that was the interim piece.
Yeah, just making sure we're all on
Right.
the same page on that, because I do think that matters in terms of
Right.
By the end of 2025, it will likely be finalized and adopted. Of course, that would be at your direction. Will it be implemented? No. It would not be implemented this year. And I think especially when we're looking at the Navigator program and the utility assistance, which will be one of the top recommendations of the strategic plan, we were just able to pilot them early thanks to your budget that you passed this year, that implementation of 6 as the determine whether or not that's funds and whether or not to fund them into the future.
Okay. So we'll leave it as is. Okay. Number 4, promote sustainable economic development strategies, enhance downtown, attract residents, small businesses, and visitors. Any changes there, Deborah?
It's actually not a change in wording. It's just removing the capitalization because that's not a specific plan. So there's another one that's kind of like that, but yeah,
economic, okay,
yeah.
Sure.
but yeah.
That can easily be done. Yeah, okay.
In fact, we're doing it real time.
There we go. It's
There we
happening
go.
as you speak.
Unless
Okay.
somebody else had a problem with
Okay.
that.
No changes there. All right. Number 5, enhance multimodal transportation, including pedestrian and bicycle safety. Any, Melanie?
I just want to call attention in service of my mission today, which I think I do want to call out that city infrastructure includes transportation. It is a basic fundamental need that we provide to the council that's stated in our preamble. and something that we are doing. We've also accomplished a massive project along those ways. Now, mind you, we do have first and other things, but I'm just sharing. This is just, I actually on Motomobile head bike, to me, it fits within city infrastructure. So I just want to say that out loud without having any changes.
Comments on that? Nathan?
I guess I interpret it a little bit differently. Because this says enhance multimodal transportation. It's one thing pedestrian and bicycle safety. I think infrastructure is so broad. But this priority, I think, sets direction to what that infrastructure should look like. And when it says enhance and multimodal transportation, to me, that looks a little bit more above and beyond what the city's doing in core services. Take, for example, recently, we were publicizing and advocating for the e-bike rebate program, which, that might not be a core function of city government, but because we're enhancing multimodal transportation as a priority, I think that kind of falls in there.
And I would also see the e-bike rebate fitting under CAP and other places. And I do think word transportation listed in city infrastructure. So that's the word that I see in infrastructure as standing out. So that's why I call it I definitely see it still as important. Just looking at, we've got 5.
I mean, I would just say this, city infrastructure also though, to me indicates infrastructure that already exists. And this is more about completing a lot of other work that was done before we were incorporated and building out, sidewalks and bike lanes and stuff where there aren't, but they don't exist currently. So I think it's a little different than just maintaining current, infrastructure, which is kind of what I see tied up.
Keep it as is. Okay. Number 6, continue to seek opportunities to activate the Lake Point property. Any changes to that?
Well, I think, I haven't actually thought through the words until this minute, but, we could say in service of environmental, economic, and economic development goals, something like that, at the end of it. I don't know.
Service of goals.
Oh, and housing,
to-
right, right. In service of environmental, housing, and economic development goals.
5.
Well, I don't know that I'd name them, but, I don't know. I mean, it's just, it's an idea. I don't know.
Housing, economic, environmental, housing,
And economic development goals.
parks and recreation.
Oh, I guess
You
it's,
know what I
oh, yeah, it's everything, isn't it?
Yeah.
Gosh, yeah, well,
Every other goal we have.
yeah, well, it's,
I'm just-
well, I mean, yeah.
It does.
But I mean, but that's a
And
good
it's a
point.
big
I mean, we
piece of it
could
is
say it
parks and
differently,
recreation.
to your point. We don't have to list them in service of the other goals listed. The other, what do they call them? No, they're called priorities, but in service of,
Other relevant.
yeah,
associated.
right. Well, but saying that it's basically all of them somehow, I don't know.
I like tying it into the specificity
You do,
and
okay.
someone could like rework it for our review later.
I do like parks in there.
It's
kind of important.
Parks
Um,
and recreation.
parks, yeah.
UGs that tie into the
Economic
environmental
development and
economic
parks and
development.
recreation goals.
And how,
Well, housing's
Housing,
up there, housing's up there, but yeah. Yeah, Parks and Rec, that's a good one.
So, rather than wordsmithing
Yeah.
it now, if we put a general placeholder there, and this actually happens a
You
lot.
could
We
just
do
take
this
out
in the
the
retreat.
and.
We put the words in, but they get polished for this particular document you're looking at.
Yeah.
If this captures the gist of it, and then the talented wordsmithers could maybe
Yeah.
just polish it up a little bit, maybe in that.
And is it goals or priorities? These are.
or part
Well,
of
they're
it.
called priorities, but yeah.
Okay, all right.
The only word I was thinking is like, I think we're fine. I just have to say it out loud. Create opportunities to activate the Lake Point property rather than continue to seek. Yeah, it was like activate.
Oh, yeah,
actively
sure.
Working
Yeah.
towards.
Good.
That's good. Great opportunity. Perfect.
It's shorter.
Okay. That kind of captures the gist. All right, perfect. All right, number 7, broaden community engagement, foster fun. That, you good with that, those words? All right. 8, continue to develop, to implement the diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility, the DEI strategic plan, including social justice reform. Is that, those words express your interest, Deborah?
Well, you know, and I wish I had the plan in front of me. Does it address social justice? Does it? The DEI plan? I don't feel like it did.
That
So,
was added last year.
well, the plan itself, the strategic plan, does it include, because that's what this says.
I mean, I suppose it depends on how you're interpreting social justice reform, right? I mean, that's a broad
I guess.
concept.
I guess. I would
Is
just
there
keep
something
it
specific
simple,
that the
but,
council's looking for?
well, I mean, if everybody's comfortable with that, it's fine. I agree.
Valerie?
I'm surprised to say I've actually not covered that, you know, as much of a warrior for social justice reform as I am. I find that just dangles out there and makes it impossible, undefined problem.
That's
So
what I
for me,
mean.
I would
Yeah.
end that sentence, that strategic plan,
Me too.
but
Yeah.
uh, that's how I feel.
2 would modify. Any other conversation on this one? Are you okay with modifying it, pulling it out?
By modifying it.
All right. Perfect. Number 9, explore opportunities to expand parks and recreation.
This is this is the other one with the capitalization that I don't want to capitalize. Sorry.
You really love parks and
I did.
recreation. It's like,
Yeah.
okay. All right. So we, Valerie?
If we're wordsmithing, can we go up to the preamble, please? And I think that sentence that says with this context is incorrect. I think it's within this context.
Correct.
Or in,
Or in,
Yeah.
yeah.
simply in.
What Joe said.
Okay.
English major, composition teacher.
Okay, okay.
I hope I'm right.
This is good. All right. Do you want to do anything as reflected in your priorities about the conversation that you had this morning? And I know the majority of the council members did not want to add new goals. So I want to start with that. Having said that, I guess it begs the question, do you want to do that? For two reasons you do that is that you want to signal that this is a resource hit. And it's a priority to you, and then you want to communicate to your community, it's a priority for us to do that. Those are the 2 reasons that you would want to do something like that. You don't have to do that, I think, probably, but I would assume. The priorities also inform the leadership team and the expenditure of time and resources. So if they have to make choices down the line, typically they will go with your higher priorities than they would with a lower priority, unless there was an opportunity you couldn't resist. And that's been the sort of general guideline. And we are going to go through the prioritization process again. So I'm not saying you have to do that, but I just want to pause for a moment, do honor to this conversation you had this morning, which was husky, and the decision that you're going forward. So after saying that, I turn it to you, council, and the staff out of the perspective that you want to hear from, maybe them as well. Any? Valerie?
I would love to see the language that we eliminated a year ago. In January of 2024, we eliminated a bullet point about financial sustainability tasks, implementing the something about that. Could we see what that said? Because, you know, we have 9 priorities where previously we had 10. And it seems like instead of adding, we might have instead prematurely eliminated.
We adopted it, but we didn't implement it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the point. Okay. All right.
2 things. Safeguarding the city's finances is in the preamble and clearly stated. And one of our top priorities. It doesn't go, it should go without stating that that is part of what we do. Are we talking about bringing forward another financial sustainability task force?
No.
I don't think so. I think with that work of implementing it, we are currently using the work to guide our decisions. I feel like it's definitely kind of, I mean, it's good to have it for optics. I will say optically having it as a priority. It not fitting in the top 5 won't look good. And if it does end up getting there, I'm not sure. Personally, I think economic development and a long-term plan to set the vision for our long-term is a really important guidepost for us to actually be building towards that long-term financial sustainability that we want as a city. So I feel like we're doing a good job. We obviously bring in plenty of attention at almost every meeting we're talking about finances. I can't remember one recent time where it wasn't a focus, but we're talking about a lot. We're making decisions on it right now. We have a budget year in 2026. It is our job and a high responsibility for us. So finance, budget, finance, it's important. I'm not minimizing it. And I feel like that is just core to what we do. We can't not. I don't know that needs to be a bulleted item this year. Economic development, it's gonna get a higher ranking for me, I can say that. I think it's okay to say that.
Councilmember Saxon, is this what you were talking
It
about?
was, thank you so much.
Okay, Deborah?
Need a counterpoint. I would say, something like, I would like to add a goal, a priority, sorry. That would be fully implement the financial sustainability plan, including, revenue enhancement, measures. I mean, short of saying a ballot measure, but that's essentially what we're talking about. So, and I mean, if we were serious this morning.
So
Can you repeat
let me
that?
pause for just a moment, because I
sorry.
want to capture the
Oh,
words.
I just said fully implement the
What?
financial sustainability plan,
You have words after including. Unless you just-
including revenue enhancement measures.
Yeah.
Melanie and then Joe.
I just have a clarifying question on that. What if we don't agree with everything on the financial sustainability plan that was presented to us? So it's like, is there nuance to that?
Oh,
Is
I
that-
see what you're saying.
So, it's attention to, rather than even using the financial sustainability plan, financial governance, long-term financial planning, finance, something that is like, yes, we have a financial sustainability plan, and just maybe financial sustainability rather than update the plan. Financial sustainability.
So it's
I can
against,
totally get behind financial sustainability is a top priority for our city, but rather than putting the words financial sustainability plan in it, because that's really limiting to how we look at it. And we have team working out, so I say financial sustainability is a goal. Let's go ahead and just write it down very simply.
what
with
my
the
goal
verbiage
was
to
intent,
create.
yeah, I mean, I hear what you're saying, and you're absolutely right. And I've asked this question every year. What are these? Are these things that have deliverables, or are these visions? And I like to think, since it's time bound, and it used to be time bound 1 year, now it all of a sudden have got to 2 years. Given that it is time bound, I do like to think of it as more almost, projects with deliverables, and that's why I was going with the more concrete, so that people understood what we were talking about. But your point's well taken. We don't necessarily go with all the revenue strategies. So we could say revenue strategies to ensure, well, obviously that's the purpose of the plan. So yeah, I don't know how
I
you
think
get
you
around
want to
that.
stop at sustainability, right?
Yeah, and we want language that the community understands. We care about financial sustainability, and then us having the latitude. We also, like, by having a budget every 2 years, we have a task that's directly related that has to be accomplished. So financial sustainability and decision making. I understand where you're coming from. I'm just trying to
keep this simple so that
Yeah.
even year over year, we never voted off. You
I
know what I mean?
guess, yeah.
Yeah,
If
we
it goes
shouldn't-
with
we
that, I
shouldn't
would
have to
withdraw
talk
my
about it.
goal.
Yeah,
My
I-
goal was trying to get specific so that we were messaging. And I don't like this any better than anybody else, but so that we're messaging that we're going to go for revenue enhancement specifically in this biennium. That was what I was trying to communicate. I do see this as a communicating document. So if we dilute it to the point of just saying we want to do financial sustainability in general, then I would probably withdraw my request to have it on there because I think that's covered already. But yeah,
Yeah. and-
so
Yeah.
anyway, I'd like to hear from other, you know.
and that's right, that would mean like ballot measures.
Yeah.
I just gonna put on my conservative, guys, I'm just gonna put on like a
Yeah,
more conservative hat. You wanna tax us, and if it's okay to say it out loud.
Yeah.
But that's really,
That was our conversation. Yeah.
I mean, I'm fine with pursue financial, I would almost say rather than pursue financial sustainability.
Sure.
And ensure, create, financial sustainability. Through.
Through 2031 or 32, that's
and
something right there.
Revenue enhancement
Okay.
measures, cause our community wants us to look at everything,
Right.
not only revenue. I don't like the detail. I like financial
Yeah,
sustainability
yeah.
that way, but we can go, I trust everyone here. I like succinct. I would make all of these like 3-word.
Okay.
Goals.
So, Joe, you've been waiting. Are you still in the queue? And then I want to. Man. Joe, yep.
I favor a financial sustainability priority. You can keep the language succinct, that's probably the best, but if we were alternatively to go into the revenue, emphasis on revenue enhancement, we cannot put merely that in. We would have to say cost cutting measures. We owe it to our public
Yeah.
to talk. It's safe to talk about that now because our governor proposed 6% cuts. So it's safe, not saying we're going to do that, but it's safe for us to talk about trying to, tighten belts.
Yeah, I was gonna say something like ensure financial sustainability through a variety of measures to include revenue enhancement, something like that, because then that's the wide open.
Yeah.
We're looking at everything,
There you go.
but it also then cues like, oh, revenue enhancements are coming.
Yeah.
But I also wanted to say, because somebody said something about, the council doesn't necessarily support the, what was brought forward in November, but you guys did adopt it. So I just want to make sure that you don't send us the wrong message. So when I see something gets adopted, before it's adopted, that's the opportunity to kind of discuss it and say, we don't like this or we like that. And so if it's adopted and it's sitting there, I'm assuming that that's a green flag, green light to go forward. And obviously, it's going to come back to council, but it gives us the underlying gist of we support what was brought forward. So I just want to make sure that we make sure that's clear going forward, so I know what my marching orders are.
Yeah, I think,
Nigel, Valerie, Nathan, and Melanie.
I think my point is what Melinda just made is that I was pretty sure that we'd actually approved the FSP as a council. So, the assumption there that we've given staff, the public, is that we are largely gonna follow through unless things change. That's all. And I think having it listed there in some way, and I'm not getting into the wordsmithing around it too much, but I think having it listed there some way, especially just given this morning's presentation, is probably important because it is going to be a workload item, or a heavier workload item than would be in years.
I have Valerie, Nathan, and Melanie. Are you still in?
I have a question of staff. Is it helpful to you to call it out of the preamble and make it a bullet point, given how much time and effort you're spending in supporting the FSB? Is that helpful? Did the council do that for you? For us? You have an opinion?
No, go
I mean, to me, this is your direction to us and, in the preamble, in this document that we went, which I do want to say, Councilmember Strickland, I mean, that was the intent of this, was to help clarify all of the work show it in a very different way than we've ever showed it before. I think it's really important and it is called out here. I do think that the conversation about what's gonna shift, other things will shift on the larger work programs that is not part of today's agenda, but we presented to you back in January is part of it. So I think that's up to the council to decide. I think, we've heard the direction and we're moving forward with that.
Yeah, and I would say, I mean, as I wanted to reread it, it says safeguarding the city's finances, that's a huge, area. Yeah, huge body of work. It's not just financial sustainability, right? It's the audit work, it's reviewing data. So safeguarding the assets is the finances is, it's a lot bigger than just saying that you guys are gonna focus on sustainability, which is the long-term vision, which I think is warranted in this sense.
So your work that you demonstrated this morning will continue as it is, all that good hard work, whether or not we include it in our priorities.
Yes, I mean, if this is 2025 in May, right?
Yeah.
And we're talking about 2026, so this work, yes, we'll be doing this work and.
I just want to know, is it going to
But-
impact the
and
actual
I
work of
agree.
the city? And the answer I'm getting is no. And then the second reason to put it in the council priorities is because frankly, we're getting flack from community members. Where is it? Why isn't it here? Have you abandoned it? All, whatever people say, which is clearly not the case. And so, but I do think, to my earlier point in support of Councilmember Strickland bringing it back at all, is that I think we prematurely took it off because we adopted, but we did not implement. But my concern about it is that it's going to bump everything else. So I'm on the fence.
Well, but that concern is important because to the extent that if that jumped up into the top 5, something else is not going to be in the top 5. And you do that on purpose because you can't do it. You can't run an organization like this. You have to make choices. So I think, yeah. And so again, those are your choices, but I always resist what I think, and I don't think you're saying this, but the conversation all of a sudden, everything's important. So we're trying to do this and especially with organizations of your size, that's just really not possible. So I would just say, maybe something that's there now won't be as high because of that, but that's not wrong. That's how it is. And so, Nathan and then Melanie.
Yeah, I have a few things. From what I gathered this morning, it sounds like staff came forward to us seeking direction on this. It almost sounds like, in a way, staff sees this as a priority. I mean, it's in the preamble, but it's treating it as a priority already. So if we call it out as such, maybe it actually is a benefit to you all by then bumping down one of the other things if you're going to have to do this already. Like I can understand that then that frees up the capacity because you're going to do this and it was like a shadow top 5 goal, but now it's like a called out priority, excuse me. I think it's worth having in there for the fact that we had that significant conversation this morning. Staff is coming to us, letting us know that this is certainly a priority for the work that you all do. It's going to take a lot of resources. There's certainly an urgent need for it. I mean, we talked about how we don't have a lot of time, so we kind of need to bump this up. I think also it's important to remember that essentially everything else depends on it too. If we're not financially sustainable as an organization, we can't do any of the other priorities we have on there. And I think, in response to the fact that we had the financial sustainability plan, I think, yes, we approved that at the time based on the conditions we had at that time. But policy is made in a point in time, and times have certainly changed. And with the markets as they are, with tariffs, with the lines now crossing a little bit earlier with the new assumptions, we kind of have to, look at it from different angles. That's not to say, again, we're not trying to scramble you or throw you on wild goose chases, but we have to respond to the changing environment collectively. So I think it is important to call it out. And I also think it's important too that, when it comes to the assessment of how the city is doing, calling it out as a goal is a little bit different than putting it in the preamble. When we do our annual assessments, we go through what are the top 5. That's how we assess. And then there's usually it almost feels like an afterthought, how's everything else sort of thing. But if we call this out as a specific goal, that's something that we can assess progress on annually. And I think that's really important. And I guess to Joe's point, I would agree, but maybe with a little bit modification of an approach. There was one, what was the one that Melinda had proposed?
A variety. It was a.
That creativity happens once we. That's how you.
She said through a variety of.
Through, yes. And that's what I would, I would stop at, through a variety of measures. We don't, you can talk about revenue generating and cost cutting, but why not just say stop at a variety of measures? So ensure financial sustainability through a variety of measures. Just leave it at.
Melanie, been patient, and then I think we're at a place where we can agree on something and move to the next step, but.
I just wanted to go back to the financial sustainability plan. I think it was already called out, but not everything gets fully implemented related to that. So it's a general guide that we use as we're evaluating decisions related to the budget. So that's why I had a concern with it. It's Melinda, I really like that you use that document to help forecast, because it is a value tool that traffic cameras, how we implement them may not be the same. Ballot measures may not be exactly as proposed. We will look at those things to, as a body, make a determination of what makes most sense at the time. As far as financial sustainability, I consider it an overarching obligation. I'm fine with it being listed. We already talked about, might bump something out of the top 5. That's fine. It's an overarching obligation that needs to be clear to our public. I say keep it in the preamble, and I don't mind it being listed again. I just, in interest of keeping it tight and looking at what we've got going on with our high priorities of things like human services and housing and, multimodal transportation, what things may change and what we actually know is a considered amount of work I'm concerned. But the other part about this, I like ensure fiscal stability through a variety of measures. I actually like revenue enhancement and cost cutting measures to be crystal clear and not afraid. Our community wants to know that we're looking at cost cutting measures, and they deserve to know that we're looking at potential ballot measures or other forms of revenue enhancement. So I think there's a level of transparency of putting both there, as much as it's like, I can go, I don't necessarily want to tell people we might have to ask for you to fund things. But we need to be clear that we're looking at everything in that. I have one more, and why I also think it merits being included. We're investigating ballot measures, and they're not just related to public safety or Lake Point. We're evaluating a couple and determining what is the best path forward for a city. So I'm fine with it. I just wanted to make sure I was clear. I value the financial sustainability plan, but we do have a board or as a council make decisions that don't necessarily carry out to the letter what was there. So I think that covered everything. Yeah. Okay. And I have to say, this work is ongoing. It won't stop. I feel like the attention to our budget, it is actually one of the biggest responsibilities of the city. It's a fully funded staff. Maybe this helps get more staffing for that team. Maybe, but I don't think we have a lot of budget to bring on more staff, but it is such a priority. I feel like we've got it covered no matter what, that I recognize its value here.
Okay. In the interest of time, can we agree on D?
Yes, sure.
That's what I heard the conversation really
Is
said
that
a lot.
different than B?
Anastasia?
B and D look the same.
Well, there's a stability versus sustainability. That's the
They're
difference.
both sustainability, B and D.
Yeah, Michelle.
Oh, B, no, I thought you said,
That's kind of like C.
You're the one on it.
There's a-
Why are you calling me out?
Both working and overriding each other.
okay, so
What's the difference
D
between?
more.
They're the
The difference
same.
is a hyphen.
I
Same.
propose
Oh, the
C.
hyphen, okay, the
Okay.
hyphen.
Yeah, I'm going to suggest that we use fiscal stability if you're comfortable instead of sustainability.
I like
that.
We're
No,
overdosed
sustainability.
on the word sustainability. And, fiscal, well, anyway, you decide if you like it. I think it has a slightly different meaning, but I like C. I would propose C.
I would go with D because it does match our plan and they do have different meanings. So I think the goal is sustainability, which is different than stability. Stability implies staticness. Sustainability means you're gonna get through the next X years, which is what we were talking about.
okay, so D, all right, D it
Anastasia,
is.
can you move your cursor?
D it is. Okay, so we're going to now give you a break while we set up for the paired comparison. And you will be looking at the 9 existing plus the one we just went through. And that will be, and we're gonna set that up. So you get to take a break while we go through the setup process. Okay. So Anastasia and Michelle and I have a plan for putting up it's basically
Okay.
All right, we're gonna go through the comparison methodology. We've done this together before. It's a series of books. And it's going to be one goal against the other until we have heard them all. So with that, and you have your goal, the wording you need. Michelle,
Yeah, Michelle's over here.
she's over here. She can read them to you. So the first up will be climate action, and it'll go against the remaining 9. Remember how we do this? Okay. All right. Climate action versus all types of housing. All those for climate action. 1, 2, 3. 3.
Well, there's
No,
only
no,
6
three.
of us.
It's only 6.
Yeah.
That's not weird.
Yeah, 3 and 3. I'm sorry. The other one.
We usually just do a solid number.
I know, I remember.
Okay.
Because
You're good, because it'll really get busy. Okay, climate action against human services. All is for climate action. 5. Climate action up against economic development. All those for climate action. Climate action against multimodal transportation. All for climate action. Climate action against Lakewood.
Should I
All
read
those
the
for
new
cli-
Lake Point? Should I read the new Lake Point priority?
You can, yeah.
Sure.
It's create opportunities to activate the Lake Point property in service of environmental, housing, economic development, and parks and recreation priorities.
So say it again, Howard.
All right, so climate action up against Lake Point. All those for climate action. 1, 2. Climate action against community engagement and fun. All those for climate action. 3, 5. Climate action against DEIA. All those for climate action. 5, 1. Climate action. It's Parks and Rec. All those for climate action. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
0,
6. And 0. And finally, climate action against financial sustainability, all for climate action. 1, 2. Okay, next up is housing compared to the remainder. Housing against human services plan, all those for housing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Housing against economic development, all for housing. 1, 2, 2. Housing against multimodal transportation, all for housing. Housing up against Lake Point, all for housing. 1, 2, 3. Housing against community engagement fund, all for housing. 6. 0. Housing up against DEIA, all for housing.
4, 2.
Housing up against parks and recreation. All for housing. Housing against financial sustainability, all for housing. 3 and 3.
3-3.
Okay, next up will be human services plan against the remainder. Human services against economic development, all for human services. 1. 2. Human services against multimodal transportation, all for human services. Human services against Lake Point, all for human services. Human services against community engagement, all for human services. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Human services against DEIA, all for human services. Okay, human services against parks and recreation, all for human services. Finally, human services against financial sustainability, all for human services. Okay, next up is economic development. Economic development versus multimodal transportation, all for economic development. Economic development against Lake Point, all for economic development. 1, 2, 3. Economic development against community engagement and fun, all for economic development. 2, 3. Okay, we're gonna do this again. It's okay, it's okay. Economic development against community engagement and fun, all for economic development. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, economic development against DEIA, all for economic development. 4, 2. Economic development against parks and rec, all for economic development. 1, 2, 3. 1. And finally, economic development against financial sustainability, all for economic development. Okay, next up, multimodal transportation. Multimodal transportation against Lake Point, all for multimodal transportation. 2. Multimodal transportation against community engagement and fun, all for multimodal transportation. 3, 5. Multimodal transportation against DEIA, all for multimodal transportation. 3, 4, 5. Multimodal transportation against parks and rec, all for multimodal transportation. 1, 2, 3. 4. Multimodal transportation against parks and recreation, all for multimodal transportation. 1, 2, 3.
3-3.
Yep. Finally, multimodal transportation against financial sustainability, all for multimodal transportation. Okay, next up, Lake Point. Lake Point against community engagement and fund, all for Lake Point. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 0. Lake Point against DEIA, all for Lake Point. 1, 2, 3, 3. Lake Point against Parks and Recs, all for Lake Point. 5. Finally, Lake Point against financial sustainability, all for Lake Point. 1.
Yeah.
Two.
Dimple here.
Okay,
Okay.
I just need to stay with it.
That's all right.
I'm back. My logic. Sticking with my list.
Yes. Okay, now community engagement fund against the remainder. Community engagement fund against DEIA, all for community engagement. Community engagement against Parks and Rec, all for community engagement. 1, 2. DEI against financial sustainability.
Yeah, that one's next.
Yeah.
Community engagement and then financial sustainability.
For community.
Yes, community engagement.
Or community engagement, yeah. Community engagement against financial sustainability, all for community engagement. DEIA is up next. DEIA versus Parks and Rec, all for DEIA. DEIA against financial sustainability, all for DEIA. 1. 5. Okay. This is our last comparison, Parks and Rec against financial sustainability, all for Parks and Rec. Well, I don't know. Or maybe-
Melinda. Yeah, I just see the last two.
I think we demonstrated that we can do it. I think we're talking about, you know, and that if we open it up. And I can tell you that, like, you know, 7 new goals, and is 14 new goals. And it's like, yeah, it's not what happened. Yeah, so I, yeah.
Keeping
it real.
I mean, it's just.
Yeah.
Most.
Yeah.
So there's been a request. And because the most epic staff of people here are requesting this, they'd like us to break this.
Sorry?
They'd like us to break this tie.
Oh, hold on,
Hang on.
the Wi-Fi got cut out, hold on, where's?
Well, no,
Oh,
we engaged the community.
Let's get our first preparedness kit out.
Yeah, right. Could do that.
See what's going on?
What's this? I mean.
Okay, so there's been a request, we break this tie, and we're doing a comparison. You guys good with that?
Which tie?
This
Sorry.
Right here.
Okay, what is that? I can't see. What is
I'm
this?
sorry, oh, yeah, it's
Parks and Rec.
And DEIA,
Okay.
so they both got the same number, so we'll just do a quick comparison. So we'll just do it down below here, okay, good, all right. So it's Parks and Rec against DEIA, all for Parks and Rec.
Say it one more time.
Okay, sure. No worries. Parks and Rec against DEIA, all those for Parks and Rec.
Tied.
Three and three.
Really a tie. We can't have a tie? Can't have a tie?
You know, evidently you can. I didn't want to see it.
Yeah.
So, you know, I think honestly,
That I think, maybe not today, but in future, I think that we can incorporate the DEI's some piece of that.
I'm sorry, Valerie, could you,
In the preamble.
Into the preamble.
Yeah,
could you repeat, guys? I couldn't hear.
I was saying, I think if not, possibly not today, but at some point in future, we can incorporate the DEIA strategic plan language into our preamble in such a way that that's for all residents. You know, I think we can make that part of our core.
Yeah.
purpose. And so
Thank you.
I think
Yeah.
that's appropriate today or not.
Yeah, I also, and maybe other people don't see this way, but community engagement and DEIA kind of think together. You know, that the goal of DEIA is engaging all members.
DEIA is community engagement.
I think that.
so if we could get a across the board consensus on something, we could do it. If not, now we start to raise questions about our process of sort of after the
Doesn't have
fact.
to be today.
You know, so, I mean, the DEIA thing, all agreed to put in the preamble, put it off the list, you can do that. But it starts getting more funky than that, then I'll get.
I think it needs more work, so, but I'm just looking at the preamble and
Okay,
think that,
okay.
well, and
It's
we
okay,
may,
you've had
we may
ties
wanna
before.
have a discussion.
Right, you can just list it that way.
Well, yeah, and thinking about what that means, and I don't know,
Okay.
I just.
So
Yeah.
let's focus on your top five, which frames the city manager's evaluation. And if you saw the work plan the staff put together for you, you see they're doing work on all.
Absolutely,
goals, which
absolutely.
I commend them for. A lot of my clients send papers way off after five. Oh, yeah. Well, no, no. So. Everybody does different. Financial sustainability is your number one goal, and then you can see down the line. 2, 4, 5, there are a bunch, number 6 are really numerically, it drops off. That. Okay. So there you have it. Any conversation about that?
Yeah, I'd just like to comment that I think based on what we were doing anyways, I think there's some more reflection here, like the opportunities to activate Lake Point hearing, we're having almost weekly updates on that. We've created a new fund. It seems like it should have been, I mean, just in the sense, I think this is a little more reflective of the work staff was already putting in, and now I think we can recognize that.
Okay. Any other thoughts, observations?
I also don't want to speak on behalf of staff, so disagree.
Okay, well, there you go. Okay, from our agenda, I think that's it. I guess this is a little bit of a new format one day, but a little lesser. Any reflections on the work we did today? I can't go on my side without thanking the staff for such a high quality piece of work. I
Thank you,
see
staff.
a lot of presentations. Well done. Other comments or thoughts?
I feel like we got a lot done today that we do sometimes in the 1 day and a half retreat. So I thought this was really super productive day, more better than expected. And I do hope as a counselor, I hope we get to have more of these robust conversations on the diet too. Like, I don't know what it is about this format, but we were more free with how we're talking, or maybe I felt it. With, what we're talking about. We have space to really be advocating for things that we care about. And I like that. I like hearing kind of a depth of perspective that we were able to hear today. But thank you guys. Thank you staff and everyone on the council for bringing your ideas forward. I appreciate it.
Yeah, and thanks everybody for the effective retreat, though. But 8 years ago, I think I was talking about not making a little trip in the interest of saving some modest amount of money. And those trips were fun. I really liked going and staying and having dinner and hanging out with everybody for sure. But I think I'm grateful that we have explored this format, and apparently the council thinks it is effective, because sometimes the earlier concern was, well, people don't focus enough, or you're at home, you're still at home, you're still in your same place, you can't get away from this or that, you won't be able to focus. I think everybody focused and did great. So the more efficient format is okay.
So we're gonna lose everybody at dinner,
All
or
right.
some people, some. But yes.
Anything else?
I should say thank you, Michael.
Yeah.
Really, you really heard us well, and you really helped us make this alternate successful, and I'm super grateful.
Well,
Michael,
Yeah. Oh my God.
well, this is a big staff effort. The amount of energy that went.
I already thanked them.
Just take it.
Thank you. All right. Anything else?
I would love to just say it's been a pleasure working with you. There's a lot of time that we've put in behind the scenes. I want to thank the whole team. We tried to do a really different thing here today, engaging the whole leadership team in all the things that what success looks like. Very intentional and thoughtful around you as our audience. So continue to refine all these things, and just grateful to the teams for spending the day. Thank you, Kent, for stepping in on John's behalf to just seamlessly came in, and just appreciate you as well. And the clerk team for all of their work getting us set up, and all the great food, and then lastly, the city of Kirkland. So appreciate they offered this for free. We've offered to return the favor, and they can use our council chambers at any time they want to for their retreat. I think it's a really great sign about our partnership with the city of Kirkland and the work that we do in North County. All of our cities help each other out. This is an example of it. So appreciate the day that we all spent. Thank you, Michael.
All right. Okay, I think I'll turn it to you.
We're adjourned.
All right.
Yeah.
Richard.
I know. Yeah, I'm wondering,